My demon tenant can't be this cute. By Yangster. Chapter number 1, My demon tenant is a girl. How in the world did he end up in this situation? Falling backwards into a large cliff to no doubt certain death and pushed in by his own teacher no less. He would never know what was going through Jiraiya's head when the old man decided that his inability to summon up toads warranted the use of deadly force. Turning his head to the side, Naruto swallowed audibly as he looked into the near endless darkness, with the light at the end being a terribly messy death. He was going to die. He was totally going to die. Any second now and he would become a pile of mush flattened against the ground. Naruto only hoped that after he died, he would be able to become a ghost so he could haunt the perverted old man as revenge. Pressing his shaking hands together, he squeezed his eyes shut and whispered a prayer before going through a series of hand seals. What were they again? Boar, bird, dog, monkey, ram? No. Boar, dog, bird, ram, monkey? No. Boar, dog, it was not working. Also, how in the world was he supposed to summon that red chakra that Jiraiya was talking about? It was not like he had a direct line to it. Somehow during his quick little moment in thought, he had flipped around in the air. Naruto's eyes widened, as the air stung painfully against his skin. The corners of his vision were starting to fade. He was blacking out. The shock was getting a bit too much for him. How was he ever going to become Hokage now? Feeling a subtle numbness wash over him, his eyes instinctively closed. As his muscles relaxed, the sensation of wind against his body slowly started to die down. He felt as if a veil of nothingness had suddenly wrapped itself around his body. Perhaps this was what people meant when they had told him that usually moments before one dies, they feel calmness as they were taken to the Pure Land? Reopening his eyes, he found that he was no longer falling to his death. The stinging sensation of the wind against him was replaced by the numbing sensation of cold water as he found himself lying in a shallow river. Wait, no, it was not a river. He was lying in a stream of water in some sewer. Crap, did this mean he had landed in purgatory? Slowly getting up, Naruto looked around through half-lidded eyes. The heaviness he had felt earlier had already begun to dissipate and he found that it was getting much easier to move around. Looking around, he confirmed that he was in some kind of sewer. Well, said Naruto plainly, his expression going blank as he continued looking around, I guess. I'm dead then. Even he did not expect himself to sound so monotone. Seeing that there was really only one direction to walk in, he took a step forward and began trekking his way through the tunnel. Hopefully he had not ended up in one of those old folklores where a dead person spends the rest of eternity walking to atone for their sin. Hopefully. You would think that the death god would at least furnish the place, muttered Naruto quietly as he took in his dank surroundings. Stopping abruptly to avoid slamming his face into a wall, Naruto narrowed his eyes when he saw the tunnel turn in another direction. Rounding the corner, Naruto was immediately met by a doorway with a large opened gate. Walking in, the doorway led to a much large room. So large, that it felt like he was standing at the entrance of a stadium. Right in the middle were a row of large, metal bars and right slap dab in the middle of those bars was a large piece of paper with the word seal on it in large bold letters. The sheer size of them sent a shiver through Naruto's spine. Whatever that was held behind them must be absolutely huge. Maybe that was where the death god kept all the souls of the dead. Turning around, Naruto began walking back only for the gate to slam closed in his face. Shaking slightly, Naruto timidly turned his head back to look at the metal bars. I don't want to die, began Naruto quietly, his eyes widening as the usual volume in his voice returned. I don't want to die. Oh God, why me? Cried Naruto loudly as he dropped down to his knees, his hands reaching upward to pull at his hair. I'm too young to die. I still haven't kissed a girl yet. I still haven't eaten enough ramen yet. Eesh, you're kinda pathetic, aren't you? Slowly getting back up, Naruto looked over at the metal bars where the voice had come from. Who are you calling pathetic? You, answered the voice, which sounded both deep and intimidating. Naruto did not even have to see the thing speaking to know that he, she, it, whatever it was pointing a finger at him. A very antagonistic finger at that. Forgetting the situation he was in, Naruto began loudly shouting at the voice. I'm not pathetic, retorted Naruto, pointing a finger back towards where the voice came from. Last time I checked, you still were, replied the voice. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. They continued bickering for a few more seconds before Naruto changed up his argument. Well, at least I'm not stuck behind a cage. Folding his arms, Naruto puffed out his chest confidently as he put on a victorious smile. He had shut that disembodied voice up for good. At least I got ramen in my cage? Naruto widened his eyes, letting out a quiet huh as he looked back at the metal bars. He then narrowed his eyes and went back to crossing his arms. Huh. As if I'd fall for a dumb trick like that. He heard a low growl. Look, just come in here. I promise I won't do anything to hurt you. Naruto quirked a brow, a bit of hope glinting in his eye. Really? Well, not too badly at least. Whatever hope inside of him vanished as he deflated. That's still not really convincing. Look, just get in here before I get any more ticked off by your monkey antics. Monkey antics, thought Naruto as he took a step forward. Who the heck is this guy calling a monkey? Alright, fine. I'll come in, replied Naruto, as he began walking forward. What other choice did he have? The only other direction to walk in was closed off. It was not like he wanted to just keep standing there forever. Looking up over at the paper seal once more, Naruto narrowed his eyes. Maybe he was not dead. Maybe he had actually finally found a way inside the seal that held the nine-tailed fox inside of him. Wait, that meant he was currently walking right towards the giant beast right now. He did not know whether that was a good thing or not. Too late to turn back now, murmured Naruto to himself as he slipped in between the bars. Squinting his eyes in an attempt to see through the darkness, Naruto called out to the voice, Alright, I'm in. Where are you? Near the back, answered the voice simply. It's too dark, replied Naruto, having already lost himself and was now rendered to having to flail his arms around in an attempt not to bump into anything. I can't even tell where the back is. Ugh, groaned the voice, just stop moving for a second. Hearing someone clap their hands, a sudden beam of light appeared in front of him, revealing the owner of the voice. Naruto felt one of his eyes twitch at what he saw. Ha, guess you were a lot closer than I thought. Naruto just continued standing there, both his eyes starting to twitch now as he stared wide-eyed at the figure. When the figure finally spoke up, the voice he had heard earlier which sounded deep and intimidating had immediately changed, remaining still somewhat deep but much more feminine and authoritative. Are you just going to keep staring at me or what? Pointing a finger, Naruto began stammering, Why you're a girl. The girl's cheeks went pink, but instead of melting into a shy, bubbly mess like a certain Hyunga, she instead grit her teeth and snarled, Well of course I'm a girl. Did it really take that long for your monkey brain to process that? But you're a cute girl, stuttered Naruto loudly, the blush on his cheeks spreading to other parts of his face. Why you've got long hair and? Asked the girl in an unamused voice. Why you've got boobs? You're naked, began Naruto only to widen his eyes in shock as realization hit him like a truck. The girl blushed, her brow furrowing as she raised an arm to cover her chest. Yes, well, that shouldn't be a surprise to you, since you've already stated that I'm a girl. Taking a deep breath to instill some calmness back into himself, Naruto folded his arms. You're the nine-tailed fox, aren't you? Yep, answered the girl plainly, a pair of fox ears suddenly sprouting out of her head between locks of her red hair, along with a set of 9 black-tipped tails that began growing rapidly out from her rear. Let out Naruto, not expecting her to be so nonchalant. What? Asked the girl harshly, wasn't it obvious enough? Aren't you supposed to be some giant demon fox? Asked Naruto, his shoulders sagging as he continued looking at the naked girl in front of him. She shrugged, yes, well. I only used that form to scare you monkeys away so I could have some privacy. Why do you keep calling humans monkeys? Because that's what you are, she answered plainly, all I see when I look at your kind are just a bunch of hairless monkeys dancing around. Naruto furrowed his brow, we're not monkeys. Humans and monkeys aren't anything alike. She gave him a look and Naruto took note of the small, passing glint in one of her gray eyes. It was as if she were debating whether or not to argue with him. Monkeys use their hands, yes? Pausing briefly, Naruto nodded. Humans use their hands, yes? Naruto nodded. Then you are one and the same. You are all monkeys to me. But don't you use your hands, since you decided to be in that form? Asked Naruto, tilting his head to the side. Yes, but instead of using my hands for stupid things like peeling bananas or pressing them together in weird shapes to perform hand seals, I actually use them to do important things, answered the girl. And what important things do you do with your hands? They're really useful for when I want to kill a lot of things very quickly, answered the girl bluntly, her lips curving upward into a small smirk, revealing a small fang. Giving her a blank expression, Naruto folded his arms before sitting down. Even at his much lowered height, the girl did not seem that tall. If he was standing, she might have been at least 10 centimeters shorter than him. Nine-tailed fox my ass. More like nine-tailed psycho girl? She is kind of cute though. Scratch that, she's really cute? Wait, no. Stop, Naruto. That's the nine-tailed fox you're thinking about? Well then. It seems I have won this argument, said the girl as he watched the boy go quiet, her chest puffing out slightly as she praised herself. It was the obvious outcome of course. No mortal could ever dare to win an argument with an immortal such as I. She then let out a laugh, which sounded more like a giggle. At least that was the way Naruto heard it. Taking a moment to look at the girl in front of her now that was utterly distracted by her small little victory, Naruto could see that she was rather small. She had a body similar to that of Sakura's but was way shorter. Plus her hair, which reached down to her upper back, was much darker than Sakura's, being dark red in color. One of the other differences between the height and hair color was that the girl was just a tad bit chubbier than Sakura, with a bit more meat on her arms, legs and other places. At long last, the girl had stopped laughing. While it felt like a minute had passed, she had only really laughed for 10 seconds. Where in the world did she keep all that air? Also, why did he come here again? Yes, well. Now that I've utterly destroyed you in debate, began the girl, brushing her hair to the side with her hand as she took a step towards him, what is it that brings my weak little monkey container to his powerful demon tenant? Oh yeah. I need to borrow some of your chakra, stated Naruto with a nod. Hummed the girl in response, suddenly going into a thinking pose with her chin resting thoughtfully on her hand. Nope. Just the way she brushed him off so nonchalantly. That was what really pissed him off. Don't you know what's happening? Cried Naruto loudly, immediately bolting back up. I'm falling to my death right now. So, if I die, you die. The girl's features darkened. He caught just a glimpse of something he did not really understand appear in her eye before she turned her head away from him. Now she was actually thinking. Her actual thinking pose was a lot less exaggerated than the pose she had struck earlier. As she continued thinking up a response, her tails curled around her, covering up her legs. It was kind of like they had a life of their own, acting complementary to their owner. We do not have to worry about that yet, replied the girl after a few moments of deep thought. Let out Naruto in response. Last time I checked, I was still falling off a cliff. This is your mindscape, stated the girl, raising a hand to gesture at the large space around them. In here, time moves exponentially slower. Think of it as a dream. Things move here as fast as the neurons in your brain can fire. 1 hour in here may or may not be a few minutes out there. And neurons? Asked Naruto, his tongue curling uncomfortably as he pronounced the word. She nodded. Yes. Okay then, replied Naruto as he looked around. So then how long do we have till I go splat on the ground? About half an hour, answered the girl plainly. What the heck are we supposed to do for half an hour? Asked Naruto loudly, the volume of his voice prompting the girl's fox ears to twitch in discomfort. We? There is no we. I'm going to get comfortable and spend the next 30 minutes watching you sweat, answered the girl with a chuckle. With a snap of her finger, a luxurious throne appeared behind her. The girl then promptly sat down and crossed her legs. It seemed that her nudity no longer embarrassed her as she watched him with a devious smirk on her face. Naruto looked at her with an unamused expression. His worry over whether or not he was going to die was overpowering his instinctual love for the female body. Somehow he doubted Jiraiya would have been able to come up with a plan to save his life if you just planted a naked woman in front of him. The humorous thought comforted him. Could you at least tell me your name? Her watchful gaze turned into a glare when he asked that question. Naruto quirked a brow. Did he somehow offend her with that simple question? You dare presume that you can ask me, the nine-tailed fox, a question without permission? The girl asked, her 9 tails suddenly raising by her sides like her serpents, each glaring at him along with her. Yes. Yes he did. Naruto shrugged, I guess. She slammed a small fist down onto the armrest before standing up and crossing her arms. Look, monkey, I have never given my name to anyone before and I refuse to do so now. Naruto closed his eyes in disappointment. You don't need to be such a bitch about it. What did you just say? Opening his eyes, Naruto felt a bit of fear lodge itself in the back of his throat as he saw the girl's expression. Completely devoid of mercy, possibly filled with disdain and just a few hints of contempt. There was also a lot of anger, but sometimes you have these moments where you find yourself completely ignoring the obvious. I didn't mean it, answered Naruto, raising both of his hands up defensively. That's not the way I heard it, retorted the girl, her glare intensifying, prompting Naruto to metaphorically shrink. You would do well if you were to treat me with more respect. I am 1,000 years plus your senior after all. 1,000 years my senior and you're still somehow shorter than me, replied Naruto with a sigh, his words prompting the girl to furrow her brow. Slap. His eyes widened as a stinging sensation suddenly appeared on his cheek. Then he felt a slight rush of wind against his body before a terrible pain on the side of his face as his other cheek collided against the floor with a thud. How in the world did a girl that small hit that hard? Then the pain kicked in and he found himself cradling the side of his face. Hopefully bruises in his mindscape did not translate to bruises in real life. Let that be a lesson to you. No one disrespects me, stated the girl lowly, her foot twitching slightly as she considered kicking him a few times while he was down. Feel lucky that this seal stops me from completely taking over your body or killing you. Ugh, you could have used your words instead of hitting me, replied Naruto with a groan as he slowly limped back up. Says the knucklehead brat, murmured the girl quietly. Hey, I'm not knucklehead. Last time I checked, words don't seem to get through to you. Eesh, let out Naruto in response. How much more time do we have? 15 minutes, she answered. I was sure that more time than that had passed, said Naruto as he rubbed the pain out of his cheek. Well, you were wrong, replied the girl bluntly. Why the hell are you so mean? Asked Naruto, crossing his arms as he turned around so that he could peer at the girl from the corner of his eye. She shot a look at him. Why do I need a reason to be mean? Retorted the girl, raising a hand to point a finger at him and then at herself. Why can't I just like being mean to you? That's still kind of a reason, replied Naruto, liking being mean to me. Then Naruto looked away before quietly muttering under his breath. Like how everyone likes being mean to me. What did you say? Asked the girl, taking a step forward. Speak up, monkey. Naruto looked at the girl. I didn't say anything. She furrowed her brow, her disappointment for his lack of an answer very evident on her features. When she opened her mouth to reply, her voice came out scarily deep and intimidating, just like it had before she had changed it. Why won't you tell me what you said? Naruto turned back around, a frown marring his features as he did so. Because I don't want to. Uttered the girl. Naruto chuckled, not used to someone saying no, huh? She crossed her arms, letting out a quiet humph in response as she glared at him. Her glare only intensified when he responded by giving her a smile. It was a full, warm smile that stretched to both sides of his face. Actually, scratch that. It would have been a warm smile if it was not so fake. What's with the smile, monkey? Asked the girl, her voice slowly getting quieter near the end of her sentence. Nothing, answered Naruto simply, smile still on his face. She narrowed her eyes before stepping backwards and sitting back down into her little throne. Her lips vibrated slightly as she let out a low growl. She did not like that smile. It was not honest. She wanted to keep calling him out on it, but there was just something so utterly heartbreaking about it. She sucked in her breath. Look, brat, you can drop the fake smile. Being dishonest with each other, especially with the situation we're both in, will only make it worse. His false smile dropped only for the corner of his lips to quirk back up ever so slightly. So since we're going to both be honest here, why don't you tell me your name? Asked Naruto, tilting his head to the side. I mean, you already know mine, right? He did not get a response. Right? Let out the girl, her toes pressing nervously into the floor as she squirmed slightly in her seat. You don't even know my name, do you? Asked Naruto, his words prompting a bit of pink to appear on the girl's cheeks. I stammered the girl, why would I need to know your name if I could just address you as monkey or brat? Naruto gave her a blank look, the dullness of his expression somehow hitting her harder than it would have if he were glaring or shouting at her. She swallowed audibly. So, what is your name then? Naruto Uzumaki? Ru. Too, said the girl, sounding out the syllables awkwardly. Why does your name remind me of food? He shrugged. I don't know. So since I gave you my name, why don't you give me yours? Asked Naruto, a bit of hope finding its way into his voice. Absolutely not. Well, why not? Asked Naruto, his voice getting louder as he threw his arms into the air. Because I don't want to, answered the girl simply with a smirk. Crap. Did she just use his own words against him? So why not, instead of begging me for my name, why don't we discuss the price of my power? What? Shouldn't we be talking about the price of you living inside of me? Retorted Naruto loudly. I mean, you are sealed inside me after all. Yes, but what do you have to give me? She asked as she summoned up a nail file before she began filing at her dainty fingernails. I'm already stuck inside of you and neither of us will be able to change that. You provide me with nothing and you dare ask me to pay you something? Naruto shrunk slightly in his spot as he sat down. I know what you and that old man were trying to do. If you want to summon up that toad, you're going to need my help, continued the girl, her smirk growing bigger and bigger as she continued talking. So what do you want in exchange for your chakra? Asked Naruto timidly, his shoulders deflating in defeat. He waited patiently for a response. He quirked an eyebrow at her silence. Head pats and belly rubs. Do I have to repeat myself? Naruto just stared blankly at her. Huffing quietly, the girl slid off her seat and began walking over to him. She reached forward, grabbing onto his wrist and eliciting a gasp out of him. Head pats, stated the girl as she bent over slightly to raise his hand to her head before lowering it and pressing it against her stomach. And belly rubs? It did not help that she over-enunciated every word as if she were speaking to a child. Did that get through your thick monkey skull? He frowned before jerking her hand away from him and standing up. Yeah, I got it. Yes, well, why did it take you so long? She asked. He shrugged. I just didn't expect the scary nine-tailed fox to be asking me for head pats and belly rubs. Puffing out her chest proudly, she placed her hands on her hips. Well, I'm a girl after all. I enjoy my head pats and belly rubs greatly. Yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my head around that, replied Naruto as he rubbed the back of his head, but I don't think all girls like head pats and belly rubs. Yes, well. Don't compare me to those other girls, Naruto, retorted the girl lowly. I may look like one of your female monkeys, but I'm not. Could have fooled me, muttered Naruto as he rolled his eyes. Eesh, let out the girl, crossing her arms as she gave him a look. You really don't know how to be respectful, do you? I mean, I see how you treat all the superiors in your life, like that old man in the white coat, and that white-haired man and now the current old man you're with. You never ever respect them? I don't really think Jiraiya deserves my respect, retorted Naruto, his words prompting the girl to quirk a brow. He's a pervert after all. She rolled her eyes. Yes, well. You get my point, don't you? He nodded. Yes, good, continued the girl as she looked down at him. Since you've decided to once again disrespect me, I will be adding foot rubs to the list of things you must do for me if you wish to use my power. He deflated. I also demand that you brush my tails whenever I order you to. And I also dash. All right, shouted Naruto loudly as he stood up. I get it. I'm falling to my death right now. So could you just help me now and I'll owe you something later? She smirked. Sure, we could always do it that way. He let out a relieved sigh. Finally. Now how do I get out of here so I can summon that toad? She did not respond. Instead, she walked up to him. The closer she got, the more nervous Naruto got. What was she doing? She raised a hand, eliciting a flinch out of him. It appeared the slap earlier had left a mark on him earlier. I'll see you later then. She then flicked him on the head, just like Jiraiya had, but instead of flying away, he blacked out. Reeling back into consciousness, Naruto's half-lidded eyes immediately burst wide open as he realized that he was back to falling to his death. Quickly pressing his hands together, he began running through the necessary hand seals to save his life. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Along with his own chakra, he suddenly felt a huge pressure burst through his chakra points. It was much more powerful than his own chakra and it sent goosebumps rising all across his skin. Narrowing his eyes, he focused. Ninja art, summoning technique, he cried as he extended his hand and activated the technique. Rock crumbled and broke apart as a large toad appeared out of nowhere. The sheer size of it creating a giant gap between the sharp rocks, creating a large thundering sound as huge stalactites fell to the ground. With a thud, Naruto landed on its back, somehow not going splat as the chubby back of the toad enveloped him. Success, cried Naruto as he raised a fist into the air. With that said, he blacked out. Chapter number 2, My Demon Tenant Loves Head Pats. Never in his life had he felt so tired before. That was the one thought he had in his head the moment he blacked out. The back of Gamabunta, the toad he had been lying on, had felt so good. Especially good after having to ride its back while it jumped around for the whole day. He had no choice but to black out. How many times had he blacked out that day? Once from falling into a cliff. Twice from immediately blacking out on the toad's back when he first summoned it. 3 times once he had finished rodeoing it. Sleep felt like absolute bliss. He really had to thank the person who invented it. Sadly though, what he was going through was not blissful sleep. Instead, he had been sucked back into his mindscape. To endure whatever horrors he would have to face once the nine-tailed fox had him in her clutches. What the hell are you doing here? That was the first thing she said to him when he saw her. She had said it in the most frigid voice he had ever heard. She had also glared at him too. All in all, it was quite a hostile way to be welcomed back into his mindscape. The demon girl was sitting on her throne with her legs crossed as per usual. The throne itself was exactly what you would expect from a demon, with its dark metal frame with dark ruby accents. The only thing really noticeable on it was the large cushion on which the girl sat on. It made her a little bit taller, but not really. It felt really out of place since the entire rest of the nine-tailed fox's jail cell was completely empty. Speaking of the nine-tailed fox, now that he was no longer worried about falling to his death, he could finally take a good look at her without feeling a surge of adrenaline pumping through his body. He had to say. She really did look cute. Like he had called her cute, but now that he was actually looking at her, he could tell that she actually was cute. The most adorable thing about her were her gray eyes. From where he was standing, he could catch just the slightest glint of blue floating around in her gray eyes. Maybe if he could get closer, he would be able to confirm that, but he seriously doubted she would let him get close enough to look into her eyes. Plus that would be seriously creepy. It was something Jiraiya would have done, but Naruto doubted that his perverted teacher would be focusing that much on the eyes. Most likely the perverted old man would have been staring at the girl's boobs. The next most apparent thing was her red hair. It was dark, looking almost like blood, albeit in a non-gross way. As in when it's red, not that weird dried brown color. It was also long, reaching all the way to her upper back and looked silky. The length of her hair seemed to be deliberate as the front was just long enough to cover up her chest. Thank God for that. If they were not covered, he would not be able to control himself. He absolutely did not want to get an erection in front of the nine-tailed fox. No doubt the embarrassment he would feel would drive him to insanity. The girl's face was also cute. Heart-shaped would be what he would call it. Chubby cheeks that were almost begging to be pinched and a cute little dainty nose that twitched every time she glared at him. Her forehead was noticeably less big than Sakura's. Whether that was a good thing or not, Naruto did not know. He did not dislike it though. The last thing was her body. Her body. Naruto really did not know the words to describe it. She looked soft, like she hardly ever exercised. Not that she was fat. She was slender. Actually she was pretty thin. Not as thin as Sakura, but thin in her own right. Her body was kind of like a combination of Sakura and Ino. Not overly thin and not overly feminine. He swallowed quietly. She was sorta his type. Face and body-wise at least. Personality-wise. Not at all. Well, maybe. He did like Sakura's personality after all. Except Sakura was give and take. All this demon girl did was take. At that moment, he wanted to slap himself for thinking such things about the demon who had literally, just a few years ago, killed hundreds of people in his village. Looking back at her, he saw that she was still glaring at him. She would have looked so much cuter if she was not staring daggers at him, but that was true with pretty much anyone. He was so caught up in his thoughts that when she finally spoke again, he nearly jumped. "Why are you staring at me?" she asked lowly, her tail swishing in front of her as if they were also offended by his staring. "You've been looking at me for about 20 seconds now." Naruto raised his hands up defensively and began sputtering. Sorry. I was just thinking and I guess I sorta just looked in your direction." She narrowed her eyes, obviously doubting his answer. "Yes, well, if you intend on thinking then look somewhere else while you do it." The girl paused for a second before continuing. "I can't stand being dirted by your disgusting monkey gaze." Ouch. That hurt? Now going back to my original question. What the hell are you doing here? "How should I know?" replied Naruto loudly. "I just blacked out again and found myself back here." Hummed the girl as she tilted her head slightly to the side and gazed elsewhere. "I had pulled you in back when you were falling down the cliff, but not this time." "Why are you here though?" He shrugged. "I don't dash." "I wasn't talking to you," interrupted the girl sharply. "I think out loud, so just shut up for a moment." Whatever retort Naruto had, he quickly swallowed it. Let out the girl once more before she began muttering quietly to herself. After just a few moments of quiet murmuring, she finally found the answer. "The reason why you found yourself back in here is that since I decided to pull you into your mindscape, this is now your default space that your mind wanders to when you're asleep." He blinked at her. "So I guess you can now call this place your dreamscape." He blinked once more. "Damn it, monkey. If you don't laugh at my joke, I will destroy you," threatened the girl loudly, her cheeks getting slightly pink as she leant forward and shouted at him. Naruto looked at the girl. Once he saw that she was serious, he let out a nervous chuckle. Luckily, the chuckle was enough to appease her. For the time being at least. Eesh. I put in just the slightest bit of effort to make you feel less offensive in my presence and all I get is a lousy chuckle, said the girl dramatically, leaning backwards and waving a hand in front of her face as if she were acting on a stage. "No matter," continued the girl as she straightened her back and went back to looking at him, "it seems that you and I will be spending a lot more time together." "Why is that?" asked Naruto. "Since you are currently dreaming," began the girl, raising her fingers and quirking them up and down as she said dreaming, "the time you're experiencing right now is a lot faster than it is outside your dreamscape." "Do you really have to call it dreamscape?" "I don't really want to have to remember another name for this place," interrupted Naruto, immediately sucking in a breath as she glared at him in response. "Yes. I want to call it dreamscape, so you will also call it dreamscape. Now, since when you sleep, you have multiple dreams, 3 to 5 a night exactly, but since I have a feeling you'll be in here for a lot longer than just one night's worth of sleep. So I guess you'll be here for around a dozen days?" "A dozen days?" cried Naruto loudly, his eyes widening at her words. She frowned, her brow furrowing as she looked at the boy in front of her, doing little to hide the disdain in her features. "Oi. You should be grateful to be able to stay 12 days in my presence. I usually kill monkeys like you before they even finish day 1. He swallowed audibly. Maybe it was not the best idea to anger her. He really did not want her to slap him again. I didn't mean it like that," replied Naruto with a stutter. "I would be glad to spend 12 days with you." She raised a brow. "Huh? I'm surprised you knew a dozen meant 12. You honestly did not look smart enough to know that." I'm smarter than I look, replied Naruto. You sure do, retorted the girl with a smirk. TCH, let out Naruto in response, crossing his arms as he looked at the girl with an annoyed expression. Ah, did I hurt your little monkey feelings? Asked the girl, puffing her cheeks out and emphasizing her words to sound more like a child. He held back an embarrassed blush before shaking his head. Humph, let out the girl sharply before quietly murmuring to herself, I was sure I'd get a better reaction out of him. Nothing. I was sure you said something, replied Naruto, craning his head slightly forward. Well then, you were mistaken, retorted the girl plainly. Naruto grumbled quietly in response, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked at the girl. She just would not quit being rude. You know. I still don't know your name. And you will never know my name, replied the girl simply, raising a hand to brush her soft hair. A monkey such as yourself does not deserve to know or utter the grand syllables that make up my name. I doubt it's that grand. I bet it's something really simple, retorted Naruto with a nod. It is grand. Grander than anything you monkeys could come up with, shouted the girl, placing her hands onto the armrests of her throne as she leaned forward. PSHSHSH. I bet the reason you don't want to give me your name is because you're embarrassed that it's actually super lame. My name is not lame, roared the girl fiercely as she shot out of her seat with her teeth grit in frustration. Could you please put on some clothes? Cried Naruto in response, his eyes widening as he got a full view of her naked body as her hair flew upward in response to her jumping out of her seat. No, replied the girl loudly, her cheeks turning a light pink as she shouted, I hate clothes. They're too restricting. Naruto looked at her. Too restricting, huh? I guess so. With that said, he began stripping, much to the chagrin of his spectator. What are you doing? Taking off my clothes, answered Naruto simply, the corner of his lip twitching as he held back a smirk. Why though? Asked the girl, her blush intensifying as she continued watching him. Because if you get to be naked, why can't I be naked? Replied Naruto, tilting his head to the side as he tossed his shirt to the side. Because why you're a monkey, retorted the girl, one of her tails quickly shooting forward and grabbing the shirt before it fell to the ground before throwing it back at Naruto. Please just put your clothes back on. But why? Asked Naruto, tilting his head to the side coyly as he catched his shirt. Why should I wear them when they're too restricting? She fumed at his words, raising a clenched fist as she glared at the boy. Just put your clothes back on. Only if you put some clothes on first, replied Naruto with a sheepish smile on his face. But. Ugh. Fine, relented the girl as she snapped her fingers solemnly. With a sigh, she summoned up a simple outfit for herself. A dark blue kimono with short sleeves and a hole in the back for her tails along with a long red scarf. Taking a step back, she looked down at her new clothes with disdain. She did not like them. Not one bit. Looking back up, she immediately flinched at the way Naruto was looking at her. See cute, uttered Naruto, his eyes widening slightly as he let the word slip out. Shut up, retorted the girl with a blush, feeling somehow even more naked with her clothes on. Stop saying things like that. You idiot. But why? Whenever I say things like this, you act all shy and cute instead of acting like a bit dash. Began Naruto only to stop himself. I'm not going to finish that sentence. You better not, replied the girl with a sigh as she gently scooted back onto her throne. If you ever call me a bitch again, I will force my chakra through the seal and overflow your chakra points until they burn out. Naruto swallowed quietly. Yeah. Well. I'll make sure I won't. Humph, grunted the girl in response. Now put on your clothes. Your weirdly muscular chest is grossing me out. Fine, replied Naruto with a shrug as he began putting his shirt back on. All was quiet for a little bit. During that time, Naruto decided to sit down. On her throne, she was an intimidating figure indeed. Not really. She was as intimidating as a person of her stature would be able to be. Which was only just a little bit intimidating. I hate clothes, whined the girl as she tugged at her kimono. Only inferior species wear clothes. You monkeys would die in the winters without these things, but demons like me would be just fine. Clothes aren't all that bad, retorted Naruto, glancing away for a second as he thought out the rest of his sentence. Us people, we like to use clothes to show off how much money we have and how important we are. Plus I'm sure you care about how you look like to other people. Usually only poor people wear nothing. Clothes make you look more important. Looking back at her, he waited for her response. I guess. Crossing her legs, she stopped tugging at her kimono. I guess. Clothes aren't that bad. I still kind of hate them though. What don't you hate? Asked Naruto, tilting his head to the side. I don't hate a lot of things, answered the girl curtly. Anything. Specifically. Why do you want to know? She asked, crossing her arms. I mean, it's kind of weird not knowing someone I will be spending the next 12 days with. Plus you're like the person closest to me, since you're kinda sealed inside of me, answered Naruto awkwardly, pausing occasionally throughout his sentences as she tried to speak as gently as possible. Hot. I am not used to having to hold a conversation for this long, stated the girl, holding a thoughtful hand to her chin. I usually kill monkeys like you before they have a chance to talk to me. Sadly, I do not have the choice of doing that with you, so fine. Take a seat and I will tell you the things that I like, continued the girl, lowering her hand before extending her legs out and giving them a good stretch. I'm kind of already sitting, replied Naruto, prompting the girl to roll her eyes. On a seat I mean? There's only one seat and you're sitting on it. He heard her groan. Ugh, here, replied the girl as she snapped her fingers, summoning up a simple stool for him to sit on. He looked at the stool. Then at her throne. Then at the stool. Then at her throne again. He then looked at her. Seriously? What? You think I'm going to summon up something this fancy for you? Retorted the girl, the tone of her voice actually questioning. A monkey like you should be grateful that I even put in the effort to summon you anything at all. Looking at the stool, he took a seat before sending her a frown. Thanks for the chair. You're welcome. Scooting forward on the chair, Naruto slowly got closer to the girl. He then rested his head in his hands and leaned forward. So what don't you hate? Blood, answered the girl casually before licking her lips. The smell of it is incredibly enticing. Naruto cleared his throat. Well. Anything else? The screams of those I slay. Some monkeys sound exceptionally pleasant when they scream. They howl on and on as I rip them to pieces, answered the girl, placing her hand on her heart and letting out a quiet sigh. I have dubbed them howler monkeys. I also enjoy the sight of the aftermaths of my rampages. Nothing says you own the world like a path of destruction behind you. Is there anything you like that doesn't have to do with killing people? Asked Naruto, his shoulder sagged as he looked at the girl with an incredulous expression on his face. She blinked at him. Well, of course. And they would be? Orange, answered the girl with a nod. My favorite color is orange. Naruto's eyes widened. Orange? My favorite color is orange too. The girl blushed. Did I say orange? I meant blue. Yes. I said blue. Not orange, stammered the girl, her blush spreading to her ears as she sputtered before the boy. Oh, replied Naruto quietly, so I guess that's why you made your kimono blue, huh? The girl frantically nodded her head. So what else do you like? Biting things, answered the girl. Bones are my go-to since they always have this satisfying crunch to them. Can you please not talk about bones like they are chips? She quirked a brow. Chips? What are chips? They're like thin potatoes that you fry up and they're all crunchy and crispy, answered Naruto, eliciting a bleg out of the girl. Oh. Monkey food. Sounds gross. Actually they're not that bad. They can get a bit oily, but they taste good, replied Naruto with a nod. Yes, they may be all fine and dandy for taste buds that belong to a monkey, but my tastes are much more refined. It has been at least a few hundred years since I have eaten something I found worthy for my delicate palate, retorted the girl, puffing her chest out and closing her eyes as she spoke proudly. You're really picky, huh? She huffed. No. I am not picky. I just have standards. Unlike you. I can think of a food that will satisfy your tastes, said Naruto, raising a finger, prompting the girl to quirk a brow. Oh? And what would that be? Ramen. Let out the girl as she tilted her head. Ramen? Naruto nodded his head repeatedly. MHM. Ramen. The most delicious food in the world. The most delicious food in the world, you say? Asked the girl, her tongue unconsciously extending outward to lick her lips. He nodded once more. Maybe when I get out of here, I'll find some of this. Ramen. You speak of, murmured the girl quietly. You won't regret it, replied Naruto, giving her a thumbs up and a smile. Yes, well, said the girl, her cheeks turning a slight pink as she glanced away. If it does not taste good, I'll make your kind repent for dirtying my taste buds by killing 1,000 children. You really are crazy, remarked Naruto as he gave her a disappointed look. I mean, we're talking about food and all you do is respond by how if this or that doesn't happen then you'll go around killing a bunch of people. I am not crazy, retorted the girl, looking back at him, her tail swirling around her angrily. You kinda are. I am not. You kinda are. I am not. R2. I am not. R2. I'm not crazy. Then why go spouting off stuff like that? Asked Naruto, tilting his head slightly to the side as he asked the question. Because. I don't know, answered the girl quietly, her ears sagging downward, along with her tails as she responded. She then deflated slightly, as her body relaxed against the comfy cushions of her throne. I don't know anything anymore. Being stuck in this cage all the time is driving me insane. I can almost feel my actual sanity seeping away with each passing day, cried the girl as she swooned to the side, into a position where she was laying sideways on her throne. I hate being stuck here. I want to be outside. Out there where I get to run around and be free. And kill people? I would even give up on that if it meant I could be free. You should have thought about that before you decided to go on a rampage through Konoha, retorted Naruto, crossing his arms and leaning back. It suits you right, getting sealed inside of me for actually trying to take down my village. The girl sniffed quietly, raising a hand to hold over her mouth as tears pooled on her eyelids. Oi, wait. Are you crying? She shook her head, and no. There's just something my eye. That was a blatant lie. Even he could see that. Taking a closer look, he could see the girl was trying terribly hard to keep the tears in. Her face was scrunched up and her cheeks were puffing out. He would have to admit, it was ridiculous for the nine-tailed fox to make. Then again, the way she puffed out her cheeks did look kinda cute. As a single tear found its way sliding down the side of her face, Naruto could not help but just feel the slightest bit guilty. Demon fox or not, he really did not like making people cry. Maybe he could try comforting her? No. That was a bad idea. She deserved to feel bad. If anything, he should be yelling at her for all the bad things she had done. Then again. Maybe not. He sighed, before slowly leaning forward. You okay? Does it look like I'm okay? Ugh, he instantly regretted opening his mouth. Well, I mean, you're crying. Oh please mouth, please do not keep opening by yourself was what Naruto must have been thinking at that moment. And no, I'm not, replied the girl, her moment of weakness allowing more tears to flow out. Come on. It's kinda obvious, remarked Naruto, earning him a tear-filled glare from the girl. If you admit to it, I'll pat your head. His words elicited a quiet gasp from the girl. Why you will. And I'll throw in a few scratches behind your ears, replied Naruto, giving her a smile. You're just trying to catch me off guard. You and your alluring words, retorted the girl through grit teeth, her resolve fading. His smile only grew wider. Okay. Just come here. Get on the throne. Let me sit in your lap. Oh okay, replied Naruto with a slight stutter as he got off his stool and walked over to her throne. With a few awkward shuffling of positions, the girl sat down gently on Naruto's lap. The first thing he noticed was how light she was. Then it was the insane softness of her kimono. He had actually widened his eyes at that. Your kimono feels like pillows, stated Naruto as he fought the urge to run his hands all over the crazy soft fabric. Of course, replied the girl, blushing furiously now that he could no longer see her face. Only the best for me, after all. Naruto nodded slowly, his lips curving upward into an awkward smile. Yeah. Only the best? What are you waiting for? Asked the girl. Pat my head already. All right, replied Naruto as he raised his hand and placed it gently on top of the girl's head. Let out the girl, her lower lip quivering slightly. God. It's been ages since someone has patted me on the head. Someone's actually patted you on the head before? Asked Naruto as he began softly running his fingers through her hair. Why yeah. I kept one of you monkeys as a slave once and had him brush the fur on my head, answered the girl, her tail sliding downward to wrap around the sides of the throne. Oh? What happened to him? He died, answered the girl simply, before shuddering slightly as one of his fingers brushed by one of her ears. How? I killed him. Why? Because he wasn't good at his job. Am I good at my job? Asked Naruto as he began patting her head with both hands. No, answered the girl, her eyes rolling slight back into her head as she bit down on her lower lip. Why you're awful at this. I would kill you but then I'd have no one to pat my head. Well at least I'm better than nothing, replied Naruto as he rolled his eyes. No. Why you're worse than nothing. Oh. Well. I guess I should stop patting your head then. And no. Keep petting me. I'm still not done being comforted. You must really love head pats, remarked Naruto as he began using both his hands to scratch behind her ears, prompting them to shudder and twitch. I love them, admitted the girl. They're the only thing that you monkeys can give to me besides belly rubs and massages. How long do I have to keep doing this? For 12 days? What? Ow. Ow. Not the EARS, cried the girl as Naruto tugged on her ears. They're sensitive. You'll pull them off. That's the point. Stop pulling on them. No. If why you keep pulling on them I'll. Chapter number 3, My Demon Tenant Slaps Really Hard. He could not remember the last time he had ever been this nervous. There had to be at least 1,000 people around him. It did not help that they were all spectating him and Niji. It felt terribly suffocating having 1,000 set of eyes on you. Like he was drowning in all the stares. With each new person he took in, the more and more metaphorical water pooled around him. He liked attention. But not this much attention. Naruto looked over at his opponent, Niji. He swallowed audibly. The fight that would happen soon would be difficult to win. Very difficult, since it was Niji, the guy who literally had no qualms about beating his own cousin, the innocent girl named Hinata, to near death. Niji was a cold-blooded killer. At least that was Naruto's opinion of him. He had prepared for this fight though. Unlike every other fight before this one, he had actually prepared. He did have 12 days to burn after all, and after that accident with the nine-tailed fox. Let us just say that they kept a bit of distance between them after that. The girl had literally summoned up a cage within her own cage to cage him for the whole 12 days. It was a cage created by the cage to cage the person who was caging her. It was a cageception. During those 12 days, the only thing he had to entertain himself with was conversation. Which he did not get for the first day. Never in his life had he ever met someone so stubborn. The girl had literally turned her throne around and occupied herself for hours just doing simple things like murmuring quietly to herself, brushing her tails or filing her nails. That had been the most boring thing he had ever experienced. It was so boring he felt that vomiting would have been a better alternative, because then he would at least not have to deal with the soul-sucking emptiness that came from not doing anything. It had been like the second or maybe the third day when the girl finally turned back around to face him. It was then that he discovered that her throne also functioned as a spinning office chair. What a truly functional throne it was. He wished he had one. When he became Hokage, he would get one for his office. Back to the point. The conversation had been something like this. Ugh, are you finally going to talk to me? Fufufu. It amuses me to see such a weary expression on your face. It was as if the very life was sucked out of you and then forcibly smushed back into you, answered the girl with a fang-revealing smirk as she crossed her legs. Yeah, whatever. I'm bored, replied Naruto, his voice less enthusiastic than it was a few days ago and a lot more hollow and drawn out. Well then you shall remain bored. That is your punishment fitting for how you humiliated me, stated the girl, letting out a light giggle as she finished her last sentence. Ugh, can we just forget about that? I got 10 or 9 days left in here. If I don't do something in the next hour, I'll end up dying of boredom and taking you with me. She widened her eyes and leant forward in her seat. You humans can die of boredom? Naruto suppressed a smirk before nodding and waving a hand over his face dramatically. Yes. Us humans are cursed with dying when we get too bored. TCH, inferior species, replied the girl, dipping her head for a moment before looking back up at Naruto. Fine. I guess it is my job to entertain you. Just know that if you overstep your bounds, I will destroy you. How am I supposed to step anywhere when you've got me stuck in this cage? Asked Naruto, tilting his head to the side coyly. Humph, grunted the girl in response, you raise a good point. For a monkey? Whatever. So how can I, the mighty nine-tailed fox, entertain my vassal? Asked the girl, her tail swirling around her slowly and curiously. Well, you know about the Chunin exams, right? She shook her head. Give me the quick version. Well, it's just this test where a bunch of people fight each other. He saw her eyes visibly brighten up. Oh, a fight? Between monkeys? Fine entertainment right there. I remember I once made 2 monkeys fight to the death. Then I killed the winner. Naruto groaned. Yeah, whatever. You do you. I have a fight against someone in a few days. Oh? And who would you be fighting against? This asshole named Niji, answered Naruto before crossing his arms. The girl quirked an eyebrow. Oh. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I gotta fight him. He's a really strong person, so I was thinking maybe you could help me out. Why should I help you out? Asked the girl, placing a hand on her chin as she smirked at him. It would be entertaining seeing you get humiliated. You're a proud person, right? Asked Naruto, prompting the girl to nod. You don't like losing fights, right? The only fight I've ever lost is against your damned 4th Hokage, answered the girl with a snarl, her brow furrowing as she remembered the man who had sealed her. Well, if I get beat up, doesn't it count as an indirect loss for you? He saw one of her eyes twitch. Huh? I never thought of it that way. It would be humiliating, even if it's just you getting beaten up, answered the girl thoughtfully as she nodded her head. Very well. I will grant you some assistance in your fight against that Niji fellow, continued the girl as she puffed her chest out proudly and placed her hands on her hips. Oh, then dash. If you lose though, I will never help you again. Naruto swallowed quietly. Yeah. Like I would ever lose to that guy. With his crazy overpowered instant muscle spasm touch of cousin-killing death. There was a moment of silence. I have no idea what the hell any of that means. I think it's called the gentle fist. The gentle fist. Sounds really dumb. How would a gentle fist kill cousins? Said the girl before she looked into Naruto's eyes. with every passing generation, you monkeys make less and less sense to me. How so? It made more sense back when all you monkeys would do is grunt and howl. That was something I could understand, explained the girl. Now you decided to come up with language. Do you know how many years it took me to understand that nine-tailed fox meant me? Naruto shook his head. About 31 years? Aha. Yes, well, you monkeys then decided to create villages. It was much easier getting around when I did not have to walk around a village. Back then, the monkeys would all quickly pack up their animal hide shelters whenever I was nearby. The girl then sighed. Back then you monkeys had courtesy. I would walk in, you would all disperse, it was a simple relationship. Okay. Yes, well, then you monkeys had to create techniques using your chakra. You know easy it was to kill monkeys when they did not shoot fireballs or throw chunks of rock at you? How much EAS dash? A whole lot easier. There was a moment of silence. Yes, now that you've learned how much better it was back when you monkeys were more primitive, we can now return to the topic of how I will be helping you beat your opponent in this Chunin exams of yours, with his crazy, overpowered, instant muscle spasm, touch of cousin killing death. The girl then coughed. Gentle fist? Naruto gave her a sheepish smile as he chuckled nervously. Yeah. Okay. I have a plan, stated the girl with a nod. That quickly? Asked Naruto, tilting his head slightly to the side. Yes. Okay, so what's the plan? Slap him. Slap him. What? Slap him. Pardon. I said slap him. I heard you the first time, but I have no idea what you mean by that, retorted Naruto, bolting up only to slam the top of his head into the cage. Ow. Humph, a fitting punishment for a monkey that dares talk back to me, stated the girl dismissively as she turned her head and let out a sharp humph. Ugh, okay, whatever. Why should I slap him? Asked Naruto as he rubbed the top of his head, his teeth slightly grit. Why are you even asking that question? Asked the girl in response, her furrowed brow telling him that she was actually confused. You know how powerful my slaps are, right? He shuddered at the memory and nodded. He had in actuality been slapped twice by her. Once for being rude and the second right after the whole ear-pulling accident. Then it should be obvious that as my container, the mighty slap of the nine-tailed fox would have been transferred to you. I don't think that's how it works, replied Naruto hesitantly. Well, why don't you try it out? On who? Hummed the girl in response. It seems like there is only us here. Okay. It seems there is no other option, began the girl dramatically before taking a deep breath. You must slap me. What? Yes, I know. It must pain you greatly to know that you must lay your hand on someone as beautiful as me, but it must be done, replied the girl dramatically as she let out a quiet gasp. But this is the only way for me to prove my point. Are you sure? Yes. I am sure. Do it now before I change my mind, answered the girl, turning her head to the side to avoid having to witness his hand slam into her before she snapped her fingers and dispelled the cage around Naruto. All right then, since you insist, said Naruto, the corner of his lip curving upward into a smirk as he rolled up one of his sleeves. Walking up to the girl, Naruto could see just the faint telltale signs of anxiety. The small little droplet of sweat that was slowly sliding down the side of her head. The slight quivering of her lips. The little hum she did in the hopes that it would calm her nerves. He felt his smirk grow wider. This was going to be good. Raising his hand, he brought it down swiftly. Wait, cried the girl suddenly, just in time for him to stop his hand before it connected with her cheek. What? Asked Naruto impatiently, letting out a quiet huff as he looked down at the girl. Isn't there any other way? Asked the girl, her eyes slightly glistening as worried tears pooled on her eyelids. This was your idea though, answered Naruto, tilting his head slightly to the side. Are you telling me that the nine-tailed fox enjoys going back on her word? No. And no. I don't, replied the girl, her cheeks turning a light pink as she continued speaking. It's just that. Will it hurt? I'm slapping you. Of course it's going to hurt. She looked up at him before taking a deep breath. Okay. Do it. Doing as he did earlier, Naruto raised his hand and brought it down swiftly towards the girl's face. Why dash? Bleg. She did not get to finish her sentence before Naruto's slap sent her flying out of her throne, into the air and then onto the ground with a loud thud. Naruto looked at her, then at her hand, then back at her, then back at his hand. Whoa. Wo is right, replied the girl, her teeth grit as she picked herself off the ground. Woe is my face, for the pain I feel right now is immeasurable. Are you okay? Do I look okay? Shouted the girl in response, raising both of her hands to comfort the burning sensation on her cheek as tears threatened to appear. My face hurts, whined the girl, sniffling quietly before snapping her fingers softly, summoning up a comfy-looking bed. I don't think I can go on. Do you plan on sleeping till the pain goes away? Maybe I'll just sleep forever. Maybe then I will never have to feel pain that great ever again, answered the girl dramatically before she swooned onto the bed. Monkey. Come over here. Why? You dare ask why? Consider it my last dying wish. I don't think you're dying. I'm not, which is why I asked you to consider it. Now just get over here. I have a feeling you're going to try and slap me to get revenge, stated Naruto as he crossed his arms. No. I do not have the energy to do that. Your slap has truly sapped me of my power, replied the girl as she rolled on her bed, wrapping the blanket around her until she resembled a sushi roll. I just want you to caress the pain in my cheek away. You know this sounds kind of weird, right? Yes, answered the girl with a snarl, her cheeks turning pink. I do. But the pain is not going to go away by itself. Give it some time, I'm sure it will go away, replied Naruto. Can you just please? Asked the girl, blushing softly as she pulled her arm out of the blankets and placed it on her cheek. It hurts. I still think it's a bad idea. Here I am, the nine-tailed fox, asking you kindly to rub her cheek, and this is how you respond? Began the girl with a pout. I'm hurt. You would think a monkey would have more respect for an immortal being such as myself. Naruto narrowed his eyes before rolling them. Fine. Yay. Air. I mean, let out the girl accidentally, her blush spreading to her ears as she tried to correct herself. I mean. Yes, of course you would eventually comply to my commands. It is only natural since I am obviously vastly superior to you in every possible way. He looked at her for a second, an incredulous expression on his face before he shrugged and rolled his eyes. Whatever. Let's just get this over with. Sit here, where I can see you, instructed the girl, pointing to a somewhat empty space on the bed. All right, replied Naruto, doing exactly as the girl instructed him to. Okay, now rub my cheek with this, said the girl, summoning up a small bag of ice and handing it to him. He took the bag of ice and began rubbing it gently against the cheek he had slapped. With every soft brush, the girl sighed happily as the cool ice soothed the stinging sensation on her face. You do your job well. Monkey praised the girl begrudgingly, prompting Naruto rolls his eyes. When will you stop calling me monkey? I think you've only said my name once. The girl pouted. Monkey only has 2 syllables. Your name has 3. Efficiency is best. Okay. Efficiency, remarked Naruto. Well, if we're going to talk about it that way. Why can't you tell me your name? I'm sure your name has less syllables than nine-tailed fox. It does, replied the girl, but why should I give you my name? Maybe if you give me your name, we can actually move this thing we have together past Container and Tenant? What do you mean by that? Maybe we can become friends? She looked at him for a second. Then she began laughing. It was not gradual either. One second she was staring at him with a straight expression on her face, and the next she was laughing so hard that tears began pooling on her eyelids. In between moments of laughter, she would mix in a few squeaks of pain as her laughing strained her cheeks. That's funny, the girl managed to let out. I always knew why you monkeys were funny. But that is hysterical. All he could do was stare at her with an annoyed expression on his face. He could feel one of his eyes twitching. Without a second thought, he pressed the bag of ice harder against her cheek. Haha. Oh wow. What the hell do you think you're doing? Naruto did not respond. Instead, he just continued pressing the bag of ice into her face. Hey, brat. You're really starting to hurt me. Man, she really was hopeless. Ow. Please. No more. My cheek. You would think that the nine-tailed fox would have at least been a bit more understanding, but no. Damn it, monkey. I'll kill you and you don't stop. Maybe just a bit more scary too, but no. She had given him some ideas on beating Neji though, which might have made the whole dozen-day ordeal of having to stay in his dreamscape worthwhile. Maybe. He would actually need to get close enough to Neji to slap him to see if it would actually work. Which brings us back to the present. The crowd was gradually getting more and more antsy as they cheered loudly at the arena below. The fight was going to begin any second now. Naruto looked at the sleazy-looking proctor, taking just a quick moment to notice the huge bags underneath his eyes. Why did the guy look so sleep-deprived? Wait, no distractions. He had to focus on Neji. Forcing his eyes back onto his opponent, Naruto swallowed quietly. The guy looked scarily calm, with the only bit of emotion showing being the tiny smirk he had on his face, which no doubt meant he was looking forward to beating the absolute tar out of him. If Neji nearly killed Hinata, who was related to him, what was going to happen to Naruto, who was not related to him? Naruto really did not want to know. Get ready, said the proctor, taking a step back before squatting down on his knees. Naruto stiffened and narrowed his eyes before slowly getting into his stance. Neji did the same, except his execution was a whole lot smoother, borderline perfectionist by the way he slid so easily into it. Naruto felt just a bit of annoyance when he saw Neji smirk at him. Man, on the list of people he really did not like, Neji was way up there along with Sasuke. Which was saying something, because he really did not like Sasuke. Begin. Wait, what? Crap. He spent too much time thinking and now Neji was charging at him. W.O. let out Naruto as he stumbled backwards, just in time to dodge a jab towards his neck. This guy was actually trying to kill him. Naruto grit his teeth. He was not going to become one of those people in those weird action stories where they get poked by some mysterious death tap and end up having their heads explode. If anything, he would be the one making heads explode. He just really needed to slap Neji. You are quick, I will give you that, stated Neji as he dashed in for another strike. And you look like a girl, retorted Naruto, taking just a bit of pleasure from seeing the Hyuga scowl at him. You will regret saying that. I don't think I will, replied Naruto with a confident smile as he jumped a couple of feet back and formed a hand seal. The plan was simple. Swarm Neji to the point of exhaustion with shadow clones. Then rush in to deal the fate-sealing slap of doom. It was a good plan. Maybe. Multiple shadow clone technique. Good thing the arena they were fighting in was huge, because there had to be at least 200 Narutos that suddenly popped into existence. Their sudden appearance elicited a loud roar of approval from the crowd. They were so loud that their volume was almost deafening. It took a long while for the crowd to shut up. Like 20 seconds. Where the hell did they get all that air to do all that cheering? Don't think that mere numbers will grant you victory, stated Neji, an undaunted expression on his face, the corner of his lip curving upward into an almost excited smile, since it will be fate that decides the winner of this battle. And fate has decided that the winner will be me. Like hell, retorted Naruto, raising his arm like an officer preparing to order his men into battle. By the end of this, you'll be wishing that fate didn't put you up against me. With that said, he waved his arm down and unleashed his clone army onto Neji. For some strange reason, Naruto felt as if, for just the quickest of moments, that he had just been teleported to a galaxy, far, far away. You'll never beat all of us, shouted Naruto as his clones charged towards the Hyuga. The first wave of clones were immediately decimated. Wiped out of existence by Neji's gentle fist. Despite this, the large army of clones continued pressing on. Their numbers were so numerous that their chakra points made up an impenetrable wall, making it extremely hard to discern who was actually the real Naruto. It was really starting to tick Neji off that his Byakugan was not delivering him instant victory. On the other hand, the whole situation was really starting to boost Naruto's ego. This was his chance. Neji was distracted. He could just sneak up on him and it would be so easy. The anticipation was killing him. Naruto really just wanted to smack the complete crap out of that guy's fate-loving face. Neji really deserved it too. Jumping towards the Hyuga, Naruto had a few of his clones jump up with him in an attempt to disguise himself among them. I got you now, shouted Naruto as he brought his hand up. The last thing Neji saw was Naruto's foxy grin flying downward toward him, before Naruto's hand sailed into his face. What is this, thought Neji, the world around him slowing down as Naruto's slap made contact with him. How did he beat me? And maybe fate isn't all it's cracked up to be? Bleg. That was the sound Neji made as he flew off to the side, crashing through multiple shadow clones until he dropped to the ground and began rolling all the way until he smacked into the wall with a thud. He had tried getting up, only to drop back down and curl up in a fetal position. One of his hands may or may not have drifted towards his face in order to soothe the terrible stinging pain. The crowd went silent. Naruto dispersed his clones, revealing the proctor who had been sitting patiently in the same spot while the whole match had gone on. How he did not drown in the sea of Naruto earlier, no one knew. It was a thing that was better left unexplained. The match goes to Naruto. The arena was then again drowned in the loud, roaring cheer of the spectators. Raising a fist into the air, Naruto celebrated his victory by flashing a big smile at the people watching him. Maybe this level of attention was not so bad after all? Hopefully he did not turn into Sasuke though. He may be a bit cocky, but he was not that cocky. Unbeknownst to him, deep down in his dreamscape, there was another person watching him. Well, watching through him since she could not really watch him through a third-person perspective. The nine-tailed fox was currently seated in a much less royal-looking throne than before. Instead of being dark with red accents, it was now what appeared to be an orange sofa chair, with a ton of blankets. She had obviously dug herself deep into them, wrapping them all around her, turning her into a snuggled-up mountain of blankets with only her face showing. Good job, praised the girl quietly. Then she hesitated, taking a moment to look around before finishing her sentence. Naruto. Chapter number 4, My demon tenant is being nice to me. It was quite rare for him to ever feel desolate. He never liked to act sad around people. If he just kept up a smile, then they would smile back at him and that would usually lift his spirits up. But this was pain that he had never experienced before. As if the world wanted him to feel even more down, it had decided to cry along with him and the rest of Konoha at the funeral. Some may have said that this was a sign that the man they mourning was so great that his death affected the entire world. Naruto did not really like overthinking ways like that. It was simple really. He had lost one of his precious people. During the funeral, he had accompanied his fellow mourners in silence. He had never been to a funeral before. He had to refrain from looking around. It was much more respectful if he stood there like everyone else, but what he really wanted to do was to drop to his knees and cry out at the heavens in the hopes that Sarutobi would be able to hear him. It was strange. He had never really acknowledged the Pure Land before, but now that he knew that someone close to him was now residing up there, he found himself thinking about it a lot more. He had decided to leave right after the funeral was over so that he could head back to his apartment. It was strange that during everything, he had felt surreal, especially during the battle against Shikaku, and it was now that exhaustion decided to hit him. The moment he entered his home, he flung himself onto the bed and fell asleep, wet morning clothes and all. Through all the discomfort, Naruto found himself too lazy to change. He just wanted to lose himself in a few days' worth of conversation with his tenant. At this point, he cared very little for who he talked to. As long as it would not bite him in the ass later, it was all fine with him. The nine-tailed fox was perfect for this. First, she would not be able to tell anyone about the impending breakdown he was going to have, and second, she was just something pretty to look at. Being the somewhat young boy that he was, it was really just the simpler things in life that made him happy. Things like ramen and cute girls. The nine-tailed fox was a very cute girl. If he told anyone that, they would have called him crazy or insane. It made him feel kind of special that he knew something that no one else knew. Like he was the keeper of secrets. Are you going to say something, or are you just going to stand there like an idiot? The nine-tailed fox was also a very rude girl. Which was the complete opposite of what he wanted to experience at the moment. He felt one of his eyes twitch in response to her words. He was not in the mood for this. It felt like there was this suction in his chest that kept his lungs from working right because he found himself unable to speak. Was it from anger or sadness? He did not know. Hello? Did your monkey brain short-circuit? Asked the girl, as she leant forward and made a false worried expression. His hands clenched tightly into fists. The simple action prompted the girl to quirk an eyebrow. Did something happen? Naruto wanted to laugh. It was as if she actually put some sentimentality into those words. Yes. Something happened, answered Naruto, the dullness of his voice prompting the girl's eyes to widen slightly in surprise. The nine-tailed fox swallowed quietly and leaned back into her seat. How was she to approach this? She was an intelligent individual and she knew that the next thing she did would decide the rest of their little relationship. She liked it the way it was currently, with him at her beck and call, with her occasionally throwing a bit of power at him. It made her feel needed. Something she found felt absolutely wonderful. She would never admit that to him though. If she screwed this up, Naruto was no doubt going to stop coming to her for help and then she would once again be alone. Alone. Loneliness was a bitter pill to swallow and she did not intend to take in anymore. She much preferred the sweet taste of candy. Not that Naruto's company was candy or anything. He was a disgusting monkey after all. Is it your turn to short-circuit? Ha, you've been sitting there murmuring for like a minute, replied Naruto as he took a step forward. Something about pills and candy? The girl waved her hand dismissively. Just ignore all that and come here. Oh? He took another step forward. Why should I? You clearly have something weighing on your mind, answered the girl before snapping her fingers and summoning up another throne for him to sit on. So as the nine-tailed fox and your tenant, I will spend some of my precious time to hear you out. A throne? Not a stool this time. Consider it a kindness I have rewarded you for showing Shikaku that the nine-tailed fox is not to be messed with, even if it was just my container that defeated him, praised the girl, giving him an approving nod. He looked at the throne before looking back at the girl. Right? Come on, sit, insisted Yoko, gesturing with both of her hands openly. Naruto complied, slowly walking around to the front of the throne before sitting down on it. A pleasant shudder ran through his body as he realized that just like the girl's throne, his throne was also incredibly comfortable. The two thrones were nearly alike, one of the main differences being the color. The girl's throne was dark metal with ruby accents and his was a dark blue with orange accents. There was one thing that he was really looking out for though. It was whether or not his throne swiveled. He pressed a foot against the ground. Yes, his throne did indeed swivel. It was a +1 in his book of opinions for the girl. Comfy chair, ain't it? Asked the girl with a smug smirk on her face. Naruto nodded. Now please tell me what's been weighing you down, suggested the girl calmly, her expression turning soft as she spoke, which somehow made her words feel a lot more tender than they probably were. He looked at her for a moment. On one hand, there was the chance that he would be able to have some nice conversation to help him feel better, and on the other hand, there was a chance that the girl would mock and shame him. Screw it. At this point, he would be satisfied with spilling his emotions to an actual fox. Naruto took a deep breath. One of my precious people died. The girl widened her eyes. Who was it? My old man. Your old man? Your father. Naruto shook his head. No. My sort of adoptive grandfather. Sort of. He would occasionally visit me in the orphanage and eventually bought an apartment for me. He's given me everything I own, answered Naruto, prompting the girl to nod her head in understanding. What kind of a man was he? Asked the girl, tilting her head slightly to the side. He was the Hokage. The girl widened her eyes as she clicked her tongue. She was obviously impressed by the connections he had. The Hokage, huh? That's impressive. You must have been one important monkey to have garnered his attention, praised the girl in a somewhat backwards fashion. So, she paused for a quick moment. How did he die? They told me that Orochimaru had managed to isolate him, answered Naruto, the lower part of his face tensing awkwardly as he pronounced isolate, and during the battle, he used this weird technique that made the other Hokages come back to life. That's how he was able to kill him. She did not bother to ask him who Orochimaru was. He probably did not want to go into detail on the murderer of one of precious people. The girl whistled. He must have been a very strong monkey if it took all that to finally take him down. Naruto let out a quiet chuckle. Yeah, he was. I think someone told me that he even had a contract with the monkeys. A monkey summoning monkeys, remarked the girl almost thoughtfully. Sounds like monkeyception to me. Her words elicited a chuckle from the boy, who then proceeded to curve his lips upward into a small smile. Oh? Have I cheered you up? Naruto nodded. You have. Feeling that her job was finished, the girl leaned back into her throne. Perhaps now was a good time to ask for a few headpats as a reward, or maybe even some tummy rubs. She was feeling just a tad bit greedy, so maybe she could add in a foot massage. She smiled at the thought, letting out a quiet hum of amusement as she thought of all the ways she could get him to reward her. Wait, no. She was going to reward him. It was an honor for a monkey such as him to touch her. The only reason she was letting him touch her was because there was no one else to pat her head, or give her belly rubs or comb her tails. It was not like she liked him or anything. You know, I kinda like this side of you, said Naruto after a moment of silence. How so? Asked the girl carefully, turning her head slightly and looking at him from the corner of her eye. You sound like you actually care about me, answered Naruto, the corners of his eyes crinkling up as he gave her a genuine smile. The girl's eyes widened ever so slightly before she quickly placed both of her hands on her cheeks to hide her impending blush. That smile literally had the power to quell her hate for monkeys. She would bet 2.5 of her tails that his smile would have done the same for all the other tailed beasts. She would never let them see it though. Naruto's smile was for her and her alone. She would never admit that to him though. Her pride would never let her. She would have to shut down any notion he had of her caring for him, or else he would never let her live it down. Well, I don't actually care about you, stated the girl, her voice shaking ever so slightly. I'm just aiding in the recovery in your emotions so you don't go out there and do something stupid that'll kill the both of us. Naruto chuckled. Right? There's no way I could ever possibly care about you. You're a monkey, continued the girl, squeezing her eyes shut as her blush spread from her cheeks to her ears and the sides of her forehead. Naruto leaned forward. Come on, admit to this poor monkey that you at least care a little about him. And no. Why not? Asked Naruto, tilting his head to the side in curiosity. My pride won't let me, answered the girl quietly, her tails wrapping around her defensively. There was a moment of silence. The girl looked over at Naruto and saw that he was pouting at her with wide eyes. Holy crap, those eyes were so blue. The shade really reminded of her Matatabi's, the two-tailed beast's fur. Perhaps she could entertain him just a little? The girl then cleared her throat. Fine. Alright then, monkey. I will admit that deep down, I have a tiny little part of me. A part so small that it makes a bug look huge. That small, tiny, insignificant part cares just slightly about you. She had not meant to stutter. Naruto smiled at her. Really? Rolling her eyes, she nodded. Really? So, since I'll be in here for a while, what should we do to pass the time? Asked Naruto with a small smile, the conversation having cheered him up. I want you to give me head pats and belly rubs. Why do you only ever ask for head pats and belly rubs? The girl placed a finger on her chin and glanced to the side in thought. Hummed the girl pensively. I ask for them because I like them. Why do you like them? Because they make me feel good. What? Asked the girl innocently, her ears folding downward as she tilted her head. Could you say that again? The girl narrowed her eyes, because they make me feel good. Say it just like the first time, replied Naruto with a nod, but like with more energy. What, you want me to raise both my hands, make peace signs and stick out my tongue as well? Asked the girl with a snarl. You disgust me. Naruto chuckled. Hey, it was just a joke. So how about that head pat? Belly rubs too. Yeah, alright, replied Naruto with a smile before he tapped his lap. Come here. Okie dokie, said the girl in response as she slid off her throne and jumped up onto Naruto's lap. Oof, groaned Naruto as her tailbone hit his stomach. Steady there. You're not as light as you think you are. His words prompted the girl to slowly turn her head towards him. It was as if her neck was suddenly running on gears as it rotated toward him shakily. She glared at him menacingly from the corner of her eye. What did you just say about me? Naruto swallowed quietly. Him and his big dumb mouth. Sorry, apologized Naruto awkwardly, giving the girl a sheepish smile. She turned her head back and let out a quick humph. Just begin patting my head. Okay, replied Naruto as he raised both hands and planted them softly on the girl's head, right behind her ears. Ooh, did I do something wrong? Asked Naruto as he rubbed gently. No. Not at all, answered the girl as she tilted her head back slightly, just enough to feel a bit more pressure from Naruto's hands. Please continue. Alright, replied Naruto as he began patting her head, his eyes widening slightly as she saw the way the girl's ears twitched every time his fingers got close to them. He liked this. This was enjoyable. It was also kind of weird. Like it felt good, her hair was silky and soft, but it was kinda awkward listening to all the little cute sounds she made. Naruto wondered if she knew she was making them? If she did, Naruto really did not know what to think of that. If she did not, he also really did not know what to think of that. Move one hand down and rub my belly. Oh yeah, right? Belly rubs. Moving a hand down, he began gently rubbing her belly. His eyes narrowed. His hand had never ever gotten this close to the breasts of a girl before. He swallowed audibly. No bad thoughts. No lewd thoughts. Clean mind. Clean mind. He repeated that mantra in his head over and over again. The sounds the girl made did not help him whatsoever. Praise me, ordered the girl, prompting Naruto to widen his eyes. What? Just do it, replied the girl as she closed her eyes and bit her lower lip. Ah. Good girl, said Naruto awkwardly, tilting his head slightly to the side in an attempt to capture the girl's reaction. Am I? Naruto quirked a brow. Yes, I think that you're a good girl. The girl smiled in response. Now that Naruto thought about it, she really was not human. No human in their right mind would want to spend hours having their head patted. They would much prefer to do other things. The girl felt more of like an intelligent pet than a human with traits from a fox. Say good job for killing all those monkeys. What? Good job for killing all those monkeys, praised Naruto, putting as much sentimentality into his words as possible. Her tails, having previously been laying flat on his lap and draped to the sides, suddenly sprung up at his words and wrapped around his waist, prompting him to gasp and widen his eyes. They were so fluffy. So damn fluffy and soft. Like clouds. They were clouds made of red chakra. Everything about her was soft. Except for her slaps, but that was obvious. Was this how girls like Sakura and Ino felt like? Yuve stopped praising me, said the girl bashfully with a pout, turning her head to look at him. Oh, sorry, apologized Naruto, you know. You're actually really cute. The girl scoffed. Yeah. You tell me that a lot. I don't want that kind of praise though. What's wrong with being called cute? Well, began the girl with a slight blush on her cheeks, cute is a word you use for baby monkeys. Plus. I don't want to say. Can you please tell me? Asked Naruto, leaning forward so that she would be able to see his smile. Damn nice idiot, murmured the girl quietly before clearing her throat. Every time you call me cute. My cheeks feel weirdly hot and I get all fuzzy, stated the girl slowly, her hand subconsciously moving to hold on to the hand that Naruto had on her stomach, prompting the boy to widen his eyes. I've never felt this way before. You've never blushed before? Blush? Is that what this is? Naruto nodded. Yeah. TCH, grunted the girl with a small frown, your monkey traits must be rubbing off on me. Blushing is only done by the weak. I don't think so, disagreed Naruto, blushing is only natural. Everyone does it. Heck, even Kakashi does it, but only when he reads his porn. This Kakashi fellow sounds like a sleazebag, stated the girl, prompting Naruto to laugh. He's not that bad. All monkeys are bad. He is that bad, replied the girl firmly. What about me? Asked Naruto, tilting his head slightly to the side as he quirked an eyebrow. You're not that bad. You're still bad. Just slightly better than the rest? Naruto smiled, the sudden enthusiasm he felt surge through him immediately transferring through his hands and into the head pats and belly rubs he was giving the girl. That's good enough for me. Why yeah, whatever. Good for you, replied the girl, one of her eyes flinching shut as Naruto's expert head pats got to her. As Naruto continued patting her head, he unknowingly grazed the IRL's ear with his finger, eliciting a squeak from the girl. Monkey. Ears off limits. Why? Why you know what happened last time, retorted the girl, her tail subconsciously tightening around Naruto's waist ever so slightly. Yeah, I do, replied Naruto, a shudder running through him as he remembered how hard she had slapped him that day. So are they like sensitive? There was a moment of silence. Super sensitive, admitted the girl, her ears drooping to the sides in defeat. Like do they hurt when I touch them? Asked Naruto with actual worry in his voice. Like is it similar to how you should never touch a dog's tail? The girl shook her head with a furious blush adorning her cheeks. It took only a few seconds, but Naruto's eyes widened considerably when he realized what she meant. So it's like that, huh? Asked Naruto, prompting the girl to nod ashamedly. Now you know. So don't act stupid and don't touch them unless I tell you to. Don't worry, I won't, replied Naruto with a smile as he nodded. Yeah, we'll see about that. A moment of silence passed over, during which Naruto leaned forward so that he did not have to strain as much to apply the appropriate amount of pressure that the girl wanted in her head pats. In the position he was in, he could just barely pick up the scent of the girl's hair. It smelled like the rain. It was calming and serene, which was like the exact opposite of her personality. He thought it was an ironic combination. As he continued patting the girl's head, her tails had coiled around him tighter and tighter. It was really starting to get uncomfortable. Your tails. Your tails are crushing me. See, can't stop them. Why? They have a mind of their own. Can you tell them to loosen up? Asked Naruto before he swallowed quietly. The girl sighed, fine. She then turned her head to look at her tails. Nines. Let go of the monkey. You're crushing him. They did not respond at first. In fact, they actually tightened in response to her words, eliciting a groan of discomfort from Naruto. I don't care if you like the boy. Let go of him, ordered the girl, prompting Naruto to quirk an eyebrow. The tails finally relented and loosened up, to which Naruto sighed in relief, finally. Also. Nines. The girl blushed, I got 9 tails. What did you expect? Naruto shrugged in response. So are we going to do anything else or are you going to have me give you head pats and belly rubs for 3 days? I don't know, answered the girl with a shrug, I guess all we got to do in here is talk. That's nice, replied Naruto, it's nice having someone to talk to about things. There was a moment of silence. It gave the girl just enough time to think about the boy behind her. Perhaps she was not in the right mind at that moment due to Naruto's innocent warmth and the head pats and belly rubs, but she could not help but want to get closer to him. She hated herself for even thinking about something like that, but at the same time she found herself liking the idea. Ugh, why was this container so much different than her previous ones? She hated her previous containers. Snooty women with inferior red hair. Somehow, for some reason, she tolerated Naruto. She actually kinda liked him. She hated it. Though despite this, she found that a few words were already forming in the back of her throat and before she knew it, they began escaping her. Say. Naruto, said the girl suddenly, the use of his name prompting him to quirk an eyebrow. You lost one of your precious people. Right. He nodded, yeah, I did. Well, I was thinking. Thinking about what? I was thinking that maybe I can be one of your precious people? Naruto widened his eyes. Really? I idiot. Stop acting so excited. But I can't help it. I'm always excited to make new friends. Also stop saying dumb stuff like that. What? Friends? Yeah. Well, maybe if you didn't always blush and act cute when I say that kind of stuff, then I wouldn't say it. Idiot. Idiot. You're an idiot. I hate idiot monkeys like you. He laughed. Yeah, whatever. I'm an idiot. Chapter number 5, My Demon Tenant is Really Hopeless. The past few days had been very eventful. First, Jiraiya had made him accompany him on a trip to find a replacement Hokage and a healer to help Kakashi, who ended up in the hospital due to a confrontation with Itachi and Kisame. When Naruto had asked where they were supposed to find such people, Jiraiya had told him that he knew a person that could do both, which only further piqued Naruto's interest. Second, during their little stay in a hotel on their trip, Naruto had gotten a nice introduction to Itachi and Kisame. He would never admit it to anyone, but during that little confrontation, he had nearly pissed his pants. It was not Itachi that scared him, no, Itachi only looked like a much more older and stressed out Sasuke. It was Kisame that scared him the most. The guy looked like someone had created a gross chimera of a human and a shark by accidentally summoning both of them at the same time, resulting in them fusing together during the summoning process. On a side note, Naruto had learned the word chimera from Jiraiya right after that, so all in all, he gained more than he lost that day. Third, Guy had given him his own green jumpsuit. In all honesty, he found the thing really comfortable, but he loved orange too much to switch outfits. So sadly, the jumpsuit would remain in his bag. All in all, his week was not that bad. Sasuke got hurt really bad though. This only motivated Naruto to bolster the energy he put into traveling with Jiraiya to find whoever this extremely skilled healer was. Jiraiya had said her name was Tsunade or something? Tsunami? Tsunade? Tsunana? It started with a tsu, but he had forgotten the rest. If only he knew he had gotten it right the first time. Right after the whole ordeal with Itachi and Kisame, he had decided to take a nap. What he wanted to do was tell the girl about how he had just faced two S-rank ninja and survived. What he got was a lot of scolding. At least the girl's version of scolding. Which meant she just kept calling him an idiot. The conversation went like this. Phew, today was crazy. Idiot? Ha, you're an idiot, repeated the girl sternly, her eyes narrowed as she sat on her throne with her legs crossed. Why is that? Asked Naruto as he took a step forward, his head tilting slightly to the side in confusion. You're just an idiot, answered the girl as she folded her arms. I just thought that you needed to know that. Naruto quirked a brow. Did I do something wrong? Of course you did something wrong, replied the girl as she slammed her fists onto the armrests. What I saw from you today was stupid, borderline moronic. No wait. It was moronic. I have never seen such a moronic monkey like you before. You're like a moronki. He frowned. Is this whole thing about Itachi and that blue-skinned guy? Humph. Grunted the girl in response, her lips pursing together to create a thin line. Is it? He waited patiently for her response. It only took a few seconds for the girl to relent. Yes. It is about that. That Uchiha and his shark-skinned companion. Naruto widened his eyes. Were you worried about me? The girl blushed in response and instead of responding, she turned her head and let out a sharp humph. You were worried, said Naruto, his lips curving upward into a smile. You were worried about me. No. I'm not worried about you. You say that, but you're blushing, replied Naruto as he walked over and sat down on his throne. I am not, said the girl defensively, scooting her legs back so that her knees pressed against her chest. Naruto snorted before letting out a short chuckle. Yeah, whatever. The girl pouted softly, her tails gently curving in front of her so she could hide a little behind them. You're still stupid. That, replied Naruto, his lips curving up into a warm smile. That I am? The girl began blushing furiously, her tails absolutely quivering as she eyed his terribly warm monkey smile. Less than a second had passed after he had uttered those words before the girl grabbed onto one of her tails and smushed it against her face in an attempt to hide her blush. It just made it that more obvious. Plus her tail made it look like she had a mustache. You know, you really look cute when you do things like that. Shut up. You stupid monkey. Stop saying stupid stuff like that. Why? Do you not like that warm, fuzzy feeling you get? Oh, just shut up. It's a nice feeling, isn't it? Asked Naruto, tilting his head slightly to the side and smiling. I sometimes get it when I'm talking to you, so you don't need to feel embarrassed. His words only intensified the redness of the girl's face. I said shut up, Naruto. That was how the conversation went. That was also how long it lasted because his nap was cut short when Jiraiya kicked him out of the bed. The old man had then forced him to take a quick shower before they headed out to the nearby market to get some food and supplies. Well, actually, that was not entirely true. It was Naruto's job to get the food and supplies, but Jiraiya went off and spent all of Naruto's monies on hookers. Expensive hookers. The kind that had standards that could not be bought unless you had all the money Naruto had saved over 10 years of his life. That had been the last straw. You could push him off a cliff. You could get sidetracked by beautiful women. You could even force him to wake up, but stealing his money crossed the line. Upon seeing the perverted old man, Naruto immediately rushed towards him and began slapping him. And Naruto. Ow! Stop! Damn it, brat! Cried Jiraiya as Naruto began clobbering his face in. You bastard! You used all my hard-saved money. Stop! You're spilling all the sake. Ow! Take this! And that! And more of this and that and this! Shouted Naruto loudly as he kneed Jiraiya in the stomach. I'll pay it all back. I'm sorry, please. Didn't you say that the 3 taboos of being a ninja were alcohol, women and money? Look at yourself and what you're doing, roared Naruto as he delivered a righteous slap across Jiraiya's face. Forgive me, squealed the old man, his face scrunching up in pain as the slap connected. Naruto finally relented, but not before giving the old man one more smack on the head. Humph. You owe me mon. And you owe us money, you damned urchin brat, cried a voice from behind them. Ha, let out Naruto as he turned around to look at the new persons. Two people in suits. They looked like they were in a mob or some criminal organization. One was bald and was wearing a black suit while the other one was wearing a white one with a collar so high it looked like he had a cone around his head. On the front of the cone-wearing guy's suit was a huge stain. It was probably from the sake he had spilled. You stained the leader's designer suit. You're going to have pay for it, stated the one wearing the black suit, his voice sounding disgustingly high-pitched for a grown man. Look, Baldy. I'm broke, replied Naruto, pointing over to his hollowed-out, deflated wallet. Suits your boss right for wearing a white suit. How much does that suit cost anyways? It's ugly. It must be like what? $10, said Naruto, giving a mocking look towards the two men. $100,000, stated the cone-collared man plainly. What? You're telling me that pigeon shit-covered suit is $100,000? Yeah, even I would have to agree with that, chimed in Jiraiya as he rubbed the red mark on his cheek with his hand. You must have been scammed pretty hard if you spent $100,000 on that awful-looking suit. The cone-collared man glared at them. Are you asking for it? You better shut your mouths if you know what's good for you. The boss used to be a chunin from Iwagakure. He was the legendary dark ninja, feared by all. Then why the hell is he wearing a white suit? Shoo, Naruto. Let me handle this, said Jiraiya before clearing his throat and standing up. Legendary, huh? I doubt it. You seem like you want to get hurt, retorted the cone-collared dunce through grit teeth. Jiraiya looked down at Naruto. Now is the perfect time for me to show you that technique I told you about earlier. Yeah, but I don't really see how I need it. I mean, I can pretty much KO anyone with one slap. The older man rolled his eyes. Yes, but it looks a lot cooler this way. Plus you seriously look like a girl when you slap someone. His words were met by a justified elbow to the arm. Not a light elbow either. You two little shits. Stop ignoring us, said the bald man harshly, sending spittle all over the ground in front of him before he pulled out a switchblade. Just give us the damn money and I won't have to castrate the both of you. Castrate? Naruto shuddered. Jiraiya sighed before holding out his hand. Just watch carefully, Naruto. With that said, chakra began swirling around rapidly in the older man's hands. It was not long until a perfect sphere of chakra sat gently in his palm. Strangely enough, Naruto compared the pure, blue color to the color of his own eyes. The thing looked deceptive. Like if he were to touch it, his hand would get blown off. It was kinda like the nine-tailed fox. Cute, but mean and sometimes explosively violent. Why you, spat the cone-collared man as he charged Jiraiya recklessly. The thug threw out a punch but Jiraiya easily dodged underneath it before driving the Rasengan straight up into the man's stomach. Spiraling around on it like a top, the man then flew straight through up into the ceiling with a loud cry of pain. The only part of him still visible being his two legs as they dangled harmlessly up from above. Legendary, huh? Remarked Jiraiya with a smirk as he eyed the bald man. The man's mouth opened and closed in response. He looked like a fish, a bald fish that had just been pulled out of the water. Letting out a loud, squeaky-sounding scream, the man rushed out through the door, only to trip and lose consciousness when his face hit the ground. Well, began Jiraiya as he walked over to the two dangly pair of legs and pulled a overstuffed wallet out of the pocket. That's that then. Naruto looked up at the white-collared man and shuddered. That must have been the most painful thing he had ever witnessed. He hoped that he never ever got on Jiraiya's bad side. Oh wait. Did he not just try to smack the goo out of the old man earlier? Jiraiya. What is it? Sorry for hitting you earlier. The old man chuckled. It's fine. You still owe me all that money you stole from me though. Yeah, whatever. Here, take this, replied Jiraiya with a sigh as he opened up the wallet and placed half of the money in Naruto's hand. With that said, Jiraiya then walked over to a nearby stand and bought a ton of balloons. In Jiraiya fashion, the perverted old man compared a full water balloon to a woman's boob before explaining to Naruto the three processes to the Rasengan. That was pretty much the beginning of Naruto's real training. He knew it was going to be a long, hard, and epic journey. It may have just been one technique he had to learn, but he was pretty sure it was going to take forever. He had literally spent half the night practicing it and made no progress at all. Eventually he just decided to call it a night. And that's how it went? You're a real idiot monkey, aren't you? Naruto gave the girl a sheepish smile. Yeah, I can be sometimes. The girl looked at him more a moment before letting out a loud, unladylike groan. She then slid down in her seat, her entire body sagging as she looked at Naruto with an unamused expression. Your teacher is a pervert, stated the girl bluntly. Super pervert, corrected Naruto casually, eliciting another groan from the girl. This is why I killed you monkeys, began the girl as she pinched the bridge of her nose. All these years, I was doing God's work by cleansing the land of filthy monkeys like you. Naruto chuckled, hey, I'm not that bad. The fact that you're okay with your teacher being this lecherous, this disgusting, revolting, breast-mongering, howler monkey, replied the girl with a low sigh as she placed a palm on her face. Why? What did I do to deserve to have to live in the same world as these monkeys? Hey, retorted Naruto as he crossed his arms, like I get how us monkeys can be really perverted and sometimes gross, but you can't honestly be as pure as you say you are. I mean, you must be some really hardcore exhibitionist being okay with being naked all the time before I made you wear clothes. The girl blushed, that's not true. I wouldn't blame you though. I bet I would be naked all the time too if I didn't have to worry about people calling me out on it. His words only made the girl's blush all the more intense. It spread from her cheeks, to her ears, all the way to her forehead. For some strange reason, Naruto thought she kinda looked like a tomato. A cute tomato. If you ever get naked in front of me, I will destroy you, threatened the girl in the most cold and intimidating voice she could muster, the only thing betraying the seriousness of her tone being the blush that still remained on her face and the slight quiver in her lip. All right, you don't need to worry, replied Naruto before curving the corners of his lips into a smile. I won't get naked unless you want me to. He winked slyly. What? Sputtered the girl, her hands quickly finding themselves planted on her cheeks. I would and never. If you say so? The girl took a deep breath. I do say so. Naruto nodded, yes, if you say so. The girl smirked, I do say so. Yeah, whatever, replied Naruto, with a small, amused smile on his face. There was a moment of silence. I still think your teacher is stupid and perverted, stated the girl firmly. Yeah, he kinda is, replied Naruto with a nod, but he means well. We'll have to see about that, said the girl in response. Why do you not like Jiraiya? Asked Naruto, tilting his head slightly to the side in curiosity, besides him being perverted. The girl crossed her arms, I get this uncomfortable feeling around him. Like he knows something? Naruto looked at her with a blank expression on his face. Aha. Well. Okay. Eesh, I'm getting sick of being stuck in here, whined the girl with a groan as she crossed her legs, it's so damn boring in here. What would you do if you got out? Asked Naruto, quirking an eyebrow. A lot of things. I'd eat everything. I'd go run around in the forest. I'd go find a nice cave to sleep in, answered the girl with a nod. You won't kill anyone? The girl looked at him for a second before shrugging, maybe. I don't know. At this point, I'd rather just leave you dumb monkeys alone. Then I wouldn't have to risk getting sealed up again. She then tilted her head a bit up and glanced away thoughtfully, but then again. I haven't eaten bones in a long time and I am craving them. Monkey bones do taste the best. The girl licked her lips. Bleh, groaned Naruto in response as he shook his head. You know, you're hopeless, right? TCH, you wouldn't understand. Your inferior monkey palate would never understand the refined taste of bones, replied the girl, wiping a bit of drool off the side of her lip. I'm getting hungry just thinking of it. Naruto tilted his head to the side. You can get hungry in here? Well, began the girl with a shrug, I'm not really hungry. I just get cravings. Cravings. So what would happen if you get unsealed? I think those 10 years of not being able to eat would catch up to me. I'd get so hungry I'd eat an entire forest's worth of animals, answered the girl. Like can you starve to death? Asked Naruto. She shook her head, I don't know. I've never had to deal with starving to death. Naruto then sighed, you know what? I've decided I'm gonna keep you in here forever. He watched the girls widen considerably. Even her tails looked as if they were in shock, freezing instantly upon hearing his words. What? Why? What would you do if I tore that seal off? Asked Naruto as he crossed his arms. Sure, you might not kill people for a couple of years, but since you're immortal, I'm pretty sure you'll forget all about me and eventually go back to killing people. Like what is 60 or more years compared to forever? Plus if I don't let you go, then you'd just die with me and then you wouldn't be able to hurt anyone else. The girl pouted, please don't keep me in here. Naruto crossed his arms. Give me 3 reasons why I should let you go. Began the girl weakly as she raised a finger. I am. She looked at him before metaphorically shrinking as she saw his stern gaze. Like you said before. I'm cute, said the girl with a nod, and Naruto felt his shoulders sag, and, well, I've been nice to you, right? That must count for something. That isn't really enough. She swallowed audibly. Even she was not delusional enough to know any reason why the boy should let her go. Despite her usually apathetic attitude, even she could put herself in Naruto's shoes and see that it would be absolutely crazy to let her go. Crap, she hated when even her mind went against her. She had no other option. This was her trap card. Her ace up her sleeve. Her secret weapon. Her deal maker. You get the idea. I'll tell you my name. Naruto widened his eyes. Really? The girl nodded her head, her lips curving downward into a frown. Yes, but, I will only tell you if you agree to let me go. Oh, okay. Wait, what? It was that easy? All she had to was tell him her name? Eesh, maybe all this time in her dark, depressing cage was really starting to eat at her mind. Okay. My name is, began the girl dramatically, prompting Naruto to lean forward. She blushed. Never had anyone been so interested to know anything about her. Why you may, continued the girl before clearing her throat. You may call me Kumiko, the great destroyer of monkeys, queen of the tailed beasts, nine-tailed fox, crusher of bones, enjoyer of screams, and ultimate being of this world. Naruto stared blankly at her. One of his eyes were twitching as if he could not believe what he had just heard from her. It was frankly annoying and disrespectful. At least in her opinion it was. What? How the hell am I supposed to remember all that? Asked Naruto. Well, I gave you my name. You would do well to have some respect and acknowledge it fully, answered the girl as she crossed her arms and let out a quick humph. I think I'm just going to call you Kumi. The girl's eyes visibly twitched. No. You must address me by my full title. I don't think titles matter in here, replied Naruto with a shrug. TCH, grunted the girl in response, it doesn't matter anyways. You're going to let me go now, right? No. I guess now I'll have to say my goodbyes. Wait, what? Nope, repeated Naruto, the corner of his lips slowly curving upward into a smirk. What? I thought we made a deal. What deal? I didn't promise you anything. She puffed her cheeks out and bit her lower lip. If only she could be free of this damned seal. Then she could squash Naruto like the insignificant monkey bug that he was. Oh, how she wanted to kill him. To make him scream. She would pulverize his corpse and grind his bones into dust. Look, began Naruto, knocking her out of her thoughts. How about if you can prove to me something? I'll let you go. What do I need to prove you? Asked the girl, her eyes narrowing and her lips pressing together to form a thin line. That's for me to know and you to work hard to find out, answered Naruto, leaning back into his seat. Hummed the girl lowly, the vibrating in her throat turning the hum into a low growl near the end. Do you promise? Naruto nodded. Yeah, I promise. I'll even pinky promise you. Pinky promise? It's something us humans do to sorta like seal the deal, you know? She shook her head. I don't know, but whatever. Gimme your pinky. No, that's not how you pinky promise. Then how do you monkeys pinky promise? Like this? Like this? No, not like that. Like this? You're doing the same thing. No, you curve your pinky like this, Kumi. My name is Kumiko the Great Destro Dash. Ugh, you distracted me. We almost had it. We did. Let me restart. Curve your pinky like this, Kumi. Grr, this is frustrating. Look, here, let me. Just give me your hand. What? Whoa. Your hand is so soft. NNNGH. Wait. Are you blushing? No. No. I am not blushing. That's absurd. You are blushing. Growling. Shut up, monkey. What? I'm just telling you the truth. I said shut up, monkey. Whoa. Ow. Not the face. Chapter number 6, My Demon Tenant has time to reflect. He did not agree with Tsunade at all. Not at all. Not one bit. What she had said back in the restaurant had really pissed him off. Like, how could she say those kinds of things right after the Hokage, his grandpa and her old instructor died defending Konoha? She had just been offered the most reputable, most powerful and most noble position in all of Konoha and she just had to decline it in the most disrespectful way. Ugh. How could she say those things? He still remembered how angry he got when he heard her say those things. It was really one of those rare moments when he actually let his anger get the better of him. What he did next, even he would admit, was stupid. Challenging one of the 3 most powerful ninja in the world and actually expecting to win. Regret was not a word strong enough to describe the pain he felt after that. Though he guessed it was not all in vain. She had given him a chance. Complete the Rasengan and she would become Hokage. If he lost, he would lose all the money that Jiraiya gave him off that white-suited moron. It was a lot of money. Much more than what he had saved up. Perhaps maybe. No. He would perfect the Rasengan and if he could not, he would drag her ass all the way into the Hokage Tower even if it killed him. Most likely it would have, but maybe he could convince Kumi to lend him some power to do it. Having tails must have been useful. Having tails are useful, said Kumi with a nod as she casually checked her nails, but no. I won't lend you my power to do something that stupid. But there's no way I'm gonna be able to complete the Rasengan in 3 days. I was blowing steam out of my ass, replied Naruto as he leant forward in his seat. Kyumi rolled her eyes. Maybe this will teach you that you don't always get what you want, even if you really want it. But began Naruto as he pouted before he tightened his jaw. Fine. I don't need your help. There was a moment of silence. You won't help me, so I'll help myself. Wake me up, replied Naruto as he crossed his arms. She felt an eye twitch. What? You heard me, stated Naruto in response as he let out a sigh. It'll just be like back to normal. I've gotten this far without your help. Normal? But look, I am thankful for all the help you've given me so far, but I'll never be able to stick to my morals if I keep relying on you to get stronger, replied Naruto, his lips curving downward into a frown. Well then, she snarled, exposing her fangs. Fine. Go do your own damn thing. Just don't come crawling back to me when you fail. Okay, replied Naruto with a solemn nod as he stood up and walked over to her. Damned stupid brat, remarked Kyumi with a low growl as she waved her hand, prompting Naruto to fade away. Her cage was silent once again now that the annoying monkey was no longer there to pester her. She sat there quietly for a few moments before she let out a quiet sniffle. Gritting her teeth, she slowly raised her legs and pressed her knees to her chest before wrapping her arms around them. Looking over at the empty throne in front of her, she furrowed her brow and let out a snarl. Damned stupid brat, she let out lowly. Stupid brat? She let out another sniffle. Stupid. 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 Her tails wrapped themselves gently around her. I'm stupid. Why did she feel like this? Why did she feel so empty? She hated this feeling. It was not the emptiness she felt when she was first caged inside of the seal. No, back then, she was never really empty. It was impossible to feel empty if you had nothing inside of you to begin with. That damned monkey. That stupid, repulsive, monkey. That blonde knucklehead moron. Damn it, she refused to say his name. It was a disgusting name, fit only for a disgusting species. But she wanted to say it. She, despite every part of her not wanting to, liked saying his name. For every flaw that he had, for every stupid thing that he had ever said or done, he was just perfect? No. Far from it. He was just Naruto. She needed a new category for him. He was unlike any monkey she had ever met before. He did not fear her to the point where she felt unwelcomed. He did not hate her, or try to abuse her power. He was only monkey that had ever actually asked for permission for anything from her. What was that word he used to call his kind again? Humans? Yes, that was it. He was a human. The first of his kind in her eyes. All the rest were just dirty monkeys. Perhaps deep down, she had just the tiniest bit of respect for the boy. Though it could have been misplaced as she never really had much experience with humans. Being as large as she was outside of the seal, they always looked like ants to her. Now that she was looking at one from close-up, her previous opinions have all become messy. There was also that fuzzy feeling in her chest that was constantly stirred whenever Naruto said anything good to or about her. It was almost, dare she say warm? She shook her head to clear her thoughts. Ugh, she hated being alone. If anything was going to eventually kill her, it would be her brain overloading with thoughts and exploding. She needed to rant. She wanted to rant and for Naruto to hear her rant. She needed to get all these stupid thoughts out of her head. But how could she? Her pride would never let her. God, she hated the idea of Naruto, but she also loved it. Ugh, even if she had till the end of the world to think about all this, she seriously doubted she would ever come up with an answer. Times like this, she wished she was like Shikaku. Stupid. Then she would not have thoughts like these troubling her all the time. She sighed quietly to herself as she leaned back in her throne. She liked Naruto. Even she was not delusional enough to not know her own opinions on things. She would never admit that to him though. Or would she? She blushed. No way. Not in a million years. The nine-tailed fox condescending herself to the levels of a monkey? Maybe. Chapter number 7, My Demon Tenant is finally free. How did it end up like this? First, Tsunade just had go and betray them. Like, if she was going to drug the perverted old man, could she at least have made a poison that destroyed his insane libido? He actually would not have minded since he was already getting sick of trying to sleep whenever Jiraiya had company over. Then they had go against Orochimaru and his nerd sidekick Kabuto. Sure, the fight seemed somewhat even since Tsunade was insanely powerful and even when weakened, Jiraiya was still insanely powerful. Plus they had Shizune. But Naruto had no idea that Tsunade was afraid of blood. How in the world can a ninja be afraid of blood? A medical ninja no less. Man, he should have known that he was screwed from the start. Life was pretty much always against him. Oh, how he wanted to be back in Konoha. Back in Konoha with a big bowl of ramen to comfort him. Extra pork. Extra noodles. Extra everything. Sadly, instead of eating delicious ramen, he had to do battle with one of the most powerful ninja in the world. Not only did he get his ass beat, but he also had to get his ass beat without Kumi's power to help him out. Orochimaru, that snake pedo just had to go and give him a hickey too. A painful one at that. Next thing he knew, he was blacking out. It was just like falling down a cliff all over again. Except this time, someone was going to try and take advantage of his unconsciousness and kill him. Crap, he really did not want to die to that long-tongued freak. What the hell is going on? Cried Naruto in confusion as he appeared in his mindscape. That man you are fighting, the one with the black hair and pale skin. He placed a seal on you, replied Kumi, prompting Naruto to widen his eyes. Wait, so like that seal that Sasuke had? She nodded, yes, but don't worry. Why shouldn't I worry? Actually you should worry. What, why? Because the seal he just gave you is incompatible with seal on your stomach. They're fighting for dominance over your body. The seal on your stomach is stronger though, replied Kumi with a nod. Then why should I worry? Asked Naruto, his hand shaking slightly in front of him. Because the seal on your stomach will get damaged in the process, weakening it just enough for me to slip through and finally escape this cursed prison, answered Kumi, the corner of her lip curving upward into a fang-revealing smirk. What? Let out Naruto, his eyes widening as he took a step back. Her smirk grew wider. Yes, Naruto. You heard that right? Any second now, I'll be out of here. Free to do what I want. Free to finally roam this world again. She let out an evil laugh, her chest buffing out as she threw her head back. If only you had begged me for my power, then this would not have happened. Good thing that you didn't though, because now I can bust out of this crappy cage. Naruto swallowed quietly in response. You're not going to go unpunished forever, Kumi. Someday, someone is going to stop you, whether you want them to or not. Fufufu, chuckled Kumi as she licked her lips, I can already taste freedom. Say what you want. I'll defy your expectations. Naruto balled his hands into fists. I would also try to get comfortable if I were you. Me breaking out of here is going to be very painful. Her words prompted the boy's eyes to widen. Eep. Just as he let out that, the pain hit him. White hot, like someone had started a fire in his stomach that radiated out in sharp waves. Compared to the pain he felt when Tsunade hit him, it was as if that were a mosquito bite compared to the pain he was currently feeling. The walls of his mindscape began trembling around him before breaking down. Soon, he found himself floating briefly in darkness before being sent back into consciousness. Naruto, cried a female voice. Whether it was from Tsunade or Shizune, he did not know. All he really could focus on was the terrible pain in his stomach. God, was this what giving birth felt like? Forcing one of his eyes open, Naruto nearly screamed as he saw a gigantic, furry paw extend out of his stomach. The paw was then followed up by the rest of her arm and then parts of her head. That was when he began screaming because it felt like he had the worst stomachache ever. It like that time he drank spoiled milk but like 10 times worse in terms of pain. For a moment, he blacked out, but when he woke back up, Kumi had already pulled herself free from his seal. Well, not really. She was tugging one of her hind legs out of his seal, but you get the idea. Just a few seconds later, she was finally out. Stretching for a few seconds, the nine-tailed fox then threw her head back and began laughing loudly. Mohahahaha. I'm finally free. It's the nine-tailed fox, uttered a raspy voice, who was most likely Orochimaru. In response to hearing his voice, Kumi turned her head to look at him. Orochimaru swallowed quietly in response, the weight of his useless, limp noodle arms just adding on to the fear he felt in the presence of the most terrifying being known in the world. For some strange reason, he found himself unable to move. Was it the overwhelming power he felt from the tailed beast or was it because he was quite literally scared shitless? He did not have time to answer that question as his fear only grew stronger as the nine-tailed fox's large paw casted a shadow over him. Squish! Naruto quirked a brow. What was that squishing sound just now? Why you squashed Lord Orochimaru. Oh, Kumi must have crushed Orochimaru to death. Good. The creepy bastard deserved it. Hummed Kumi, the sound coming from the back of her throat and sounding more like a low growl than anything else. Did you just say something to me, monkey? Now it was Kabuto's turn to feel the overwhelming presence that was the nine-tailed fox's glare. Metaphorically shrinking, Kabuto slowly backed away. Did you say something to me, monkey? Asked Kumi once again, baring her fangs at the white-haired boy. I stammered Kabuto, his legs visibly shaking as he tried to get the words out. Move your foot off of Lord Orochimaru. You dare order me around? Asked Kumi, tilting her head to the side as she raised her foot, revealing a flat Orochimaru sticking to the bottom of it. Kabuto did not respond. TCH, be grateful that I will grant you and your pathetic master mercy. Come, come. Peel him off my foot and be gone, roared Kyumi as she flicked Orochimaru's paper-thin body off of her paw towards Kabuto, who caught it with shaking arms. Naruto let out a quiet groan as he propped himself up on his elbow. Squinting his eyes, he took note of how Orochimaru looked kinda like a white sheet of dried seaweed and the fear in Kabuto's eyes. He then watched Kabuto carry his flattened master away as he ran towards the forest. Hopefully they would never bother him again. He did not count on that. Looking back at Kyumi, Naruto's eyes widened. This was the first time he had ever seen her true form, and in all honesty, she looked kinda cute. Not cute like how guys liked cute girls, but like cute as in it made girls squeal cute. She looked like a supersized version of a chubby, baby fox. Was this truly the nine-tailed fox that attacked Konoha all those years ago? All the depictions of it always made her look terrifying. He tried to stand up, but hissed sharply as an intense pain shot through his body. It felt like every below his chest had suddenly decided to cramp. Ouch. Turning his head over to look at his friends, Naruto saw that Jiraiya was slowly sneaking up to him. Hopefully he would try to save him rather than throw him off a cliff. Hopefully. Jiraiya. Shoo, Naruto, I'm gonna try and get you out a dash. Jiraiya was promptly interrupted as Kyumi slammed her arm down in between them, blocking the old man's path. You are not going anywhere, stated Kyumi as she looked down at the two little monkeys. You still owe me. Why the heck would I owe you anything? Shouted Naruto in response, wincing slightly in pain as he did so. I think you've crippled me. My legs. I can't move my legs. Kyumi rolled her eyes before she bowed her head so that she could get a closer look at him. TCH, you really are a weak monkey, though you do pique my interest with your crippled legs. Perhaps if I hurt you further, I may evolve you into an entertaining howler monkey. Naruto swallowed audibly. Please don't do that. He then looked over at where Jiraiya would have been if Kyumi's arm was not in the way. Tell her, Jiraiya, tell her not to hurt me anymore because I've had enough for today. There was a moment of silence. Her. Naruto blinked. Yeah. Hey, monkeys. Stop talking to each other. You would do well to respect me. I can kill all of you with a single sneeze, ordered Kyumi with a snarl, prompting Naruto to look back at her. Ugh, look, whispered Naruto with a groan, just loud enough for her to hear him. What do I owe you? Ramen, stated Kyumi plainly, prompting Naruto to quirk an eyebrow. Ramen. She nodded, the sheer size of her head fanning a huge wave of wind into his face. Yes. You promised me the greatest food in the world to sate my hunger. I am hungry. On a side note. If I do not like ramen, I will kill you and everyone in your village. What happens if I don't get you ramen? Asked Naruto uneasily. I'll kill you and everyone in your village. Aha. Fufufu. This was perfect. Using ramen as an excuse to follow him back to his village was absolutely genius. It was the perfect compromise between her pride and her wants? Needs? No. Not yet at least. Ugh, her pride wanted her to slap herself. She would do it later. Well, I can't move. I think I tore every muscle in my lower half, replied Naruto as he glanced down at his legs. TCH, you monkeys were always so fragile. Like delicate little dolls that occasionally screamed or made little beautiful red pools, remarked Kyumi as her tail swirled around him, covering the both of them inside a dome of fur. What are you doing? Asked Naruto, glancing around at the large fluffy tails as Kyumi transformed back to her little adorable human form. What does it look like I'm doing, idiot? Replied Kyumi as she rolled her eyes. You're injured. While your body already contains a very strong life force, you're still going to be stuck with all those torn muscles for a while, and I am very impatient. So what are you going to do? I'm going to fix them. Duh, answered Kyumi as she raised her hand to flip her hair, and do not worry. You need not feel embarrassed, for my tails are here to cover you. Wait, why should I be embarrassed? Asked Naruto, tilting his head slightly to the side. Kyumi was quiet for a moment. Well, stammered Kyumi, her cheeks turning a subtle shade of pink as she glanced away. I need to heal your body with my chakra. I need to take off your pants and your jacket. And I need to touch you. Naruto narrowed his eyes. That seems weird. Tsunade doesn't need to touch me when she uses her healing techniques. Yeah? Well. Tailed beasts work differently, alright? Now shut up and be grateful that I'm actually taking the time to heal you. The actual reason was just because he wanted to touch him. Just a bit, mind you. Just a bit. Just a little, tiny, itty bit. Alright. Eesh. Okay. Here I go. I'll start with your pants. Might as well get the most disgusting part out of the way first. Naruto glared. Okay. There was a moment of silence. So I noticed you're still wearing that scarf and kimono. What about it? I think it looks nice on you. She blushed. Let's not do small talk. There was another moment of silence. How do I get this damn thing off? You got to pull down the zipper and then pull them off. Is this the zipper? Yes. Ow, stop, that's too rough. Sorry. Hey, that's the first time you ever apologized to me. What apology? I didn't apologize. You're deluding yourself. You're a crazy monkey. A crazy Capuchin. I'm pretty sure you just Apollo dash. Ow. Ow. Stop. Too rough. That's what you get? I was just pointing out your apology. Shut up. Just be quiet. Okay, here I go. Alright then, replied Naruto quietly before Kyumi placed her hands onto his thighs and began channeling a bit of her chakra into his muscles. Whoa. That feels actually really good. Fuwa. What? What was that cute noise you just made? And nothing. She would never admit to him that his touching him felt weirdly pleasant to her hands. He was just so damn warm. What she would have given to have a snuggie like him to snuggle up with when she slept. It would have been amazing, especially when she occasionally slept in caves. So how long is this going to take? Just a few more seconds for this leg. Your hands really are soft, you know? Grr. I told you to shut up, remember? Yeah, well, I also noticed that in your fox form, you had paw pads. I wonder if they're soft too. I am not soft. What's wrong with being soft, Kyumi? She opened her mouth to speak but quickly closed it when she could not come up with an answer. Furrowing her brow, she went back to channeling her chakra into Naruto's legs. Well, being soft only lets others take advantage of you, answered Kyumi solemnly, her voice barely just there before she took her hands off of his legs. Take off your jacket. I'm done with your legs. Her unusually quiet response prompted Naruto to quirk an eyebrow, but he complied nonetheless. Taking off his jacket, he placed on the side before he rolled up his shirt up to his chest. Something wrong, Kyumi? She shook her head. You sure? Yes, Kyumi. Why are you doing all this? Asked Naruto, tilting his head slightly to the side as he looked at her. I mean, I'm pretty sure you could just hide your ears and tail and go find yourself a ramen stand. Ramen is pretty cheap. Yeah, well, you should just be grateful that I've decided to eat the ramen that you eat. Naruto looked at her for a second before letting out a laugh, followed up by wheezing as he tensed up his torn muscles. Hey, why are you laughing? Because even though you always went on and on about ditching me the first chance you got, you're still gonna follow me around. That's not true, protested Kyumi, her cheeks lighting up a brilliant shade of red. Alright. I'll believe you, replied Naruto, giving Kyumi a small smile. Yeah, well. Let's quickly wrap this up. Your perverted teacher's baby techniques are really starting to piss me off. What do they think I'm even doing in here? Eating you? You're much too small. You would barely fill me up. Gee, it makes me feel so much better knowing that I'm basically an appetizer to you, replied Naruto sarcastically as he rolled his eyes. Well, you are though. Well, I didn't need to know that. Yeah, whatever. I'm done with you here anyways, replied Kyumi as she rolled his shirt down before sighing quietly. Ugh, I am not looking forward to talking to monkeys. They're not so bad once you get used to them, Kyumi. She scoffed. Yeah, as if I want to get used to being around monkeys. I think I've condescended myself enough these past 10 years. Well, alright then, replied Naruto with a shrug. Look, I'm here coming with you to mingle with the locals. I just want ramen, stated Kyumi with a nod. Ramen and Naruto, but the last part was a secret. Oh, how her pride was literally screaming at her right now. Oh, okay then, replied Naruto, his voice fading off as he finished his sentence. Yeah, let out Kyumi as she stood up, her tail suddenly shrinking until they became proportional to her body, revealing them both to Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune. Naruto, I'm coming to save you. Whoa, hello there, began Jiraiya valiantly only for his voice to drag on as he saw Kyumi. Kyumi blanched. Can it, monkey? Your gaze disgusts me. I would advise you to look away this instant. Eesh. You don't need to be so rude, chimed in Naruto, prompting Kyumi to flick him on the head. Do not presume you can order me around just because I was stuck inside of you for 10 years. Alright, I got it, replied Naruto as he looked over at Jiraiya. He then looked over at Tsunade and Shizune as they jogged over. What is the meaning of this, Naruto? Is this the nine-tailed fox? Asked Tsunade as she glanced back and forth between Naruto and Kyumi. Naruto looked over at Kyumi. Do I introduce you or do you introduce yourself? Kyumi shrugged. Just don't tell any of these monkeys my name. They do not deserve to have it grace their ears. Oh, okay, replied Naruto as he looked back at Tsunade. How can you stay so calm about this? Murmured Jiraiya as he sat down and tried to process all the stuff that had just happened. Everything just sorta feels like a dream, answered Naruto with a shrug. I mean, the only time I would ever talk to the nine-tailed fox was when I fell asleep. Kyumi walked up to him and gave him a light punch on the shoulder. Well, you're not dreaming anymore, monkey. Yeah, replied Naruto before he looked over at Tsunade, so yes, this is the nine-tailed fox. Not what you were expecting, huh? Tsunade shook her head, her eyes wide as she took in Kumi's form. Not what I was expecting at all. If the nine-tailed fox can change forms like this, what about the other tailed beasts? Oh, they can do that too, answered Kumi simply as she brushed her hair to the side with her hand. Grunted Tsunade before taking a deep breath. Alright then. So what were you doing with Naruto earlier? Healing him. How? Asked Tsunade, her brow tensing up slightly as she asked her question. Using my chakra. I have perfect chakra control. Her answer prompted Tsunade to widen her eyes. Perfect chakra control? There is no such thing as perfect chakra control. Well, began Kumi with a shrug, you are mistaken. A mistaken monkey. A mistakey? Tsunade gave her a weird look upon hearing mistakey. Kumi cleared her throat, I am a being made of nothing but chakra. I can manipulate it all to do whatever I want with it. I can even materialize objects? Show me, ordered Jiraiya, his curiosity piqued upon hearing Kumi's words. Look at these clothes I'm wearing, said Kumi, narrowing her eyes at Jiraiya for asking someone from her, as she pointed over to her kimono. These are made from my chakra. She then pointed over at Naruto, I'll go ahead and just make a copy of that jacket. Snapping her fingers, a small little swirl of red chakra pooled in her hand before suddenly poofing up into an identical jacket. She then tossed the jacket over at Jiraiya, who caught it. This. Wow, said Jiraiya with a gasp as he took a step backwards. How in the world could you possibly create something like this? Secret? But secret. I don't tell secrets to monkeys. They'll just end up killing themselves over it. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes before tossing the jacket back at Kumi. Before it reached her, she snapped her fingers once more, causing the jacket to disintegrate into a cloud of red chakra that quickly flowed back towards her. Ha, let out Naruto, I always thought you could do that in the seal. Well then you were wrong, replied Kumi as she looked towards him. That's actually kinda cool, stated Naruto with a small smile, like actually really cool. Kumi blushed as she waved a dismissive hand towards the boy. Yeah, whatever. So then, began Naruto as he looked over at Tsunade, his smile widening as he did so. Earlier in the fight, I showed you the Rasengan. So I guess I win the deal, right? He saw one of Tsunade's eye twitch as she stepped back and placed her hands on her hips. Well, I guess you did, answered Tsunade as she walked over to Naruto, ignoring the glare that Kumi sent her way. I'll be the next Hokage. And, continued Tsunade as she dipped her head and took off her necklace before placing it around Naruto's neck. Here is the necklace that you worked hard for. May it guide you on your journey to becoming the next Hokage. Naruto felt tears of joy well up in his eyes. Gee Granny Tsunade. Tsunade's eye twitched. Who the hell are you calling Granny, brat? Not you, answered Naruto as he scooted away from her and back towards Kumi. Before he could fully back up, Kumi placed a foot on his shoulder and held him in place. Well then. You three monkeys, stated Kumi as she pointed at Tsunade, Jiraiya and Shizune, you three are now my slaves. You three will guide this little runt and me back to your village so that I can eat ramen. You were actually serious about that? Asked Shizune with an incredulous expression on her face. Kumi turned her head slowly to look at Shizune and glared at her, eliciting an immediate eep from the girl. I am always serious. You monkeys best be aware of that, answered Kumi through grit teeth, exposing her fangs to everyone. Be careful, Naruto. Looks like you've gotten a feisty one, whispered Jiraiya into Naruto's ear, prompting the boy to nod. Jiraiya then cleared his throat. Alright then. Since you won't give us your name, I'll just call you the nine-tailed fox. Let's get you over to Konoha, feed you ramen and then you can be off on your way. Just make sure you don't get sealed up again by an opposing village. Kumi held back the urge to sneeze on him. Yes, I will keep that in mind. So how do we know you are actually just going to our village to eat? How are we supposed to know you aren't just going to start destroying it? I'm not going to go down in history as the Hokage that only lasted one day, asked Tsunade as she crossed her arms, her huge bosom popping slightly upward as she squeezed them. Kumi narrowed her eyes and glanced down at Tsunade's chest for a split second. Damn cow. Those things could feed an entire family for a month. I do not lie, unlike you monkeys, answered Kumi plainly, and at this point, I could care less about the well-being of your village. Now can we get moving? I'm hungry. I think we should just start going, chimed in Naruto, prompting Kumi to look down at him. It's just ramen. Plus I don't think we should try arguing with the nine-tailed fox. Your little runt monkey is right. It would not be wise to argue with me, stated Kumi with a nod, the weight she put on Naruto's shoulder lessening as her lips curved upward into a small smirk. The three adults, no longer seeing much reason to say anything else, simply agreed with what she said. This was going a whole lot easier than she thought it would. which was great and a clear example of how she came up with the best plans. Before long, they were all standing up and getting ready to head back to their hotel before heading back to Konoha. They walked in an incomplete backwards triangle, with Jiraiya, Shizune and Tsunade in the front and Naruto and Kyumi in the back. Fufufu, all was going according to plan. She had even named the plan the get back at Naruto for making her feel these affectionate feelings plan. It was brilliant. It was, you know, you really need to stop saying all of your thoughts out loud, stated Naruto with a chuckle as he looked over at her, unless you said those things on purpose for me to hear them. WW what? WW what? Squeaked Kyumi as her cheeks turned a vibrant red. I think I heard something about me, feelings and a plan? Asked Naruto, tilting his head slightly to the side. What was that about? And nothing. He leaned in and dropped his voice down to a whisper. Oh come on, Kyumi. You can tell me. And no. Ow. Why'd you flick me? Be because you're an idiot. Chapter number 8, My Demon Tenant on her first day back. Getting through the front gate was easy enough. It was pretty handy being made of chakra since you could just change your body to fit whatever situation you find yourself in. All Kyumi had to do was hide her ears and her tail, shorten her fangs and shorten her hair a bit. While she did turn a few eyes, no one called her out, which was a good thing. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Shizune had not spoken much during their journey back. Was it because they were still processing everything that happened, or maybe they were using some super secret technique to communicate with each other telepathically? Who knows? By the time they got back, it was already evening, a perfect time to eat ramen. Actually, all time were perfect for eating ramen, but evening was the most perfect of them all. Cold air, hot soup and delicious noodles. What better combination is there? Looking down to his side, he took note of the small frown that Kyumi had on her face. Something wrong? Asked Naruto quietly, prompting Kyumi to widen her eyes and look up at him. I don't like tucking my ears and tail in. It's uncomfortable, answered Kyumi as she placed a hand on the side of her head. Can't you hide them without tucking them in? She quirked a brow. Would you have a suggestion? I mean, you could just make a hood to hide your ears and maybe just carry around a huge backpack for your tails, replied Naruto, prompting Kyumi to glance off in thought. He waited patiently for her to respond. Hummed Kyumi pensively before turning her head back to look at Naruto. You've given me a smart idea for once. Good job, monkey. Naruto chuckled quietly. Yeah, thanks, but I can't really do that right now. There's too many monkeys around us, replied Kyumi as she held back the urge to glare at all the monkeys walking around her. Well, we could just find an alleyway. Do you honestly think your 3 monkey handlers will just let you leave? They are already suspicious of me enough. You could always ask. They'll say no. You'll never know if you don't ask. She opened her mouth to speak, but quickly closed it. Fine. I'll ask them. With that said, she skipped forward over to the 3 adults before tapping Jiraiya on the back, prompting him to turn his head back and look at her. Hummed Jiraiya as he quirked a brow. Naruto and I will be heading off so that I can stretch out my ears and tails. All right. Okay, replied Jiraiya simply without even missing a beat, prompting Kyumi to widen her eyes. Huh? Well, all right then. See ya, you old perverted ape. She left before she could see Jiraiya's response to her words and went back to Naruto. All Naruto did was quirk an eyebrow at what she said before she pulled him away by the sleeve. Off they went, to the nearest alleyway, which conveniently was actually really close by to Ichiraku's ramen stall. MMMMPH, strained Kyumi as she forced her ears and tails to pop back out. Where do you even keep them? Asked Naruto as he watched her stretch. Inside me, answered Kyumi simply. I'm a being of pure chakra, remember? When I tuck in my tails, I'm really just making myself denser. Yeah, I'm still a bit confused on that, replied Naruto as he gave her a sheepish smile. So you can make anything with your chakra? Everything except food. Why not food? Asked Naruto as he tilted his head slightly to the side. It's not because I can't. It's because if I were to turn part of myself into food, it would basically be cannibalism if I were to eat it. Plus I am not interested in feeding monkeys with myself, answered Kyumi as her tails flexed and unflexed around her. Ah, gotcha. He paused for a few seconds. So since you can control everything about yourself since you're made of chakra, how come you don't make yourself taller and more intimidating? Asked Naruto as he leaned back against the wall. She shrugged. Reasons? Yes, reasons, replied Kyumi dismissively. Oh. Okay. I won't ask any more then. Hummed Kyumi in response as she snapped her fingers, summoning up a simple cloak and large backpack to hide her fox traits. Better. She nodded. Better, yes. Come here. Pat me on the head, ordered Kyumi, to which Naruto chuckled lightly. Sure, replied Naruto as he raised a hand and placed it on top of Kyumi's head. Rub. It seems your skills have improved. Naruto kept on petting her. Or perhaps it's because it's been far too long since you've given me my head pats. I think it's because I've gotten better, replied Naruto as he ran his fingers through Kumi's hair. I think it's the latter. Kumi suddenly sniffed into the air, her nose twitching a bit as she did so. What's that smell? What smell? Asked Naruto before he sniffed softly. Kumi looked up at him. Oh, I know that smell. What is it? It's ramen. So that's what ramen smells like, huh? Asked Kumi as she licked her lips. At least the scent is appetizing. Yeah, let's go. I'm starving, replied Naruto with a nod as he suddenly grabbed Kumi by the hand as pulled her off, onward towards Ichiraku's. Wo. Hey! Unhand me. She did not get a response. Instead, Naruto quickly guided her all the way to the ramen stall. She would never admit it to him, but as she got closer and closer to the source of that delicious smell, the more intensely appetizing it got. It did not help that she was also starving, more so than Naruto. God, she was so hungry. She had to hold back so much when she passed by all those delicious monkeys from earlier. In here, said Naruto enthusiastically as she shoved her into a small stall, through the curtains hanging overhead and into a stool. He followed quickly, almost jumping into his own seat beside her before he called out to the two people working behind the counter. Hey Ayam. Hey old man. I'm back from my trip. Hey Naruto, replied Ayam as she wiped her hands on a towel. Oh. Is this girl your friend? Naruto shrugged. I don't know. Is she? His words were met by a sharp flick to the head. Of course I'm your friend, dummy. Did she really mean that? No way, right? He would really need to ask her that later. Later as in when? Would she just leave the moment she finished eating or would she have to stay at his apartment? He only had room for one at his place. This was too complicated. Focus on the ramen. Let its gentle aroma soothe his nerves. Said Naruto awkwardly as she looked over at Ayam. Yeah, this is my friend. That's great. Ayam said in response, what can I getcha? An extra large bowl of char siu pork ramen. With extra pork. Extra noodles. Just give me like 5 of those. 4 for me and 1 for her, answered Naruto as he let out a sigh. I've had a really long day. What happened? Asked Ayam as she handed her father Naruto's order. You really don't want to know, answered Naruto as he gestured to Kumi. Oh, I see, replied Ayam with a knowing smile. I'll let you two have some alone time. Naruto quirked a brow as she looked at Kumi. Kumi shrugged in response. They sat in relative silence for a few moments. It's then Naruto realized that this was the first time he had ever been alone with a girl. Along with a girl while eating out. Wait, hold on a minute. Was this a date? What's with your face you're making, whelp? Asked Kumi as she leaned towards him with an eyebrow quirked. Oh, I was just thinking, answered Naruto as he looked up at her. You were thinking? That must like what, the second or third time I've ever seen you done that? Remarked Kumi as her lip curved slowly up into a smirk. It would ought to do you well, thinking more. You might find yourself in trouble less. Eesh, I got it, replied Naruto with a groan. You say that, but no matter how many times I tell you that, you always find a way to screw up. Naruto tilted his head slightly to the side. Are you worried about me or something? No, stammered Kumi as she dipped her head to hide her blush, I mean. A little, I guess. Better than not at all, replied Naruto as he leaned forward against the counter with a small smile on his face. Whatever, said Kumi back in a dismissive voice as she glanced off to the side. Here are your orders, chimed in Ayam as she walked up to them with 2 big bowls of ramen in each arm. Naruto whistled back enthusiastically. Thanks. No problem, replied Ayam as she placed down 3 bowls in front of Naruto and the one in front of Kumi. Kumi looked up at the female monkey before nodding her head and grabbing a pair of chopsticks. Now that the smell of ramen was right up under her nose, the smell was truly terrifying in terms of delicious goodness. How could monkeys create something that smelled this good? Did monkeys not eat overly salty dried meat and fish back then? She hated veggies. They did not count as food. Fruits were okay. She liked peaches. God, ramen smelled so damn good. She could feel herself drooling, but for some reason she just did not care. Now whose turn is it to make a face, huh? Asked Naruto with a small smirk as he pointed his chopsticks rudely at her. What? Replied Kumi with a confused look before widening her eyes in realization. It was nothing. Was just thinking? Well then, said Naruto with a shrug as he grabbed a pair of chopsticks. Thanks for the food. With that said, he began happily devouring his meal. Kumi swallowed quietly. He looked so happy eating that food. So much happier than when he was with her. She furrowed her brow. Why the hell was she getting jealous of food? Thanks for the food, murmured Kumi quietly as she began eating. Her eyes widened immediately upon slurping up a few noodles. What was this magic? It was so good that she found herself literally vibrating. Everything about it was beyond perfect. Noodles, so chewy and just infused with that delicious pork broth. Pieces of pork, so juicy and tender with just a bit of chew that gave it just that fantastic edge. Before she could even think about trying to stop it, she let out the most adorable little noise, prompting everyone in the stall to look over at her. She looked back at them, frozen, too mortified to talk back. "It's that good, huh?" asked Naruto as he gave her a wink and a warm smile. She opened her mouth to speak, but ended up closing it, then opening it again. She was like a fish out of water. It's okay," replied Naruto as he reached over and gave her head a quick pat. "I know that it's good too." "It's not that good," muttered Kumi in response as she went back to eating. It was really, really good. Too good. Food should not be this good. Why was it so good? Looking over at her companion, Kumi widened her eyes as she saw Naruto already starting his third bowl. She had not even eaten half of hers yet and Naruto had already devoured 2 huge bowls of ramen. What? How? How the hell? "It's quite something, isn't it?" asked Ayam, knocking Kumi out of her thoughts. "What is?" "Naruto's appetite," answered Ayam with a quiet chuckle. "I guess." Kumi paused to look back at Naruto. "Does he always zone out when he eats ramen like that? It's like there's nothing else in front of him except for that bowl of noodles." "Not always," replied Ayam with a shrug, "just when he hasn't had any for a while." "What an idiot," remarked Kumi as she went back to eating. Ayam threw her head back and laughed. "Yeah, he can be sometimes, but he means well. Without him, I'm pretty sure this ramen stall would be a lot more dreary and boring." "Really, huh?" Ayam nodded. Let out Kumi as her gaze slowly turned over to Naruto. He looked so genuinely happy, just eating. She felt her lips curve slightly downward into a frown. She somewhat wished he was that happy with her. Then she found herself smiling, because Naruto was smiling. Then she frowned again because her pride was telling her that she was still being beaten by a bowl of noodles. Ugh, emotions were so confusing. Going for more noodles, Kumi realized that she had finished the entire bowl. Huffing quietly to herself, she lifted it up and began drinking the soup. It was not long until she finished and with a slight thud, she placed her bowl back onto the counter. Looking over to Naruto, she saw that he was already done and was paying the bill. Actually, wait, no, scratch that. Naruto had already finished doing all of those things and was now looking over at her with a warm smile on his face. Eesh, was it the steam coming from the kitchen or did she suddenly feel hot around her face? "So, how did you like your first bowl of ramen?" asked Naruto as he leaned towards her, his smile turning just a bit anxious. She did threaten to destroy his village after all. "It was," answered Kumi, pausing for dramatic effect. "Satisfactory." Naruto let out a relieved sigh. "Phew, that's good. For you, it is, yes. So are you just gonna leave now? Or what are you going to do?" She shrugged. "I'm sleepy. Bring me to your cave and let me sleep." "Cave? I don't think I own a cave. Your home or I don't know." "You're whatever," replied Kumi as she rubbed her full stomach. She yawned. "I forgot you humans did not sleep in caves." "Yeah, most of us sleep in apartments now, on beds. The rich ones sleep in mansions." "Do you have a mansion?" Naruto shook his head. "No way. I don't got that kind of money, plus, I don't want to live alone in a big mansion." "Why is that?" "I mean, I'm just one person. I'd be all lonely in a giant mansion all by myself, you know." She had never really thought of it that way. Now that she thought about it, she could not help but agree. Grunted Kumi in response before letting out a delicate yawn. "You're really tired, huh? Try not sleeping for 10 years because the seal forces you to stay awake," replied Kumi before sighing, "but I don't want to sleep. First day back in the world and all I did was eat." "Well then, what do you want to do?" asked Naruto, tilting his head slightly to the side. "Get drunk," answered Kumi as she waved over Ayam. "Get me a bottle of sake," ordered Kumi with a nod. "Coming right up," replied Ayam as she walked over to the back before coming back with a chilled bottle of sake. "Thanks." Why the hell did she just thank this monkey? The words left her mouth before she even knew she uttered them. Crap, Naruto must have been rubbing off on her. "Aren't you a bit too young to drink?" asked Ayam as she brought out 2 little cups. "You hand me a bottle of alcohol and now you ask?" retorted Kumi with a smug smirk on her face. Ayam shrugged. "Touché. Why did you bring out 2 cups, Ayam?" asked Naruto innocently, placing a finger on his lip as he asked his question. "Well, I assumed you two would be drinking together. But I'm too young for that," replied Naruto as he stared at the bottle of sake like it was poison. Which it was. TCH. Does it really matter? You're pretty much dead meat now that I'm not stuck with you anymore, so why not live a little? Naruto gave her a look. I guess then it's okay. Then here, replied Kyumi as she poured him a cup, drink. He hesitantly took the cup in his hands before taking a sip. He immediately scrunched up his face at the taste. It was weirdly sweet and had this awful burn. Plus it felt like he was drinking somewhat that was weirdly more air than liquid. Looking over at Kyumi, she saw that she had already downed her first cup. Ah, gasped Kyumi with a small smile, it's been far too long. Naruto quirked a brow, you've drank this stuff before? Hummed Kyumi in response as she began pouring out another cup for herself. I remember once finding myself before a brewery. I was enticed by this scent that came from within, so I tore off the roof and I found lots and lots of barrels full of fermented rice. I don't eat rice, but the liquid that was pooled on top tasted good and made me feel good. Aha, replied Naruto awkwardly as he awkwardly swirled the sake in his cup to make a mini tornado. Kyumi let out a huff. Drink. It is not nearly as entertaining drinking alone. Oh, let out Naruto in response as she looked at the sake in his cup. Alright then. Taking another sip, Naruto bit back on the burn before tilting his head all the way back and downing the rest of the cup. He did not like it. Why Jiraiya and Tsunade spent so much money on sake, he did not know. Maybe it would taste better once he got older. Okay, I drank it, are you satisfied now? Asked Naruto as he placed the cup back onto the counter. Nope, answered Kyumi as she poured him another cup. Are you going to help me finish this bottle? Naruto widened his eyes, but that thing is huge. It's the size of my arm. Kyumi looked at him for a few seconds before letting out a giggle. Hey, what's so funny? And nothing, replied Kyumi in between little bursts of laughter. Grumbled Naruto as he looked at his cup before taking another sip. Fufufu. What does a drunk Naruto look and act like? The idea filled her head with ideas. Was he one of those loose drunks that she had heard about, maybe even one of those funny drunks? Perhaps a sad drunk? She hoped he was not a sad drunk. She was not in the mood for tears. Especially monkey tears. Being as young as he was going to get drunk soon enough. An hour later, she was proven wrong. Incredibly wrong. How was the boy even still conscious? She was drunk. Completely drunk to the point where every word she uttered was either slurred or interrupted with a hiccup. Naruto, on the other hand, was fine. Strangely fine. Did he like water down his drinks when she was not looking? Everything was blur. Like the entire world was slanted. Naruto looked so fuzzy. Cutely fuzzy, like a drawing made by a 3-year-old. So strangely heartwarming. She really wanted to just cuddle up with him. Ugh, she had never been this drunk before. Not even when she emptied that brewery. Her human form was much more frail compared to her fox form. If only that damned fourth Hokage had not sealed half of her power away. This was not even her preferred human form. She looked like a child. Plus Naruto was a whole lot taller than her. Though whether or not that bothered her, she did not know. She really just wanted to point that out to herself. It was nice, being a bit smaller, because then she could fit on his lap without it feeling awkward. Whoa, wait. Was Naruto carrying her? Why was everything suddenly so disorienting? His arms were so warm and his jacket was so fluffy. It was almost like she was floating. Was it from Naruto though, or was it from the alcohol? The sound of a door open and closing alerted her that Naruto had finally brought her to his home. This was the first time she had ever entered the home of a monkey. Well, she got what she wanted. Partially. She was now alone with Naruto in his home. She felt her cheeks heat up slightly, but luckily her blush was hidden behind the overall flush of her face. When she was drunk, her pride was no longer there to yell at her. It was good. No more bad thoughts. Just happy ones. Eesh, you really are hopeless. Huh? First day back in the world and you decide to get drunk? What are you, Jiraiya? Don't compare me to that. That howler monkey? Yeah, whatever, replied Naruto before dropping Kyumi onto the bed. She groaned in response. Ugh. Your bed is awful. Well, it's the most comfortable thing in my apartment. Whatever. At least it's warm. Here, let me tuck you in, offered Naruto as he tugged the blanket from underneath Kyumi. Oki, replied Kyumi as she shifted slightly, letting out a little groan or mew every time she found a particularly comfortable position. Oh wait, began Naruto as he took a step back, I forgot something. Welcome to my apartment. It's not fanciest, but it helps me survive the winters. Kyumi narrowed her eyes at his words before glancing around. Why, your apartment looks bland. It needs some decorations? She then hiccuped, to which Naruto rolled his eyes. And Naruto, murmured Kyumi groggily as she beckoned at him with her hand. What is it? Ive decided. That I'm not going to kill you and everyone in your village. Gee, ain't that great, replied Naruto sarcastically, only for Kyumi to kick him softly on the face with her foot. I'm serious. Naruto nodded, Yeah. I got it. There was a moment of silence. Since you're in the serious mood? Do you remember what you said earlier? Asked Naruto as he kneeled down beside the bed, back at the ramen stall. I said a lot of things earlier. Be more specific. Naruto swallowed quietly. You said that I was your friend? Let out Kyumi as she quirked an eyebrow. And what's so important about that? Did you mean it? What kind of a question is that? Asked Kyumi as she rolled over to her side. I'm just asking whether or not you're my actual friend, answered Naruto as he leaned forward. Kyumi looked at him for a second. Yes, I consider you my friend, replied Kyumi, her voice sobering up ever so slightly before she murmured something quietly to herself. And maybe more than friends? What was that? What was what? What you just said, after the whole you considering me your friend thing. I didn't say anything. Naruto narrowed his eyes. You sure? She nodded. Standing back up, Naruto took off his jacket and tossed it onto a chair. I'm going to sleep on a couch tonight. Oh. Good night then, Naruto. Night, Kyumi. Chapter number 9, My demon tenant is learning about skinship. Something incredibly soft and supple was pressed against the side of his face. Wake up. It smelled a bit weird too. Like sweet but a bit sweaty. It was weirdly pleasant. Sorta like how Sakura smelled like, but a bit more subtle and actually better. Just what the hell was on his face? Taking a quick and quiet breath, Naruto raised a lazy hand to grab the object. It felt incredibly soft and smooth in his hand. There was a curve here and there, along with these weird uniform, smooth hard things. He groaned softly as he lifted the thing off of his face and onto his chest. It felt weird, but also really good. It reminded him of Kyumi's hands. Just what was he holding? Are you going to just keep groping my foot or are you going to wake up? Oh. Opening his eyes, he tilted his head upward. Yep. He was holding on to Kyumi's foot. Her incredibly small and cute foot. It was just like her hands. Delicate and ladylike. It must have been nice being made of pure chakra. It meant pretty much every part of Kyumi was perfect. Whether it be her cute little hands, her almost permanently silky red hair, her petite frame or even her little feet. What he would give to be able to do that. He would seriously not mind being a little taller. Though he guessed it was alright. Why Kyumi had planted her foot on his face, he had no idea. He might as well take advantage of the situation at least. He gave her foot a squeeze. Let go of my foot. And wake up? What time is it? Time for you to get your ass off the bed. And let go of my foot? He sorta wanted to keep holding on to it, but he really did not want to get labeled a pervert like Jiraiya. Letting it go, Kyumi retracted her foot back onto the ground. What were you doing with your foot on my face anyways? Asked Naruto as he rolled over to his side with a grunt. You wouldn't wake up. Thought maybe sticking my unwashed foot in your face would do the trick. Which it did? Naruto narrowed his eyes. He honestly thought her foot smelled fine. Ugh. Get off the bed. You're not getting off the bed. Come on, you lazy monkey. What the hell are you doing? Nothing, replied Naruto as he shifted a bit. It was way too early for him to wake up. It was his off day. The day that Jiraiya had given him to relax after that terribly long journey back. Plus, if he stayed on his side like this, he got the perfect view of Kyumi's thighs, that were just chubby enough to make a visible outline on her kimono. Now that he really thought about it, he preferred Kyumi's legs to Sakura's. Sakura had runner's legs. They were just a bit too thin for his taste. Sure, they were muscular, at least compared to most girls they were, but Kyumi had a bigger butt. He could see just the faint outline of it due to the way that Kyumi was standing with her weight mostly on one leg. She had thicker thighs too. Overall, she was just a bit more filled out below the waist. Not that he minded. Not at all. Man, it felt a little bit weird knowing that the nine-tailed fox's body was his type. Eesh, he felt perverted just thinking that. Mustering up a bit of willpower, Naruto rolled over to his other side so that he was looking at his couch. Man, sometimes he hated being a closet pervert. It was a guilty pleasure that was much more guilty than pleasure whenever he looked at a girl too long. After seeing how Jiraiya ended up, straying from the path of purity, he was determined to stay as clean as possible for as long as possible. Grr, growled Kyumi lowly before she shouted, "Get your ass off the damn couch. I'm hungover and I'm hungry." Ugh. There was no way he was going to fall asleep again. Not with Kyumi bothering at least. He could try though. Ugh. It's like I got a second heartbeat inside my head. Wake up or I'll go kill a dozen children. Okay. Fine. I'm waking up, relented Naruto as he threw his blanket off of him. Finally. Okay, I'm up. There was a moment of silence. What the hell is that? What is what? Asked Naruto as he stood up. Why is there a frog on your underwear? Naruto looked down at the front of his boxers and then back up at Kyumi. What's wrong with my frog boxers? I think they look nice. Yeah well, it's kind of awkward looking at the frog when it's right over your... Never mind. Oh. Yeah. So were you like using the frog as an excuse to look at my crotch? His words were like a fire that quickly shot into her cheeks, turning them a red that immediately began spreading to her ears and forehead. To go along with that intense blush of hers, she had widened her eyes and her mouth was opening and closing like a fish. No. Not at all. No. No way. Never ever. No. Naruto looked at her for a second before chuckling. Hey. What's so damn funny? Asked Kumi as she stomped her foot. You're so easy to embarrass, answered Naruto with a smile on his face. I am not. Oh come on, Kumi. You're cute when you have these little reactions. You don't need to be so defensive about it, replied Naruto in a reassuring voice as he nodded his head. She glared at him for a moment. Stupid monkey. Getting me all worked up, especially when I have such a nasty headache. I didn't know tailed beasts could get hangovers. Well you do now, replied Kumi as she folded her arms. Look. Since you're hungover and hungry. Why don't you go take a shower first? Then we can head out and maybe eat something. Her tail swished gingerly around her as she tightened her arms around herself into a self-embrace. I don't know what this shower you speak of is. Let out Naruto as he quirked a brow. Well what about a bath? His words prompted Kumi's ears to perk up a bit. Oh, I know what a bath is. Well, then go take one. What? I don't know how to use your bath. I tried earlier but it's got all these weird knobs and thingies. She bit her lower lip and nodded, obviously embarrassed by the fact that she had no idea how to use his bathroom. So do you want me to help you? She nodded once more. Naruto sighed. Alright. Let's get you into the bath. Okie dokie. Let out Naruto upon hearing such a cute little phrase used by her before walking to his bathroom. Kumi followed him, her tiny little feet making delicate noises against the wooden floors as she walked. Even sounds she made were cute. He would be hearing a lot more from her now, would he not? She was living with him now. For some reason, it felt much more real now that they were not talking in his mindscape. Like, she was real and he could see her and touch her. Well, maybe not touch, but whatever. Man, it was so much easier not noticing the fact that she was a girl back when it all felt like a dream. He could see a hard road in front of him. A crossroads actually, one telling him to just ignore Kumi, since she was the nine-tailed fox and the other one telling him to throw morals to the wind. Though the morals to the wind option was a bit less tempting since he knew that Kumi would most likely curb stomp him if he tried anything. She did hit like 1,000 times harder than Sakura after all. So you turn this knob, right? Then you just adjust the temperature like this. Here, let me start a bath for you. Oh. I see now. You monkeys really do come up with the neatest of inventions. While they seem a bit trivial, they do seem convenient. Yeah, I'd like to think so. I do wish that you didn't come up with ninja techniques though. Could have saved myself a decade if your damned fourth Hokage didn't seal me. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, alright then. Hey. Naruto. Yes, Kumi. Can you stay here while I bathe? What? Why? This is my first time bathing in hot water. I'm kinda scared, answered Kumi gingerly, her tail swishing around her protectively. I mean. You should be grateful that I'm letting you gaze upon my body. It should be an honor for you. I don't mind. You are cute after all, replied Naruto as he dipped his head to hide his blush. If she was not so mortified, she would have maybe cheered a little bit. This was a way to get closer to Naruto after all. I am going to take my clothes off now. So turn around? Naruto tilted his head to side. Weren't you completely fine being naked around me back in my mindscape? Well, I'm not now, retorted Kumi as her cheeks flushed. Also it's dreamscape. Dreamscape. Okay. Dreamscape, replied Naruto as he turned around. Wait. There's a mirror here. I don't care. Just focus on yourself and not me. Alright. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto looked at himself in the mirror. He had bags under his eyes. What time was it? The sun was barely even out. Kumi was going to absolutely destroy his sleep schedule. As he examined himself closer, Naruto widened his eyes. Hey. What happened to my whiskers? What did you expect? All the traits I passed on to you must have faded when you slept since I'm no longer sealed inside you. Those whiskers was one of your traits? But you don't have whiskers. I do. I just hide them. Why? Because I don't like them. I think my cheeks look better without them. Well. If that's your opinion, replied Naruto as he rubbed his cheeks, taking note of how smooth they were now that he did not have his whiskers. So what's taking you so long? Can't you just disappear your clothes? Yeah, well. It's annoying to summon them again, so I might as well just take them off. You know, began Naruto as turned on the sink, I think you're a bit outdated. He heard her let out a quick humph. And why is that? I mean, pretty much no one wears a kimono now unless a festival is happening, answered Naruto, shuddering slightly as he splashed cold water into his face. Plus you talk like an old person. I'm 1,000 years old, Naruto. Yeah, but it'd be kinda cool if you could get with the times. Oh? And how would I do that? Maybe turn that kimono into a jacket. You can keep the scarf since I think it really looks good on you. Maybe you could try shortening your hair. Most of the girls I know have their cut short these days. Not Ino though. Who was Ino? Why would he mention someone else? Kyumi narrowed her eyes. Why was she feeling so jealous? Ugh, she missed it back when she could keep a cool head, but with Naruto around her, she swore everything inside her was almost always on fire and swirling around as if a Infernato had decided to set up shop in her body. Well, I think I can do those things after I take a bath. Yeah, you can just try it out. If you don't like it, you can always just change back. Yeah, replied Kyumi as she tossed her clothing into the air, where they, excluding the scarf, disappeared. The scarf landed on the towel rack. I'm finished. You can turn around now? Naruto began to turn around. Wait. No. I haven't gotten into the water yet. Naruto turned back to face the mirror, but not before letting out a quick chuckle, much to Kyumi's annoyance. Looking down at the steamy hot water, Kyumi swallowed quietly. Why did it feel so weird bathing in hot water? She had seen hot springs before, but those were natural. She had no idea where this hot water came from. Dipping a toe in, Kyumi shuddered at the blissful sensation. The temperature was perfect. Sliding herself in, she let out a light sigh as the hot water soothed her body. The bubble bath stuff is on the rack. You take bubble baths? Asked Kyumi as she leaned over to look at the multiple bottles on the rack. Sometimes. Okay then. Seems weird. Bubbles seem like a weird thing to want. Which bottle is it? The orange one? I wonder. Oh. It smells. Smells like oranges. Huh? I should have expected that. Oranges smell good though, replied Naruto with a shrug, so can I turn around now? Yeah. Go ahead. With an affirming nod, Naruto turned around. Huh? Hot? Oh, nothing. I don't know why I was acting so shy. I mean, I've pretty much seen you naked before. Don't say it like it means nothing. Well then, what do I say? I don't know. Then if you don't know, how am I supposed to know? Just shush. So do you want me to leave or something? Asked Naruto after a moment of silence. No. I want you to stay. All right then. I'll stay. She looked up at him, before curving her lips slightly upward into a small smile. I guess bubble baths aren't that bad. Bubbles are nice. Yeah, they are, replied Naruto with a nod. He watched as she suddenly blushed. Do you want to share this bubble bath with me? He looked at her for a second before widening his eyes. WW what? She hissed in response, SHHHHH. My hangover. Ugh. My headache just got like 10 times worse. Sorry, apologized Naruto quickly, making sure that his voice came out much quieter. Kyumi cleared her throat. Yes. Well. Apology accepted. Now I ask you again. Do you want to share these bubbles with me? How in the world can you say that with a straight face? Doesn't matter. Look. Monkey. Naruto. You need to bathe too, right? Wouldn't it be more efficient if we bathe together? Naruto folded his arms as he took a moment to think. My water bill is kinda already high enough. Water bill. And you did sorta use my bubble bath stuff? Which I only use for special occasions. Special? Am I a special occasion? I mean, you kinda are. You're the nine-tailed fox and you're taking a bubble bath in my bathroom, replied Naruto as he shrugged. Kyumi sighed quietly, raising a hand to pinch the bridge of her nose before murmuring quietly to herself, idiot monkey. I didn't mean it like that. So, yeah. About sharing. I guess. I don't mind. Really, yeah. I'm okay with it, replied Naruto as he took a step forward. Turn around and maybe scoot a bit forward. Alright. Squeezing her tails to the sides of the tub, Kyumi slowly scooted forward towards one end. Closing her eyes, she relied on her ears for hints at what Naruto was doing. Obviously he was taking off his clothes, tossing them off into the clothing basket. With each article of clothing he took off, she found her cheeks getting hotter and hotter. Ugh, her pride wanted her to slap herself. Though her second pride decided that it would be much less damaging to her first pride if she did not suddenly slap herself in front of a monkey. He was coming closer. She squeezed her eyes even tighter as he felt Naruto lower himself into the water. Huh? Not much space in here, huh? Really? I haven't noticed. You're literally squished into the corner. This bathtub was made for like only one person, replied Naruto plainly as he shifted slightly. Let me sit a bit closer to you then. Naruto swallowed quietly, but, I mean, I don't think you would want to touch me. I am a filthy monkey after all. That's not true, exclaimed Kumi as she turned around to face him, her eyes immediately widening at her sudden outburst. I mean, that's not true. What do you mean, Kumi? Asked Naruto, his eyes wide and his voice barely above a whisper. Why, you're not a filthy monkey. Not that filthy at least, answered Kumi with a nod, her blush spreading to her ears. Was that a compliment? If it was the most Kumi-style compliment ever. Well, was that a compliment? She looked at him for a second. I guess it was. All right then, replied Naruto with a smile as he raised a hand to pat Kumi on the head. I guess I'm okay with it as long as you're okay with it. Oh, okie dokie, said Kumi in response as she slowly slid closer to Naruto. Turning back so that she was facing the other way, Kumi then gingerly leaned back until the top of her shoulder blades touched the top of Naruto's chest. Letting out a sigh to cool her nerves, she then put a bit more weight on the boy until finally she had completely leaned up against him. You all right? She nodded. Yeah, I'm all right. There was a moment of silence. And Naruto. Yes? Is this what you monkeys call skinship? Yeah. You can't do this with anyone else, stated Kumi, her tails suddenly untucking themselves from the sides of the tub to wrap around Naruto's waist. What? You can only do skinship with me. Why? Because I said so. Yeah, but if you do this with anyone else I'll kill 100 children. She turned her head to look at him. 101 children? Naruto looked back at her, the corner of his lip curving upward until he let out a chuckle. Yeah, got it. You better, replied Kumi as she turned her head back. You know, your skin is really smooth. Like insanely smooth. You're also really light. Ah yes. Well, at least you know when to compliment someone. Oh, so you're happy that I said that? Yeah. Just a little happy. That's good. They were both quiet for a moment. Say, Naruto. Yes, Kumi. What would you say about me staying here for a while? I wouldn't mind. Yeah, but would you like it if I stayed here? She turned her head as she waited for his response. She felt all the worry in her leave her once she saw his warm smile. Yeah, I'd like that. You really need to stop worrying, Kumi. You're not that bad. She puffed out her cheeks. Of course I'm not bad. Yeah, well, you can be bad sometimes. No. Never. Only monkeys can be bad. I mean, you can get pretty rude sometimes. Plus you hit me some Tim Dash. Shut up. Not true. Lies. Ow. Ow. Kumi. I am naked. Ow. You're naked. Take back what you said. Ow. Why you're getting water everywhere. I don't care. I take it back. Ow. No. Not the face. Chapter number 10, My Demon Tenant Meets the Locals. She seriously was going to bankrupt him. Kumi must have eaten through at least 50% of his savings by now. Her appetite was insane. She must have been holding herself back when he had introduced ramen to her because now all she did was eat and eat. Why was she hungry all the time? Not even he got this hungry this often. Looking at her from across the table, Naruto took note of the empty pile of plates by her sides. She had wanted to eat dango today. She had been introduced to dango back when they had accidentally ran into Anko a few days ago. Anko had teased the hell out of the both of them and had spouted off about some young love nonsense. Naruto had never really pegged Anko as a romantic. Now Kumi absolutely loved dango. Possibly even more so than ramen. Actually, she pretty much loved food in general, whether it be ramen, dango, sushi, fried chicken, or beef bowls. For a being that despised monkeys, she sure loved their food. Over the past week, Kumi sure had changed. She adapted to monkey life rather quickly. Not only had she basically set up the morning routine of smacking his face with her foot, she had now basically forced him to bathe with her every morning. Sometimes at night too. His teenage heart could only take so much temptation. Plus he swore he could always feel someone watching him whenever he was in the tub with Kumi. Someone with white hair. Someone who constantly wrote things into a tiny little notebook. He could not really put his finger on who that person was. It was Jiraiya. Obviously. If he could lower himself to the point where he felt no guilt watching women in a hot spring, then obviously he would have no hesitation to watch him bathe with Kumi. Stinky perverted monkey. Kumi had also ended up changing the clothes she wore after her first day. She kept the scarf and had turned her kimono into a dark blue jacket. Naruto thought it looked good with her red hair. Now obviously you can't just wear a jacket, so she had to then give herself a light gray collared shirt, idea courtesy of a men's fashion magazine Naruto had brought back from the bookstore, and then she had finally finished off her outfit with a skirt and some thigh-high socks. On her feet, she had on a dark blue pair of sandals, just like Naruto. All in all, she pretty much fit in. Maybe she was just a tad bit overdressed, but Naruto liked the look on her. She liked that he liked the look on her. It was a win-win. Blinking once, Naruto focused back on Kumi. She looked so satisfied, decimating his wallet with her eating habits. Cute too, but mostly satisfied. Where did all that food even go? Did it disappear into a black hole in her stomach? Did she even have a stomach? Do I got something on my face? Oh, no. I was just thinking, replied Naruto as he absent-mindedly swirled the tea in his cup. She looked at him. What were you thinking about? I was thinking about you, answered Naruto simply, his words prompting Kumi's cheeks to heat up a little. Well then, replied Kumi as she glanced away. What kind of stuff about me? Naruto shrugged. Just the usual. And what would the usual be? Asked Kumi as she leaned forward. Well, I was actually sorta thinking about us, answered Naruto, prompting Kumi to quirk an eyebrow. What about us? Well, how do I explain, began Naruto, tilting his head upward as he looked toward the ceiling. So you see us two together right here? I do. And we're here together eating dango together? Yeah? What about it? Naruto looked back down at her. Is this a date? He watched Kumi's expression change from confused, to embarrassed, and then to mortified as his words sank in. What? I mean. Do you think this is a date? Naruto blushed. I sorta think it is. He then shook his head. I don't know. It's just that all that stuff Anko said to us is getting to my head. Let out Kumi as she dipped her chin down to hide her blush. I've been thinking about what Anko said too. Naruto looked at her. But don't get the wrong idea. I only follow you around for the food. And the head pats. And the belly rubs. Naruto continued looking at her. The corners of his lip began twitching, and soon enough, he began smiling, then chuckling, and then he was laughing. Kumi continued to blush as she watched Naruto's enthusiastic reaction. Why yeah. Don't worry. I got the right idea, replied Naruto, a few stray bursts of laughter leaving him before he finally calmed down. Kumi puffed her cheeks out before huffing, you better. Naruto smiled at her. She swallowed quietly. Well then. I do believe that you deserve a small reward for all the money you have spent on me. Oh, let out Naruto in response as he quirked a brow. What kind of reward? Let me give you some advice. In the form of a short story, answered Kumi as she nodded her head. You monkeys love stories. What kind of a story though, Kumi? It better not be about you killing 1,000 monkeys, replied Naruto as he leaned in and rested his elbows on the table. He then let out a quiet chuckle. Eesh. Even you got me calling humans monkeys now? Well, at least you now admit it, replied Kumi with a shrug. Oh, and don't worry. Not that many monkeys die in this story. Aha, said Naruto in response as he gave her an incredulous expression. Go ahead then. Kumi nodded and cleared her throat. There once was a terrifying monster that lived in a cave near a small village. All the villagers feared her greatly and would always take care to avoid her home. She then paused, expecting Naruto to interrupt her. He did not. It was a pleasant surprise. But there was one girl that did not fear the monster. She was this teenager, on the younger side. The monster believed that all the villagers were inferior to her and saw the young girl as nothing but cheap entertainment. So instead of killing her, the monster decided to keep her around to talk to. Every day, the girl would make the journey to the cave and sit down and talk with the monster. Naruto's eyes seemed to glimmer ever so slightly as he listened to her. They would just talk and talk for hours. There was never a dull day because of that young girl, continued Kumi as her gaze slowly drifted off to the side. It was before long that the monster forgot about the fact that the girl she was talking to was a monkey. She took a sip from her cup of tea. Though the girl knew that the monster was not truly as terrifying as the villagers said she was still shunned by the entire village for what she did. She did not care though. As long as she could talk with the monster, she was content. Kumi took a deep breath. The villagers though, they could no longer stand by and watch the girl talk to the monster. To punish her, they cut her legs off so she could not run and presented her in front of the cave. They expected the monster to eat her. She felt her breath catch in the back of her throat, but she played it off by pausing. The monster did not eat her, of course. She was not a savage. At least not back then she wasn't. The girl was young, she had wanted to live. She had begged the monster to help her. Kumi swallowed quietly, her eyes narrowing as she did so. Naruto watched her, his lips pursed as he took in every single word. The monster of course could heal her. She would never walk again, but she would live. The Though now the monster faced a dilemma. Her pride demanded she let the monkey die. It was just a monkey after all. Though obviously she would have preferred it if the girl lived. She then looked up at Naruto. Here. I'll let you guess. Did the monster let the girl die or did she save her? Naruto glanced down at the table as he took a moment to think. I think that the monster let the girl die. Kyumi nodded. You are right. The girl died. The monster killed the entire village and the world just continued on. There was a moment of silence. What's the advice you wanted me to get from the story? Asked Naruto as he tilted his head slightly to the side. Sometimes, you might just need to throw your pride or morals, or whatever is holding you back to the wind, answered Kyumi absent-mindedly as she swirled her finger around the rim of her cup. Oh. I see. Thanks for the story. You're welcome, replied Kyumi as her lips curved upward into a small smile. Naruto opened his mouth to speak but was interrupted as someone else spoke up. And Naruto? What the heck are you doing here? That sounded just like Sakura. He looked toward the direction of where the voice came from. Yep, it was from Sakura. She was with her friends. Strange, she had not seen her hanging out with Ino in quite a long time. She was also with Hinata and Ten. They were all dressed casually, like they were having what appeared to be a ladies' afternoon out. Which they most likely were. Oh, hey, Sakura, greeted Naruto with a friendly wave. I didn't know you came to this dango place. And I didn't know you liked dango, replied Sakura before turning her head to look at Kyumi. Who's the girl? Well. She's let out Naruto awkwardly. I'm his companion, stated Kyumi as she turned her head to face the group, saving the situation from becoming too awkward from Naruto's weak stammers. Kyumi's words elicited a gasp from Hinata, who quickly covered her mouth with her hands to prevent anything from coming out of her. Kyumi quirked a brow at the meek girl. Whoa! Your voice is so deep, especially from someone as young as you, remarked Sakura as she widened her eyes. Humph, whatever, replied Kyumi with a grunt as she took a sip from her cup of tea. So wait. You said companion, began the blonde girl as she gestured with her arms. You're Naruto's girlfriend? Kyumi felt her cheeks heat up. I'm not saying I'm not his girlfriend. But yeah. So you are his boyfriend? Stated Ino with a smug grin on her face. Kyumi did not respond. Instead, she just pulled her scarf up to hide the redness of her cheeks. Scooting off of her side of the table, she then joined Naruto on his side and snuggled up just a bit next to the boy. She watched as Hinata frowned a little. Kyumi could not help but smirk. The way she was positioned so possessively next to the boy just told the four girls that he belonged to her. So who is this girl? Asked Ten as she walked over and sat on the opposite side of them, ignoring the huge pile of empty plates as she did so. I pretty much know every other female ninja in the village and I don't think I've ever seen her before. Is she a civilian? Asked Sakura, tilting her head to the side as she joined Ten in the booth. Well, she's not a civilian per se, answered Naruto as he tilted his head side to side. I would just say that's kind of like a traveling ninja. She doesn't really belong to any village. Oh, replied Sakura as she glanced up at the huge pile of plates. I see. Here, let me squish in here, chimed in Ino as she budged in beside Kyumi, much to the demon girl's annoyance. I guess I'll sit here then, said Hinata as she sat down beside Sakura. Kyumi quietly fumed as her private time with Naruto was rudely interrupted. Oh, how she just wanted to slap all these female monkeys in front of her. Female monkeys made the best noises. They were pretty much all howler monkeys in her book. So what's your name? Asked Ten as she leaned in close. Kyumi just glared at her. She doesn't really want to give her name out, stated Naruto, turning the attention of the girls to him. She really only gives her name out to people that are close to her. So do you know her name, Naruto? Asked Hinata, her pupilless eyes glimmering ever so slightly as she spoke. Naruto nodded, much to Hinata's dismay. Yeah. I know her name. Hinata swallowed quietly. So, Sakura. I see you're hanging out with Ino, pointed out Naruto, prompting Sakura to quirk an eyebrow. Don't you two hate each other? Sakura shrugged. I guess we sorta got back together since Sasuke has been acting like a real asshole lately. Naruto widened his eyes. More so than usual? His words prompted Sakura and Ino to narrow her eyes. Well, yes, I guess. He's just been a jerk, replied Ino as she folded her arms. How so? Asked Naruto. Oh, there's been a lot of stuff happening with him lately, answered Sakura as she frowned. Hold on. I need some tea and sweets before I really get into it. She then waved down a nearby waitress. Everyone at the table besides Naruto and Kyumi ordered. It did not take long for their food to come and for the waitress to carry the empty plates away. Naruto wanted to groan. He was already pretty full and the smell of more sweets kinda made him sick at this point, but he held it down. So where did you meet this girl? asked Tenten as she took a piece of dango off of the skewer onto her plate. Oh, I met her when Jiraiya and I were searching for Tsunade, answered Naruto, prompting Tenten to widen her eyes. You were searching for Tsunade? Lady Tsunade? Asked Tenten enthusiastically, nearly slamming her hands down onto the table as she spoke. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I did. Tenten whistled. What I would give to meet her. What? Is she your role model or something? Asked Naruto, prompting Tenten to nod. Yep. Naruto opened his mouth to reply but was interrupted as he felt a tug on his sleeve. Looking down, she saw Kyumi gesturing at him with her eyes. Ah. She's so cute, commented Ino with a squeal. She's like a kid. Kyumi turned her head to glare at the girl next to her. Aren't we like all kids? Retorted Naruto with a shrug. Yeah, but like she's so short and adorable. Kyumi's glare only intensified. Ino really needed to get the message before she ended up slapped against the wall, or through the village, or out of the village and into the forest. Naruto. I want to leave, stated Kyumi as she gave Naruto's sleeve one last tug. Oh, alright then, replied Naruto as he took her hand, prompting Kyumi to blush and for all the girls at the table to widen their eyes. Excuse me Ino, said Naruto politely, prompting the blonde-haired girl to scoot out of the seat for them to get out. Not saying anything else, Naruto walked over to the counter, paid for the food that Kyumi and him had eaten before walking out. All Ino, Sakura, Tenten and Hinata could do was watch them silently as they left. Tenten turned her head to look at Hinata and gave her an apologetic smile. Sorry Hinata. I know how much you like him. Hinata's shoulder sagged a bit. No. It's fine. I missed my chance. Hey, look, Hinata. You're a pretty girl and you're really nice. I'm sure someone out there likes you, stated Tenten with a nod. Ino nodded her head in agreement. Yeah, I'm sure of that too, Hinata. And do you have any idea of who might like me then? Asked Hinata as she looked down at her tea sadly. Hey, answered Tenten as she clicked her tongue, prompting Hinata to look at her. Tenten then proceeded to point at herself. Hinata looked at her Blanqui. Huh. The Hyunga girl then widened her eyes and blushed furiously. Huh. Outside of the dango shop, Kyumi and Naruto were walking back to his apartment hand in hand, much to Kyumi's embarrassment. Just why did Naruto's hand have to feel so damn warm? Eesh, it felt similar to warming her hands by a fire. Naruto on the other hand was smiling. Kyumi's hand was so soft. So delicate, like if he squeezed too hard, he would break it. She really was a precious little girl. It felt great just holding it. He would never tell her that though. She would most likely end up slapping him again. Naruto. Stop here. HM? Like right here? Asked Naruto, as he glanced around. They in the middle of the street. Yes, here, answered Kyumi with a nod. She then suddenly turned to face him before grabbing his wrist with her other hand. Blushing softly, she brought his hand up to her face and placed it against her cheek. The warmth and softness of her cheek was absolutely amazing. What? Asked Naruto with a slight stammer as he blushed. Only you get to call me cute. Or adorable, answered Kyumi as she dipped her chin with a pout. Only me. She nodded her head vigorously. Yes. Only you. When you say it, I feel warm and fuzzy. When other monkeys say it, it makes me feel sick. Her words prompted Naruto to smile. Alright then Kyumi, replied Naruto as he raised his other hand to pat her on the head. You can also only call me cute or adorable, stated Kyumi with a blush. I'll kill you if you call anyone else cute. Naruto chuckled. Alright, Kyumi. Don't worry. I better not have to. He smiled at her. She smiled back. Eesh, you really are hopeless, aren't you Kyumi? Her smile only grew wider. Sometimes I can be. Chapter number 11, My Demon Tenant realizes her love. Why did he always have to end up in these kinds of situations? It felt awfully surreal, having one's lung completely obliterated by what was essentially a spiky orb of lightning. The pain did not hit him immediately, that was for sure. Instead, his chest just suddenly felt empty, cold, and wet. He tried to breathe, taking note of the weird sensation of feeling only one of his lungs filling up with air. Still, at least it hurt less than when Kyumi had forced her way out of the seal. He could be thankful for that at least. Damn if Sasuke did not look awful. Somehow, Naruto had put up a decent fight despite the fact that he no longer had the choice of relying on Kyumi's power. He would have probably won this fight if Jiraiya had not kept Kyumi back in Konoha. Plus he also had the disadvantage of not being able to land lethal blows against Sasuke, while the Uchiha had free reign to try and kill him. Well, not free reign, but you get the point. He felt his jaw tighten instinctually as Sasuke pulled his hand out of his chest with a sickening wet sound. Right after that, Naruto dropped to his knees as his legs gave out. A shaky breath escaped him as the front of his ruined jacket began staining red with his blood. Looking up, he saw the conflicted look on Sasuke's face. Eesh, bastard, it is already way too late to regret your decision, what with you ramming your Chidori into my chest and all, was what Naruto thought as he felt his life slowly drain away. He was going to die. Naruto was pretty sure of it. He had always thought his death would be more epic. In the distance, he heard a few soft footsteps. Was that the rest of his team finally catching up to him? Naruto. Huh? Weakly turning his head towards the direction of the voice, Naruto curved the corners of his lips up into a weak and apologetic smile once he saw who it was from. Oh. Kyumi. He tried to say more, but at that moment, his body wavered and before he knew it, he was falling backwards off of the cliff, into the thick mist below. Both Kyumi and Sasuke watched him as he fell. Sasuke managed to keep up his hardened indifference, but Kyumi's jaw had gone slack in horror. The valley was unnaturally still for a second as both Sasuke and Kyumi took it all in. Sasuke, recovering first, looked up from where his friend had fallen from at Kyumi. Despite the fatigue he felt, he quirked a brow. What was a little girl doing here? It was not until 9 fox tails and 2 fox ears sprung out of the girl that he had just a faint idea as to who he was looking at. The overwhelming power that literally shattered the rocks around her also helped him clue into the fact that whoever he was looking at was a whole lot more powerful than he was. Without exchanging any words, Sasuke immediately bolted away in the hopes that she would not give chase. She did not. Despite every particle of chakra in her body screaming at her to chase to Uchiha down and slaughter him, they screamed louder for her to help Naruto. Expelling all of shards of rock outward as she cancelled her attack, Kyumi jumped in after her fallen companion. She just hoped that she could get to him in time. She prayed to God that she could get there in time. Oh God. Naruto let out Kyumi with a quiet gasp as Naruto finally came into view. There was already a substantial pool of blood that had seeped from Naruto's terrible wound. For once, that uniquely red liquid frightened her. It frightened her because there was so much of it. Without wasting a second, Kyumi dashed toward him and immediately cradled him against her. He felt so cold against her. His body held none of the warmth she had known him for. That only made her even more terrified. Was he dead? Just as that soul-crushing thought entered her mind, Naruto's eyes opened weakly. And Naruto, murmured Kyumi, her eyes widening as her bottom lip quivered. Kyumi, replied Naruto breathlessly, suddenly flinching as uttering her name left a terrible pain in his chest. Shoo, don't say anything. Conserve your strength. Naruto looked at her for a second before letting out a gut-wrenching chuckle. That's not how it works. I don't care. Just shut up and do what I say. I don't got much time left, said Naruto in response before he let out a wet-sounding cough. He then forced his already numb lips to form a smile. Kind of a crappy way to have it all end, huh? Kyumi felt her bottom lip quiver. No. Stay with me, Naruto. Naruto coughed weakly. Ain't I just a monkey, huh, Kyumi? No. Please, no. Don't say that, begged Kyumi, her hold on him tightening as tears pooled in her eyelids. At this point, it was really only his Uzumaki vitality that kept him conscious. Why, you're gonna live forever, replied Naruto, visibly straining as he got those words out. You're gonna have let things go. I don't want to live forever, cried Kyumi in response, her emotions pouring out through her facial expression. She then took a deep breath, nearly letting all her tears out right then and there. I don't want to live forever, without you. Naruto's response came out in gurgles as the back of his throat filled up with blood. Tears began flowing down Kyumi's cheeks as she heard him try to continue speaking. Even now he was trying his best to look out for her. Those last few words that had just escaped her hooked deep into her soul as she realized the extent of her feelings for Naruto. How in the world had she missed her affection for the boy? She had taken all those precious little moments with him for granted, but now, she knew just how much they meant to her. Just how in love was she with Naruto? She knew what had to do. Raising a hand over Naruto's face, she closed his eyes before caressing his cheek. Leaning in close to the boy's face, Kyumi positioned her lips above Naruto's before closing her eyes. As she did so, she felt a small breath escape Naruto. Most likely his last if she did not go through with this. As she inched closer and closer towards him, she realized something. Her pride was silent. The silence was what spoke volumes of her love for the boy. Chapter number 12, My demon tenant gave me fox ears. He felt absolutely awful when he woke up. Everything hurt. Even his toes hurt. If he had nerves in his hair, he was sure that they would also be hurting. The pain was especially concentrated around his chest. Turning his head slightly to the side, Naruto let out a quiet hiss as his muscles clenched uncomfortably. Where the heck was he? Squinting his eyes, he tried to take in as much of his surroundings as the darkness around would permit him. He was in the hospital. It was night time. The only light in the entire room came from the moon and through the gaps in the door to the hallway. It had been a long since he woke up in a hospital. He had only really been in one once, from getting beaten up by a drunk guy. The drunk guy had just come up to him one night right after he had left Ichiraku's ramen stall. He had been slurring heavily, but Naruto knew what he was saying. Most of it at least. It was honestly hard to hate someone who kept crying about his dead family whilst beating you. Maybe it was the tears, but he felt nothing but pity for the old man. He had not pressed charges. Looking out at the window, Naruto took in the night sky. There were no clouds. Just stars and the moon. It was beautiful, a contrast to the sky on the night that he and Sasuke did battle in the Valley of the End. He frowned before biting down on his lower lip as the phantom pains of Sasuke's Chidori filled his chest. He knew he had been mortally wounded during that fight. Just how long was he unconscious for? It was the middle of the night, but surely there was a nurse nearby, right? He needed to get up. A grunt escaped him as he tried to sit up. Something was holding him down. What the hell was it? There was 9 of them. He had not noticed them before because they were fluffy and soft. He only noticed them once they pressed down on him. Good thing they did not hold him down too firmly though. His body hurt enough as it was. Blinking, Naruto groaned quietly as he tilted his head up. He had to squint his eyes to make out who the person sleeping next to him was. The first telltale sign was the 2 perk fox ears on her head and the glimmering silky red hair she had. He should have known since it was really on Kyumi that could have held him down with her 9 tails and all. In the dim light of his hospital room, Kyumi looked absolutely serene. Like a guardian angel that kept watch over him as he slept. Except she had fox tails and fox ears instead of wings. Plus she was a lot cuter than an angel. He let out another grunt as he tried to sit up against. He watched her face this time as he did it and took note of the slight tension in Kyumi's forehead as she frowned in her sleep. She even let out a quiet groan of discontent. She could be adorable sometimes. Most of the time. Almost all the time. Sometimes, she honestly did act like a fox. A little baby fox cub. Always hungry for his attention. How long had she been sleeping next to him? Did she stay the entire time he was unconscious? The sound of footsteps knocked him out of his thoughts. His ears twitched at the sound of them. Whoever was walking outside had on high heels and a gait that made them seem very important. Just who could it be? The footsteps suddenly stopped, right outside his door, prompting Naruto to quirk an eyebrow. Was it a nurse that had come to check up on him? As the door opened, popped in blonde hair, followed up by a face, then the top half of a dark green blouse. It was Tsunade. She looked at him. He looked back at her. Hey, greeted Naruto in a somewhat loud whisper, his voice a bit hoarse as he slowly raised a hand to wave at her. Hey, Naruto, replied Tsunade as she swallowed quietly, her eyes moving from Naruto to Kyumi. Feeling any pain? He shook his head. No. Just what you'd expect from almost dying. That's still pain. Naruto quirked the brow at the frown on Tsunade's face. Why so anxious, Tsunade? Let out Tsunade in response. The 9-tailed fox told me not to bother you, or else she would. She would? Tsunade cleared her throat as quietly as she could, she said, and I quote, if you bother me or my companion, I will tear off your skin so that it won't matter how many wrinkles you have. Naruto shuddered, eliciting a quiet mew from Kyumi. Eesh. That sounds exactly like her. Right? Replied Tsunade, her voice trailing off as she began to leave. Hey. Are you just going to leave me here? She looked back at him. Yes. Then the door closed and she walked away, leaving him alone with Kyumi. Naruto stared at the door for a second before looking down at Kyumi. She was still sleeping peacefully, despite how loud he was. During his conversation with Tsunade, Kyumi's lips had parted and there was now just a tiny trail of drool that was pooling underneath her chin. Honestly, she really was hopeless cause. His hopeless cause. Raising a hand, he reached over and gave Kyumi's head a pat. Her ears immediately twitched in response to his touch and she let out a quiet mew. Eesh, he really was getting addicted to patting her on the head. Her hair was always so soft and silky and her ears always reacted happily. Purred Kyumi as her lips curved upward into a dreamy smile. Plus he really liked the sound she made. In some ways, she was like a baby fox. She loved being taken care of, praised and nurtured. Plus she always got jealous whenever he had his attention on someone else. Sure, she would act all mean and tough, but the moment he even hinted at the idea of giving her head a pat or her tummy a rub, she would melt. Naruto, moaned Kyumi quietly, her head instinctively pushing up against Naruto's hand as he continued to run his fingers through her hair. Her little vocal reaction only spurred Naruto to keep on going. Yes. Please. Behind the ears, Naruto. Naruto quirked a brow. Kyumi. Her eyes fluttered open as the corner of her lip curved upward into a smirk before she looked up at him. In the flesh, replied Kyumi before winking, well, not literally. I'm made of chakra? Naruto held back a chuckle because it would going to hurt like absolute hell if he laughed now. Instead, he smiled, which prompted her smirk to turn into a smile. Then they spent a second smiling at each other before Kumi inched her way up and embraced him tightly. Not too tightly, mind you, just enough to express herself. God. I was so damned worried about you, admitted Kumi as she pressed her face into the crook of his neck. Worried about me? A monkey? She shook her head, her nose tickling him slightly as she did so. You're not a monkey. Not anymore. Oh? Asked Naruto, quirking a brow. What am I now? Kumi looked up at him, her blue-gray eyes glimmering slightly as it reflected the light from the moon. You're my companion. One of my precious people, answered Kumi timidly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Naruto smiled. You're one of my precious people too, Kumi. He then reached forward and brushed a few stray hairs to the side of her head, revealing her feminine eyebrows and cute forehead. His hand then trailed down so that he could cup her cheek. Even now, began Kumi slowly as she glanced down at his hand, I am still worried about you. I didn't think you were going to wake up. Naruto quirked a brow. Why didn't you think I was going to wake up? I had to do something to save you. Something that I have never done before, admitted Kumi as she crawled even closer to him. I don't know what's going to happen to you in the long run, but for now, you're safe. You're safe with me. So what did you do to me? Asked Naruto, tilting his head to the side as he asked his question. I had to infuse your body with my chakra. So now. You're a hybrid. A mix of human and tailed beast. Half of your body is made up of my chakra and the other half is what was originally you, answered Kumi, her words prompting Naruto to widen his eyes. So wait, will I just stay like a hybrid like this forever until I die? Well. At first, all my chakra did was heal your lung and chest. In your body, my chakra had no mind to control it, so what it did was essentially devour your cells to make room for itself, explained Kumi with a frown. Pretty confusing, huh? So like, will I disappear into a cloud of red chakra when all my cells get eaten? Asked Naruto, his brow tensing slightly in worry. Kumi shook her head. No. Your soul will remain intact, and over time, it will become the new mind for my chakra. So I'll end up being made completely out of chakra like you? She nodded, I believe. So. Does that mean? I'm immortal? Asked Naruto, his voice getting a little bit higher pitched near the end of his sentence. Is that a bad thing? Naruto shrugged, I don't know. Honestly. I'm a bit mixed here. How so? I mean, I get to spend forever with you now. I think that's fantastic, answered Naruto with a nod, prompting Kumi to smile in relief, but I think it's unfair that I get to live forever. Not anyone else does. He then sighed. Plus, if I ever became Hokage now, I would be the last Hokage ever since I wouldn't be able to die. All the Hokages have always worked their hardest to get to where they were without needing the help of others. Naruto, whispered Kumi in a soothing voice as she caressed his cheek, you can't always rely on just yourself. You can't help others unless you let others help you. Naruto looked at her before chuckling quietly. That has been the kindest and wisest thing I have ever heard you say. Kumi puffed out her cheeks. I can be wise, you know? I just try not to because I'm afraid it might not get through that thick skull of yours. So how did you infuse your chakra into me? Asked Naruto, his words prompting Kumi's cheeks to heat up a little. Well mumbled Kumi quietly. You? Asked Naruto, quirking a brow. I had to give you the kiss of life, answered Kumi with a slight stammer, her blush spreading to her ears as she forced the words out. He gave her a blank look. So, you kissed me to infuse me with chakra? Don't say it so casually, replied Kumi, stuttering slightly as she playfully slapped him on the arm. Why? Because. It's embarrassing, answered Kumi. I guess it's kind of embarrassing, admitted Naruto in response as he gave her a sympathetic smile. He then snorted before looking into her eyes. I had never thought that it would take almost dying to get a kiss out of you. Idiot, remarked Kumi with a blush as she him another playful smack. You just woke up from a coma and the only thing you care about is that I kissed you. I'm fine now. I don't got much to worry about, replied Naruto with a shrug, though I do really want to get out of this hospital gown. Maybe brush my teeth and take a shower? Oh? You want to take a shower? They have one in the restroom. Naruto quirked a brow. They have showers in the bathrooms of hospitals. It's for the staff, replied Kumi with a shrug. Oh, alright then, said Naruto in response. Here. Let me help you up. Okay. Alright. Easy. Try not to tense up too much. Your muscles are still adapting to the strain of my chakra pumping through them. Got it. Whoa. Try to not to step on my tails. He shuffled slightly. Sorry. It's just a bit dark in here. Don't worry, it's bright outside in the hallway. So just follow me, replied Kumi as she looped an arm underneath Naruto's shoulder. The trip to the restroom was a short one. It was only a few steps down the hall. Luckily, they encountered no nurses, otherwise, security would have been immediately called, since Kumi had neglected to hide her ears and tails. Eesh, the hospital was really spooky at night. Good thing he had Kumi to hold on to. Once inside the restroom, Naruto immediately spotted the shower in the corner. It had curtains around it and it looked only big enough for one person. You could fit two in there, but it would have been a tight fit. For some reason though, Naruto just had this sneaking suspicion that he would have to share the shower. Looking down at Kumi, Naruto saw the subtle glint in her eye that confirmed his suspicion. Do you wanna share the shower? Why, how generous of you. Of course, replied Kumi swiftly with a snicker. Right, said Naruto in response with a nod, but there isn't much room. So unless you're okay with some touching? I'll be fine, thank you very much, retorted Kumi as she began stripping out of her clothes. Eep, let out Naruto as he promptly turned around, only to realize that there was a mirror behind him and that he could see Kumi strip anyways. Though despite this, it was not the sight of Kumi's dreamy body that made him widen his eyes. No, it was actually his own reflection. Were those fox ears on his head? Where did his regular ears go? Why was his hair now tinted red? His hair was now the same shade of red as Kumi's hair was. Did his whiskers come back too? Was this all a side effect of the chakra that Kumi infused into him? Limping over to the mirror, he opened his mouth. He had even grown fangs, just like Kumi. How did he not notice them earlier? Turning back, he looked at Kumi and took note of the frown on her face. I'm sorry if you don't like the changes. I didn't know that they would happen, apologized Kumi as she bowed her head, her ears flapping down as she did so. A quiet gasp escaped her as Naruto lurched forward and placed both of his hands on her shoulders. No, Kumi. I think I look pretty awesome right now, replied Naruto, nodding as he gave her a genuine smile. I was just a bit surprised, is all. Really, Naruto? He nodded once more, really. I think I've just increased like 2 levels in badassness. His words prompted Kumi to chuckle quietly. I think we look like matching pairs now, remarked Naruto as he raised a hand to pat Kumi on the head. Kumi smiled at him, her cheeks turning a bit pink before she leaned in quickly and gave Naruto a quick smooch on the cheek, much to Naruto's embarrassment. Pulling back, her smile grew even wider as she saw a blush develop on Naruto's face. You're too damn nice sometimes, remarked Kumi as she looked at him. Naruto opened his mouth to speak and then he closed it. Then he opened it again and closed it. He looked awfully like a fish out of water. Kumi's smile turned into a smirk. At least she had one way of getting back at him for always flustering her. Why don't we take that shower, Naruto? He nodded slowly, too dumbfounded to respond with words. It did not help that he had just realized that he was holding on to her bare shoulders, as she was completely naked. All of her clothing had been tossed into a nearby sink, leaving her entire body revealed for his eyes to take in. He forced his eyes to go back up and meet Kumi's. It took a lot of willpower, but he accomplished it. Why so embarrassed, Naruto? Asked Kumi as she bit her lower lip. You've seen me unclothed many times before. Why yeah, replied Naruto with a stammer. But back then I wasn't that close to you. Fufufu. Yes, well I never thought I would get that close to you either, Naruto, but here we are. Somehow, you've wormed your way into my heart, stated Kumi warmly with a nod, her tails also nodding behind her in agreement. She then leaned in once more to plant another kiss. This time on his lips. So please take responsibility. Chapter number 13, My Demon Tenant Needs a Pair of Glasses. Somehow, a week had already passed, and he had his new appearance had yet to be found out. It was actually not that hard. Whenever he left the apartment, all he had to do was transform his appearance into his original self. Then he would just have to avoid every single Hyuga in the entire village, which was also easy, since most Hyuga usually stayed within their own district. The only thing he really had to worry about was accidentally wandering in front of Niji or Hinata while they had their Byakugan out. Where was Hinata these days? Last thing he heard, she had decided to hole up with Tenant after she got into an argument with her father. Something about the two of them running away together? What was that about anyways? Oh well. Back to the main subject. While he handled the actual hiding his new features, Tsunade made sure to quell any rumors about him. Honestly, she did better damage control than old man Sarutobi did and he was grateful for that. It also helped that Kumi had fashioned him a cowl out of her chakra. It was orange, just like his jacket. He thought he looked really cool in it. Kumi had laughed at him when he had decided to strike a bunch of poses in front of his mirror. At first, she had teased him and then she found herself doing the exact same thing with him. That was when he had discovered that she was insanely flexible and that she could pull off much more badass poses than he could. He puffed his cheeks out and huffed. He was still a little bit jealous. He wanted to pull off badass poses too. Kyumi had tried to reassure him that his poses were also badass, but he knew she was just saying that to make him feel better. Not that it did not make him feel better. Overall, his life felt sort of like something out of a fluffy romance manga. He hoped it stayed that way. Naruto was suddenly knocked out of his thoughts when he felt a dainty finger poke his cheek, prompting him to turn his head and look at his companion. "What are you thinking about, Naruto?" asked Kyumi as she playfully pointed her chopsticks at him. They were currently eating in a teppanyaki stall at the moment. Kyumi had ordered the sea urchin crescents while he had simply opted for some grilled scallops on rice. It was kind of obvious who was the spoiled one in the relationship, judging by how much pricier the dish Kyumi ordered was. While scallops could be harvested near the coast, sea urchins lived in much colder waters and had to be sourced from places like Kiri, which made it just that much more expensive to transport to Konoha. At least, that was what the guy making their food had told him when he asked why the heck sea urchins were so expensive. Honestly, he sorta wished food was simpler and less expensive. He did not mind though. As long as Kyumi was happy, he was happy. Most of the time anyways. "I was just thinking about some of the stuff happening recently," answered Naruto with a shrug before looking back down at his food. "Oh? What kind of stuff?" "Just about how I've been getting used to having fox ears," replied Naruto, shrugging once more. "Anything else?" asked Kyumi, tilting her head to the side. He looked back at her. "Do you want the honest truth?" "Well, yes." "Duh," replied Kyumi as she leaned in close. "Is it something important?" He shook his head. "Not really. I was just thinking of back at my apartment when we were doing all those weird poses in the mirror." Kyumi let out a quiet chuckle as her cheeks heated up slightly. "Ah. Hee hee. I sorta already forgot about that. That pose you did where you had both your hands up in victory signs was really cute," remarked Naruto with a nod. "Most adorable thing I've ever seen you do." Her blush spread to her ears. "Well. I guess I could do it for you every once in a while since you like it so much." Naruto swallowed quietly. She was just too damn precious. "Why don't you eat up first?" "I think it'd be weird if you did that in public," replied Naruto as he reached over and gave her head a pat. "Oki," said Kyumi in response. Picking up a bit of crescent with her chopstick, she blew on it gently before cupping her hand underneath it to prevent spillage. Instead of eating it, she hovered the food over towards him, prompting him to quirk a brow. "I am feeding you," stated Kyumi with a slight stammer. I saw it in this monkey dating magazine." He looked at the sea urchin crescent in between her chopsticks and then at her before smiling. "All right, if you're okay with sharing, I'll be happy to eat it." "I'm okay with sharing," replied Kyumi, her hand shaking slightly. "Only with you though. You'll never catch me sharing anything with monkeys." Naruto chuckled. "Got it." Then he leaned forward and ate the piece of food with a smile. "Is it good?" asked Kyumi as she pulled her chopsticks back and licked them clean. "It's good," answered Naruto as a nod. "It better be, considering how expensive it was." Kyumi patted his back and chuckled. "Honestly, I don't get the concept of money. Back then, all you monkeys would do was trade and barter. Now that was much simpler. You traded what you wanted with stuff you did not need." "You gotta get with the times, Kyumi," replied Naruto with a smile. "Times change." She nodded. Yes, times do change. I've been here to experience a lot of it." "So how do you like what you got?" asked Naruto as he spooned in a bit of rice into his mouth. "It's good. I never knew you could eat sea urchins." "Putting a spiky ball into one's mouth must have been off-putting," answered Kyumi as she studied a piece of sea urchin on her chopsticks. "It must have been one brave monkey to crack one of these open and eat them." "Hey, I've actually been meaning to ask you something," began Naruto, prompting Kyumi to quirk an eyebrow. "What did you eat back besides bones? That's like the only thing you ever talk about." "Meat," stated Kyumi with a shrug. "I mostly just ate the animals around me. Sometimes I would eat dried meat, but that was only when I encountered a village." Any veggies? Or fruits?" asked Naruto, tilting his head to the side. "Apples. I loved apples. Peaches too. I love peaches. Not the soft kind though. The crunchy ones. I also really liked strawberries," answered Kyumi as she licked her lips. "As for vegetables, I don't like vegetables." "I mean, you're eating crescents." "That's a vegetable," remarked Naruto as he picked up a scallop. "Here, try this." "That's because it's covered in sea urchin and sauce," retorted Kyumi before leaned in close to him. "Oh, thanks." Taking the scallop into her mouth, Kyumi let out a small sound of appreciation as she ate it. "Oh, that's good. That's really good," commented Kyumi as she chewed. "I think I want you to order me after I finish my crescents." "Order it yourself," replied Naruto as he pointed up at the menu. "It's right there on the menu." She squinted her eyes. I can't." "Why can't you?" asked Naruto as he leaned towards her. "I can't. The menu is really blurry, answered Kumi timidly as she metaphorically shrunk in her seat. I can't really read that well. So is it like you can't see the words or you can't understand them? Asked Naruto, tilting his head to the side as he asked his question. They're all blurry. Naruto looked at her. I think you need glasses, Kumi. Glasses? What are glasses? Asked Kumi as she quirked a brow. They're like these things you wear on your face, and they got these pieces of glass that help you see better, answered Naruto, trying to explain as best as he could. You monkeys invented something that allows you to see better? He nodded. Yeah. We got glasses to protect your eyes from sun too. Kumi whistled. That's actually pretty impressive. Let's finish eating and go find me a pair of glasses. All right. No other words were exchanged as they quickly finished their meal. Just a few smooches here and there. Honestly, everyone in the stall with them were sick with how lovey-dovey they were by the time they were done and were all pretty much relieved when they paid for their meal and left. They did not notice though. It only took a little bit of exploring to find a place that sold prescription glasses. It was in one of the richer parts of the merchant district. When they got there, Naruto was just somewhat relieved that the owner did not recognize him. Perhaps it was just the way Kumi was dressed, but they were immediately ushered in. Who knew that Kumi had decided to model her clothes off of a designer magazine? I had also helped that Kumi sort of looked like a princess, what with her regal posture after all. The glasses store was fancy. There were just rows and rows of designs and they all looked pretty expensive. It also had a backroom for people to get quick eye checks. Kumi had looked exceptionally cute with her lower lip quivering in embarrassment as she tried to tell the eye doctor all the characters on the opposite wall whilst she had to cover one of her eyes. Turns out that she was pretty nearsighted, which might have explained why she had always demanded he stay within 2 meters of her. Now he was starting to wonder if she would no longer be as possessive if she could see him from far away. Or would it make her even more possessive? He did not know. So which pair do you like the best, Kumi? Asked Naruto as he stood behind her as she looked at all the glasses on display. I don't know. They all look strange to me, answered Kumi with a shrug. Naruto looked over at the store owner. Hey, do you mind if she tries on a few pairs? Not at all, go ahead, replied the owner enthusiastically. Naruto nodded before turning his head back to look down at Kumi. Alright then. Put on a pair that you like. Okie dokie, said Kumi in response as she stepped forward and took a pair of glasses from the display. It was a pair of cat-eye style glasses. Putting them on, Kumi turned her head and looked at Naruto. Yes? No. I don't think it works. You look a bit snooty with them on, answered Naruto with a shrug. Kumi pouted and placed them back on the display. She then picked out another pair of glasses and put them on. They were a pair of thick-rimmed glasses with a matte finish on the frame. Actually. Wait. No. These are too heavy, remarked Kumi as she scrunched up her face. They're pressing down on my nose. Why don't you let me pick out a pair for you, asked Naruto, tilting his head slightly to the side as he gave her a smile. Okay, answered Kumi with a nod as she placed the glasses back onto the display. Stepping in front of Kumi, Naruto struck up a thinking pose. There had to be at least 24 different style of glasses on the wall. Some of them shared the same name but looked different. Honestly, he wondered why there had to be this many styles to choose from. I'm going to go with that one. Really? That one? Yeah. I think it'd look really cute on you. You say that when I haven't tried them on yet. Try them on then, replied Naruto with a smile as he held it in front of her. Alright, I will, said Kumi in response as she took them from Naruto's hands and put them on. They were a pair of dark silver, round, wireframe glasses. She looked up at him. How do they look, Naruto? I think they look great on you, Kumi. It really. How do I put it? They really bring out your eyes, complimented Naruto with a nod. Kumi's cheeks turned pink as she smiled. I'll get these then since you like them so much. Alright then, replied Naruto enthusiastically as he turned his head to look at the store owner. I guess we'll be buying this pair. Okay then. Let me just grab a pair from the back and fit in the prescription lenses, said the owner in response with a bow as he rushed into the back. Naruto looked back down at Kumi and took the glasses off of her face. Just checking to see how much this costs, replied Naruto as he looked down at the price tag. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees, prompting Kumi to yelp. What's wrong? These glasses. They're so expensive. Let me see them. Here. Take them. Take them before the zeros snatch up my soul. There can't be that many Z-. That's a lot of zeros? Yep. Alright, I've come back with your purchase. Why are you kneeling on the floor, sir? Naruto turned his head to look at the owner before standing up and brushing the front of his pants. No reason. The owner quirked a brow. Well then. Let me just ring up your glasses and you can be off on your way. Alright, replied Naruto as he walked over to the counter and pulled out his wallet. Right now, he was feeling awfully grateful for that time Jiraiya gave him all that money from that cone-headed mob boss. A few months ago, he would have never been able to afford the pair of glasses that he had chosen for Kyumi. Now, he could afford it, but it still did not make the pain of spending all that money at once go away. "So, would you like this wrapped up?" asked the owner as he took the money. Naruto shook his head. "No. I think we'll just take it as is." "All right then." After taking the pair of glasses, Naruto took Kyumi by the hand and walked her out of the store, over to a resting area with a bench. Once they had sat down, Naruto immediately groaned. "Eesh. Must be nice being rich," remarked Naruto as he threw his head back. "I swear everything in this part of Konoha is overpriced." Kyumi patted him on the back. "Oh. It isn't that bad. You got me something expensive at least?" Naruto turned his head and made an incredulous face as he looked at Kyumi. What?" asked Kyumi innocently, the corner of her lip twitching slightly as she held back a smirk. "You know I'm worth it." "I don't know. I could buy like a month's worth of food with that money I just spent," remarked Naruto, his lips curving upward into a small smile as he leaned the side of his face closer towards her. Yeah. Here's your reward," replied Kyumi as she leaned in and kissed him gently on the cheek. Naruto chuckled. "All right. The debt's been paid. Now let's have you try on these glasses." "Okie dokie," said Kyumi in response as she turned her body to face him. Brushing a few stray hairs to the side, Naruto then slowly slid the glasses onto Kyumi's face. Her reaction was kind of cute. She had closed her eyes when was putting on the glasses and was now blinking as she looked through them. She looked up at him. What? Hot? Why you're not blurry," shouted Kyumi as her eyes widened. Wow. Wow what? Why you're a lot more handsome. When you're not an orange blob. Eesh, you're a lot more nearsighted than I thought you were. How was I supposed to know? Things just sorta get normal once you've been seeing stuff like this for a few hundred years. Hey. Ow. I didn't mean anything rude by it. You better not have. She looked away for a second, her cheeks turning a bit pink as she thought about something before turning her head back to look at him. "Thanks for the glasses." "Naruto. You're welcome." She shook her head and then took hold of one of his hands. "No. Seriously. Thank you, Naruto. For everything," thanked Kyumi genuinely as she placed a small kiss on his knuckle. He smiled, before moving his hand up and patting Kyumi on the head. "You're welcome, Kyumi." Chapter number 14, My Demon Tenant is just so lovable. His wallet was the emptiest that he had ever seen it. It was bound to happen. He had foresaw this day, but he had never thought that it would come so soon. He thought that he still had food money for another week at least. Food for him, excluding all the money that Kyumi bulldozed through every day. Honestly, he spoiled her rotten. He needed money if he was going to support Kyumi's spending habit. Good thing he was a ninja. He could just go and do some D rank or maybe even a C rank. He did not really want to leave the village though. A D rank would get him enough money for food. Looking over at his companion, Kyumi, who was busy swimming around in a puddle of snack wrappers, Naruto stood up from his spot at the table. "Kyumi?" She turned her head to look at him. We're broke." Her eyes immediately widened before she hopped out of the pile of snack wrappers. "So we got no more money?" Naruto nodded. "Yes. Where did it all go?" asked Kyumi as she scurried up to him with a confused look in her eye. He gave her an incredulous expression. "What?" He then raised a finger and pointed at her. "Why are you pointing?" asked Kyumi before she gasped. Me?" Naruto nodded. But how? You literally eat money. Those glasses you're wearing were super expensive and you always buy way too many snacks at the store," explained Naruto as he crossed his arms. But. Ugh. Fine. What do you suggest we do?" asked Kyumi with a pout. "We're going to need to make some money, Kyumi," replied Naruto as he reached over and grabbed his wallet from off the table. "And how are we supposed to do that?" He looked at her and chuckled, prompting her ears to flap downward as she tilted her head to the side in confusion. "We live in a ninja village, Kyumi. I'm a ninja. I can just take a mission," answered Naruto with a small smile. Kyumi frowned. "So does that mean you're just gonna leave me in your apartment while you go outside and work?" "I mean, you can come with me if you want to. I'm just going to be taking a D rank mission," replied Naruto with a shrug as he made a hand seal and transformed his appearance to his old blonde self. "What about your team?" Naruto pursed his lips. "Sakura's busy with her own things at the moment. Sasuke's somewhere out there doing the dirty with Orochimaru. It's really just me and you right now." Kyumi nodded in understanding before tucking in her ears and tails. "I see. I will accompany you then on your mission to make enough money to buy me more things." "Heh," snorted Naruto as he gave her a smile. "You really are hopeless." "Yes, but it's your fault for perpetuating my hopelessness," replied Kyumi with a smirk as she suddenly gestured for him to crouch down. Now piggyback me to wherever you need to go. I honestly don't feel like walking. Naruto chuckled in response before turning around and lowering himself. Alright then, Princess Kyumi. Heh. Always so eager to please, remarked Kyumi as she got onto his back. She then snuggled her cheek up to the back of his jacket. Honestly, it's one of the reasons I like you so much. Oh? Asked Naruto, tilting his head to look at her from the corner of his eye. Just like? You get the idea, dummy. Yeah, well. I still want to hear you say it, replied Naruto as he began walking forward, toward the door. It's too mushy, admitted Kyumi with a slight stammer. I'll say it when I'm ready. Well, I've got till the end of the world to hear you say it. Kyumi smiled. Yeah. As he reached a hand to unlock his door, Naruto suddenly lurched forward, nearly slamming his face against the doorknob. His legs buckled as he strained to keep balance. What happened? Asked Kyumi as she brushed her disheveled hair to the side and readjusted her glasses. I think all that sleeping on the couch has finally destroyed my back, answered Naruto as he opened the door with a grunt. Well then. Maybe you could start sleeping on the bed with me, replied Kyumi with a shrug, as she slowly lowered herself into a better position. What do you say about that, Naruto? I'd say that'd be pretty awesome, answered Naruto with a nod as he started walking forward again. I get to sleep on my bed again and I got something cute to snuggle up with. I'll be doing the snuggling, remarked Kyumi assuredly. You'll be doing the head pats and belly rubs. Naruto chuckled. Got it. Now let's go. Yes. Let's. The journey to the Hokage Tower was easy enough. Sure, he could always grab a D rank from the academy, but he really wanted to pay Tsunade a visit. Maybe give her a small thank you for allowing him to keep his lifestyle with Kyumi. He should give Kyumi more piggybacks. In the position they were in, he could feel her petite breasts press up against his back. They were so soft. Oh, how Jiraiya would have been so proud of him for having that thought. Bursting through the door to the main office, he yelped as he immediately dodged a thick book. Damn it, Naruto. Don't scare me like that, stated Tsunade grumpily as she saw who it was. Sorry, apologized Naruto with a slight bow. Ugh, whatever. I could care less, replied Tsunade with a groan as she rested her head in her hand. Why are you here? I need a D rank mission. What for? Asked Tsunade, prompting Naruto to gesture towards Kyumi. She's bankrupted me, Tsunade, answered Naruto, immediately getting flicked on the side of the head as the words left his mouth. Not my fault that you suck with money, retorted Kyumi as she puffed out her cheeks and huffed. What happened to all the money that Jiraiya gave you, Naruto? Asked Tsunade as she switched hands. I sorta spent it all on glasses, answered Naruto as he slowly hefted Kyumi off of his back before pointing out the new wireframe glasses on her face. You would not believe how expensive glasses are. Well, that's to be expected when you decide to buy expensive brand name glasses, remarked Tsunade with a shrug before looking over at Kyumi. Nice glasses, by the way. Thanks, replied Kyumi, her face tensing up slightly as she talked to what she perceived to be a bimbo monkey. A bimbo monkey. Like a baboon. A bimboon. So, you need a D rank? Asked Tsunade as she looked over a bunch of files. Why didn't you just grab one at the academy? Well, actually, I wanted to pay you a visit, answered Naruto with a smile. Oh my. You, a busy young man, paying a visit to someone like me, replied Tsunade boredly with sarcasm evident in her voice. I'm touched. Eesh, groaned Naruto in response. You could at least say that with a bit of emotion. Yeah, well. I don't get paid to be emotional, retorted Tsunade with a smirk before she grabbed a file and read it. Alright, I got a mission for you, began Tsunade as she cleared her throat. It's a C rank though, since I really don't want to waste you on a D rank mission. Anko needs someone to clear a few certain animals in the Forest of Death. Something about her needing the proper mix to make the forest as deadly as it can be. Naruto gave Tsunade an incredulous look. Why can't Anko do it herself? Because she's lazy and has the money, answered Tsunade bluntly. Now haul ass and head over there. Alright then, replied Naruto with a sigh before he crouched back down so that Kyumi could climb back onto his back. I'll see you later then, Tsunade. See ya. It had been a very long time since he had ventured to the Forest of Death. Seeing the forest itself was bittersweet. It was where he felt that a significant amount of bonding had happened among his team, but it had also been the place where Orochimaru had planted the cursed seal on Sasuke. He had to push those memories to the back of his head as he arrived at the entrance. Anko was sitting on a rock with a small bottle of green tea next to her and a plate full of dango. Hey, Anko, greeted Naruto with a wave. Sup, short stuff, replied Anko as she waved back. So you're the one they sent over to cut down some animals for me? Yep, answered Naruto with a nod. Anko nodded in response before looking at Kyumi, who was still riding Naruto's back. so I see you brought your girlfriend along. Trying to show off, Her words prompted both Kumi and Naruto to blush. And no. She just wanted to come along? Anko clicked her tongue, and I see that you've carried her here. Eesh, Naruto. I never pegged you to be this submissive. What? Exclaimed Naruto loudly, his blush spreading to his forehead, and no. She just doesn't like walking because it makes her feet sore. Ah, cooed Anko playfully, but then that totally removes the option for foot massages. Actually, it does, admitted Kumi as she looked down at Naruto. Look. Just tell me what I need to do before I die of embarrassment, begged Naruto as he slid Kumi off of his back. Alright, I'm done teasing, replied Anko as she stood up, tossing an empty dango stick back onto her plate. Just need you to kill a few boars. They're really messing up with the terrain and it's making it much harder for the other animals to prosper. What does the terrain have to do with other animals? Asked Naruto, tilting his head to the side as he asked his question. Well, boars kick up the ground. I have some herbivores in the forest that need to eat the grass, but the boars basically ruin it for them. The herbivores feed the bigger predators like the wolves and giant leeches and tigers and bears, explained Anko, each new animal she stated making Naruto blanch more and more. Okay. Just boars, right? How many? Maybe a dozen. Actually, at least kill a baker's dozen to be safe. Alright. 13 boars then, replied Naruto with a nod. I think I can handle that. Yeah, you go do that. I'll come back in a few hours, said Anko simply in response as she picked up her stuff and began leaving. Don't die in there, alright? Your corpse will mess up the ecosystem. Naruto swallowed quietly. Alright. I'll try not to. He then released his transformation technique once Anko was out of sight before he looked over at Kumi, prompting her to look at him. Don't worry, Naruto. I won't let you die, comforted Kumi assuredly with a nod, and if you do, I'll just find a way to resurrect you. Gee, that's awfully reassuring, replied Naruto sarcastically, earning him a playful smack on the arm. Honestly, Naruto, it's just a couple of boars, stated Kumi with a shrug. I remember eating them for breakfast. Only once a week though. They're like a special treat. Sounds nice, said Naruto in response before he began walking into the forest. Since you're making me walk, I demand that you give me a foot massage after this, stated Kumi with a nod as she followed him. Yeah. Alright then, began Naruto before stopping. I actually have no idea how I'm going to do this. Wait, what? Asked Kumi as she gave him an incredulous look. What do you mean by that? Well, I did not bring any of my weapons since I thought I would be getting AD rank, answered Naruto with a shrug. Plus, now that I'm like 50% chakra, my chakra control is more out of whack. I can't make a single Rasengan to save my life. Yeah, I guess that'll happen. It must be also hard to do that transformation technique, huh? He nodded. Yeah. I had to use a trickle of chakra to cast it back then, but it's much harder now. Kumi frowned as she dipped her head. I didn't know that it's been so hard for you to do your ninja stuff now that you're becoming more and more chakra dense. I'm sorry. No, it's not your fault, replied Naruto as he stopped and turned around to face her. You did what you had to do and I'm grateful for that. Hummed Kumi quietly in response with a pout. There was a moment of silence as they continued walking through the forest. So does that mean I'm going to be the one doing the killing of the boars? Asked Kumi as she looked up at Naruto. He looked at her. Do you want to? Yeah, replied Kumi as she raised her hands in front of her and cracked her knuckles. I haven't killed anything in a long time and I'm pent up. Just don't get too messy with it, alright, Kumi? I don't want to hug someone covered in blood. She gave him a wicked smile before her ears and tails popped out of their hiding places. No promises. Kumi then ran off giggling to fulfill her slaughtering needs. Eesh, sometimes she really could act like a child. A evil, bloodlusting child. Just don't run too far off. I don't want you to get lost, called Naruto as she disappeared from view. He was pretty sure she heard him. Walking around, Naruto found himself a comfortable and large nook underneath a tree and sat down. He estimated that it would take about an hour for Kumi to kill 13 boars. She was fast, ruthless and deadly and boars were slow, equally ruthless and less deadly. It was a no-brainer. He should not have to worry about Kumi whatsoever. But he was worried. She just looked so cute and precious. It was sometimes difficult to remember that she was actually a terrifying demon that killed thousands upon thousands of people and animals for entertainment. Also, what happens if she goes overboard? What if she accidentally alerts everyone to what she truly was? Great, now he was even more worried. Suddenly, the sound of a boar's death rattle nearby rang throughout the forest, prompting Naruto to turn his head toward where the sound came from. It looked like Kumi had already started. Well, that barely took much time at all. Maybe he would cut the hour down to 45 minutes. Ugh, he hated being alone. He had gotten so used to having Kyumi around with him at all times. It was really boring just sitting alone in a forest. Naruto continued on sitting there for another few minutes, that eventually turned into a half hour. Eventually an hour had passed and Naruto was getting more and more worried. What happened to Kyumi? Did something happen to Kyumi? Where was she? What was she doing right now? Did she get kidnapped? No way she could have gotten kidnapped, right? Who in their right mind would kidnap a tailed beast? Maybe he should go and search for her. He should really go search for her. With a groan, Naruto dusted off the bottom of his pants and began searching for Kyumi. It was then that it began to rain. It came out of nowhere and went from a light shower to a heavy downpour in only a few seconds. It was not the warm rain that came with spring, but rather the much colder variety that came during fall. Honestly, he hated rain. Before long, his clothes were drenched, but he kept on walking. Kyumi had to be out here somewhere, right? Kyumi, called Naruto loudly, his voice coming out a bit hoarse as he held both his hands out in front of his face in an attempt to increase the volume of his voice. No response, unless you considered the sound of rain hitting the leaves and the ground to be a response. He contemplated for a second whether or not to take off his cowl. It stuck to his hair and the sides of his face uncomfortably, but then again, he really did not want the rain to hit him directly on the face. The cowl stayed on. Kyumi. He could feel his arms shivering slightly as it got colder and colder. He could not help comparing the sensation to how cold the rain was back at the Valley of the End where he fought Sasuke. The only difference now was that he did not have the pain of missing a lung to distract him from the chill. Still, he preferred feeling cold over nearly dying, so it was not that bad. Kyumi, he called out once more as loudly as he could. Naruto. The voice came from behind him, prompting him to turn around, just in time for him to see Kyumi running towards him with her arms held in front of her. The next thing he knew, she had him in a tight embrace. Kyumi, whispered Naruto as he shivered against her, "Glad you could make it back to me on time?" "Shush. You're going to get sick if you stay out in the rain any longer," replied Kyumi as she guided him underneath a tree. "We should find some shelter to wait out this rain." Alright," said Naruto in response. There was this nook in a tree just a few minutes from here. Which direction? He pointed to where Kyumi came from, prompting her to nod. "Alright. Here. Let me piggyback you." "Huh? Aren't you worried about getting sore feet?" asked Naruto, prompting Kyumi to frown. "I don't care about my feet getting sore when it's for you." "Now get on my back," replied Kyumi bluntly as she bent a bit forward. "Alright. If you insist." Climbing onto her back, Naruto widened his eyes slightly at how secure it felt. Then he remembered that she had the strength of 1,000 monkeys in her pinky toe. Then suddenly, without warning, Kyumi began running. Whoa! Sprinting, bursting through the air like a ball of orange and red as she headed towards where he had pointed. Just as he almost slipped off her back, she tightened her grip around his legs. Thankfully so, since he nearly flew off of her when she suddenly stopped. "Is this the nook?" He blinked. "That was fast." "Yeah, that is," replied Naruto after a moment. She nodded in response before quickly scurrying underneath the cover of the tree. Placing Naruto down inside, she then used her tails to cover up the entrance, protecting them from the wind. It was kind of like a tail fort except half of it was made by a partially uprooted tree. "Are you okay?" asked Kyumi, her blue-gray eyes glimmering slightly in the darkness. "Just a bit cold," answered Naruto as he pulled down his cowl, revealing his 2 fox ears. "Let me get you out of those wet clothes? But then I'd be naked. Wouldn't that make me even colder?" "Dummy. Being wet is much worse than being naked." "Alright. You know best," replied Naruto as he scooted up closer to her. "About time you acknowledged that," remarked Kyumi with a smirk as she pulled Naruto's drenched jacket off of him, followed up by his shirt. "It's still really cold," stated Naruto with a slight shiver. "Phase 2 of the plan," began Kyumi as she made him lie down on his jacket. "I'm going to warm you up by snuggling up against you." "Oh, okay," replied Naruto as he shrugged. "Without my clothes on?" "Oh, alri-. What?" asked Naruto as he sat up, immediately blushing once he had processed what she had said. "Heat doesn't transfer well through clothing," explained Kyumi, her cheeks heating up a bit as she pushed him back down. "Plus you've seen me unclothed plenty of times. It isn't any different this time around." "Why yeah, but you'll be pressed up against me. We've bathed together, Naruto. I mean, usually we have a small space between us." She smacked him on the chest. "Does my body not please you, Naruto?" "Huh? I mean dash." "Just shut up and just do what I say," interrupted Kyumi as she tossed off her clothing and laid beside him. "Hands off my chest and my rear and we'll be just fine." He closed his eyes and swallowed quietly. "Oh okay then." Taking a deep breath to calm down his heart, Naruto opened his eyes and wrapped a hand around Kyumi's lower back, eliciting a small little meep from her. She responded by placing both of her hands on his shoulders, before sliding them forward and wrapping them around his neck. I feel like we skipped a few steps in our relationship," remarked Naruto nervously, feeling grateful that Kyumi could not see his blush in the darkness. "What do you mean by that, Naruto?" asked Kyumi as she leaned in close to him, much to his embarrassment. "When we first met, you were already naked. That skipped a whole lot of steps. Then we bathed together. Which skipped even more skips. Then we kissed. I mean, we haven't even said I love you to each other yet," explained Naruto hesitantly, pausing between every few words as he tried to recall everything that had happened between them. "Oh," let out Kyumi in response, "see, I'm not so familiar with the monkey steps to a relationship. I just went with what felt natural. So, does this mean, what we're doing right now feels natural?" "Oh, so you're telling me," began Kyumi with a pout as she pressed her breasts against his chest, "that this doesn't feel natural?" "It does but, don't you think we're moving a bit fast?" asked Naruto as his entire face turned red. "You want the honest truth, Naruto?" "Well, yeah. I don't think we're moving fast enough sometimes," admitted Kyumi as she moved even closer to him. He shivered, not from how cold it was, but from how warm Kyumi's breath was. "It's cold, Naruto," whispered Kyumi huskily, "won't you warm me up? Can tailed beasts even get cold? Does it matter?" He looked into her eyes. "I guess not." As he said that, he found himself leaning closer and closer towards her. But she closed the distance before him and quickly pressed her lips against his. Somehow, that light, delicate touch was just enough to reinvigorate him, and before he knew it, he had pulled himself on top of her. Kyumi had hummed a soft note of approval as she arched her back, pressing her chest against his, wanting to touch as much as him as she could. Her body felt so fragile against his, that it felt that if he were to put too much pressure on her, she would break, but the eager noises she made said otherwise. Despite being underneath him, Kyumi was the one with most of the control. Every little move she made, he would make one in response. He let out a grunt as her hands found their way into his hair. The way her dainty fingers brushed against his ears felt absolutely amazing to him. Now he understood why she loved head pats. Suddenly she pulled away, prompting him to quirk a brow. Glasses. Oh. Once she had placed her glasses safely off to the side, they continued their heated make-out session. Every sound, taste and smell was savored as the two continued pressing their bodies together. Every time Kyumi's breasts rubbed up against his chest, she would moan quietly into their kiss, and every time her leg brushed up against his groin, he would groan. The louder they got, the more they drowned out the rain outside. Before long, they had even forgotten that it was raining in the first place. "I love you, Kyumi," stated Naruto breathlessly as he pulled back for air, "with all my heart." She felt her entire body flush in joy as she heard those words from him. Even in the darkness, she could see the genuinely warm smile he had on his face. Honestly, she felt so happy that she found herself speechless for a moment. "I love you too, Naruto." She cleared her throat. She had not meant to stutter. "I love you too, Naruto, with every fiber of my being." If it was even possible, she saw his smile grow even wider. She could not help but smile back. "Damn, your smile could melt ice," remarked Kyumi, eliciting a chuckle from Naruto. "Yeah, well, you could just shatter the ice with how hard you slap," replied Naruto, prompting Kyumi to snort. "Oh please. I can slap way harder than that. Yeah. I just hope you don't end up using a full-powered slap on me." She smirked. No promises. Chapter number 15, My Demon Tenant Loves Me. This was a first. He had never had a birthday where he did not spend the day alone. Most of his birthdays were spent locked up inside of his apartment with nothing but the cheers of those outside to accompany him. It really sucked having a birthday on a holiday. Yep. October 10th. His birthday. It was also the day the nine-tailed fox attacked Konoha. Now, it was mostly known as the day that Konoha held its nine-tailed fox festival. Honestly, he thought the idea was pretty smart. Why have everyone remember it as a horrible day where a bunch of people died when they can remember it as the day many people sacrificed themselves for the betterment of the village? It was one of Hiruzen's finer ideas. Speaking of Hiruzen, it was his first birthday without the old man. Well, not really, since Hiruzen could not come every single year. He was still expected to do the speech for the festival, but every other year or so, he would make time to come visit him before he headed over to the festival. He would always bring a slice of mango cake with him. Naruto liked it especially because it was orange. Plus mangoes tasted good. Though that was not what he meant by this being a first. No. Not at all. See, the Nine-Tailed Fox Festival was like every other festival in Konoha. It had food, games, reenactments of what happened during the Nine-Tailed Fox attack, and it also had fireworks at the end. It all honestly sounded like great fun. He never attended though. While he was mostly tolerated by Konoha, there were also a few people out there who refused to look past his reputation. They would not have it, having the demon that attacked them years ago also there to celebrate, even if it was just the boy that contained the demon that wanted to attend and not the demon itself. But now, things were different. Not only did he no longer look recognizable, but he also had a reason to actually go this year. A cute, adorable reason. Come on. I want to go to the festival. He rolled his eyes as he slid his arms into the sleeve of his yukata. Out of all the things he thought that Kyumi would get excited for, a festival celebrating her defeat would have been the last thing on the list. You know they're celebrating the day we beat you, right? Asked Naruto as he gave her a grin. Yeah, but it's still all about me, retorted Kyumi with a shrug as she patted down her dark blue yukata. Naruto snorted in response, you're okay with everything as long as it's about you. Kyumi pouted, that's not true. Be honest, you love being the center of attention, replied Naruto with a chuckle. Only the center of your attention, darling, said Kyumi in response, the corner of her lips curving upward into a smile as her words caused Naruto's cheeks to heat up. He looked at her for a moment, his eyes wide in surprise, before they warmed up and he smiled. That was actually pretty smooth, Kyumi. She puffed out her chest proudly, see, I can be smooth too. Her words earned her a good few seconds of laughter from Naruto, much to her joy and embarrassment. Honestly, the boy's laugh made her feel as if her world was much more vibrant and colorful. If at least just for a little while. Just enough for her. Alright. Finish putting on that yukata and then we can go, stated Naruto as he finished tying the knot around his waist. Kyumi pouted, I don't know how to put it on. The back knot is confusing. But it's easy, replied Naruto as he turned around to show Kyumi how he had tied his yukata on. Eesh, if it's so easy, why don't you do it for me? Asked Kyumi as she crossed her arms and puffed out her cheeks. Oh, alright, said Naruto in response before he made a twirling gesture with his finger, turn around for me. Okie dokie, replied Kyumi as she turned around and wagged her rear playfully. Naruto clicked his tongue. What? Asked Kyumi innocently as she turned her head and placed a finger on her lip coyly. Her playful attitude quickly turned into one of embarrassment as Naruto placed his hand on her rear, right on her right cheek. At first she blushed, but when Naruto gave her a soft squeeze, she immediately squeaked. And Naruto, stammered Kyumi as she looked at him with an almost pleading glint in her eye, darling? She almost said more, but instead she bit her lower lip. If those words escaped her, she would die of embarrassment. Let's save it for after the festival, alright? I want to get there early before all the food gets eaten, suggested Naruto, his voice surprisingly smooth and calm despite the situation. If only she knew that on the inside, he was screaming in a mixture of embarrassment, pride and joy. Alright then. After a few more moments of fidgeting to get Kyumi's yukata on properly, the two headed off to the festival. The two of them made quite the couple, both wearing their matching dark blue yukatas, along with having the same shade of red hair and the same eye color. They honestly looked like siblings. Luckily, that was not the case. Naruto had not bothered to cover anything up except for his fox ears and whiskers. He really did not want anyone to interrupt their night. Despite it being early in the evening, the festival grounds were packed. Children were running around with their parents as they reveled in the good atmosphere. Off-duty shinobi were also present, looking much more casual now that they were out of their uniforms and in festive yukatas. Standing on the rooftops were A and BU, lying in wait, just visible enough to ward off troublemakers but not to the point where they distracted those just trying to have fun. Whoa, gasped Kyumi quietly, her eyes widening as she took everything in. Naruto chuckled as he placed a hand on Kyumi's shoulder. First time at a festival? She nodded her head, yes. I never imagined it to be so magical. Kyumi looked up at him with an incredulous expression. I wouldn't say magical, stated Kyumi as she looked at all the people walking around her, it just surprised me. How so? Asked Naruto, tilting his slightly to the side. Usually when a large number of monkeys are packed tightly together, it means they're heading off to war. The atmosphere is often awkward, with just the slight bit of fear to accompany it, began Kyumi as she turned her head to look up at him. But here, you have a bunch of monkeys happily celebrating together. Fills you with hope, doesn't it? Asked Naruto as he took a deep breath. She nodded, it does? Naruto clapped his hands, alright then. Let's go eat some food. His words were met with a playful smack on the arm, prompting him to look at Kyumi with a puzzled expression. She smirked at him, that's my line, idiot. Heh, snorted Naruto as he placed a hand on his hip, go ahead then. Kyumi nodded before clearing her throat. Alright then. Let's go eat some food. Yeah. After that, they immediately began walking towards the food stalls. Naruto had to hold back a chuckle at Kyumi's enthusiastic reaction to all the different foods that they sold. She could really act like a little girl sometimes, especially when confronted with food. Each stall had its own item that they sold, ranging from takoyaki to okonomiyaki, what aimed to nikuman, and taiyaki to yakisoba. It was a food heaven for the both of them. Kyumi because it all tasted great and Naruto because it was all cheap. Halfway through their food journey, Kyumi began finding as many opportunities to share her food with him. Whether it be to feed him a bit of her okonomiyaki, asking him to eat a bit of cotton candy off her finger, or the most embarrassing by far, asking him to lick a bit of takoyaki sauce off her cheek. Naruto. Share this choco banana with me. Naruto looked at the chocolate-covered banana and blinked. You know what? I'm actually kinda full, replied Naruto as he placed a hand on his stomach. Not everyone has an endless pit for a stomach. Huh? I guess I'll just eat this choco banana alone then, said Kyumi with a shrug as she took a bite out of her chocolate-covered banana. Wanna do something besides eat? Asked Naruto, tilting his head to the side as he asked his question. Kyumi quirked a brow. Like what? Well, there are a bunch of games, answered Naruto with a shrug, like you could try and scoop up goldfish. Why would I want to scoop up goldfish when I can just eat? Asked Kyumi as she ate another piece of banana. Wouldn't it be cool to own a pet though? She tilted her head. I already own a pet. Oh, let out Naruto in response. What pet? I mean, I have you. With that said, Kyumi could no longer keep her straight expression and immediately broke into a giggling fit. Naruto looked at her for a moment with an incredulous expression on his face before he snorted and looked away. I kid. You're so much more to me than a pet, reassured Kyumi as she waved her hand at him. Naruto looked at her with an unamused expression. Oh come on. If we were to look at our relationship objectively, I am much more pet-like. When do I ever give you head pats and belly rubs, huh? Yeah, you're right, replied Naruto as his lips slowly curved upward to form a small smile. So no games then. She shook her head, not a fan of games. Unless it's those lip games we play. Lip games, huh? Asked Naruto as he quirked a brow. Lip games, stated Kyumi as she licked her lips knowingly. Naruto swallowed quietly. So do you want to go watch the fireworks? Oh, okay, answered Kyumi with a nod. I always did want to watch these fireworks you monkeys invented. They're actually really cool. I mean, the name fireworks is already kinda cool, but since Konoha is in the land of fire, our fireworks are even cooler, boasted Naruto proudly as he nodded his head surely. Well then. You've piqued my interest, replied Kyumi with a smirk before she finished the rest of her chocolate-covered banana with one last glorious bite. Let's go check out these fireworks then. Alright then. Making their way over to the park, Naruto and Kyumi quickly found themselves a comfortable spot to sit down in. There, they huddled together for warmth. Mid-fall nights were especially cold in the land of fire. So when do the fireworks begin? Asked Kyumi as she looked up at the night sky. They begin a bit before midnight, answered Naruto as he looked over at everyone else that had gathered. They wait for when it's the darkest so that when they shoot the fireworks, it makes them very easy to see. I understand, replied Kyumi with a nod, before she laid back onto the grass and patted the spot to her side. Lie down with me. Alright, said Naruto in response before he laid down next to her. Look at the stars, Naruto, stated Kyumi with a sigh. They're especially beautiful on a clear night such as tonight. They sure are, replied Naruto with a smile, but why do you want me to look at them? Just so that you can also admire them, answered Kyumi as she reached down and held his hand. It's been a long time since I've been able to just lie down and look up at them. 13 years, right? Asked Naruto, prompting Kyumi to nod. Yep. Though it doesn't really matter, replied Kyumi with a shrug. The stars will always be here, so it doesn't really when I look up at them or not. They'll always be here for me. I think you're like a star, remarked Naruto as he turned his head to look at her. How so? Because you'll always be here, answered Naruto with a soft smile, prompting Kyumi's cheeks to turn pink. Kyumi pouted. Being immortal isn't all that good. It's like being the moon. You're alone. That's not true, replied Naruto as he released his hand from Kyumi's so that he could stroke her cheek. You've got me. She blinked for a moment before her lips curved upward into a warm smile. I guess I do now, said Kyumi in response as she leaned in, but I'm not a star. I'm not a fan of being with so many others, especially when I only need one. Naruto's cheeks turned rosy. Need, confirmed Kyumi with a nod, her smile turning into a smirk as she leaned in even closer. Boom. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Oh look, the fireworks have begun, remarked Naruto as he turned his head to look up, just enough to catch a few more fireworks being launched into the air. Boom. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Kyumi pouted. What? Asked Naruto as he looked back at her. Weren't we just about to kiss? Asked Kyumi as she furrowed her brow. Oh. He then leaned back again. Quick kiss before we watch the fireworks? Okie dokie, replied Kyumi as she pressed forward and placed a quick smooch on Naruto's lips. After that quick kiss, they then both turned their heads to look up at the fireworks. It was truly a glorious spectacle to behold. Vivid colors, ranging from red to blue, green to yellow and orange to purple spread across the sky, dazzling all those who gazed upon them. Whoa, gasped Kyumi quietly as her eyes widened, they're so pretty. Yeah. They are, agreed Naruto as he took in all the beautiful, bright flashes. As pretty as me? Asked Kyumi as she peered at him from the corner of her eye. He shook his head, no way. You're way prettier than fireworks. Cuter too. Good, replied Kyumi, her cheeks glowing healthily as she smiled. With that said, she went back to watching the fireworks, as did Naruto. Like most firework shows, it only lasted about 20 minutes, but it was a very glorious 20 minutes. Kyumi honestly could not believe how many fireworks were launched into the sky. Just when she thought it would end, another volley would be sent up. Each wave would come and go with varying intensity, but the final one was absolutely brilliant. She loved orange. There was a lot of orange in that last wave. It left her feeling fuzzy and warm. You wanna head back home now? Asked Naruto after a few moments of silence, prompting her to look at him. Yes, answered Kyumi with a nod. Piggyback me back to your apartment? Naruto chuckled. As you wish, Kyumi. A few minutes later, the two had arrived before Naruto's apartment. Leaping up to his floor, Naruto quirked a brow as he saw a small, white parcel in front of his door, with what appeared to be a large bottle of sake, exclaimed Kyumi, licking her lips upon seeing the bottle. I wonder who sent this, asked Naruto to no one in particular before he bent down to pick up the parcel while Kyumi reached over to grab the bottle of sake. Opening the door to his apartment, Naruto set the parcel down on his table before letting Kyumi slide off of his back onto a chair. Sitting in his own seat, he looked up just in time to see Kyumi untuck her ears and tails, which prompted him to dispel his transformation technique. He then looked at the parcel. The back up at Kyumi. Kyumi shrugged. Don't look at me. I have no idea what's in it. This is the first time I've ever gotten something for my birthday that isn't from the old man, remarked Naruto as he sat down and began opening up the package. It was a cake. A mango cake. A simple, yet vibrantly orange mango cake, big enough for two people to share. There was also a small card. Who in the world sent him this? Read the card, suggested Kyumi as she slid it towards him. All right, replied Naruto as he picked it up and opened it. Read it aloud. I want to hear it, stated Kyumi, prompting Naruto to nod. Dear Naruto, we know that this is your first birthday without Hiruzen. While you know that he greatly cared for you, his care for you extended past just his visits. It was not uncommon for him to praise you outside of his time with you. Since he is no longer here to carry on giving you gifts for your birthday, we have seen to it that the tradition is continued, began Naruto, his brow tensing up slightly as he continued to read. I hope that it makes you feel better, knowing that you are not the only one hurting from a loss. Jiraiya and I are also mourning Hiruzen's passing. Cheer up though. It is your birthday. Enjoy the mango cake. Happy birthday, continued Naruto before he stared at the card for a few more seconds. From Tsunade and Jiraiya. P.S. Make sure to share the sake with the nine-tailed fox. Consider it a gift of friendship, finished Naruto before he put the card down and looked at Kyumi. Huh? I guess they're not so bad after all, remarked Kyumi with a snort. I wouldn't say Tsunade is that bad. But Jiraiya on the other hand? What about him? He shook his head. Nothing. There was a second P.S. From Jiraiya. A list of things to try out with Kyumi in bed, plus some advice to ensure that Kyumi would end up like putty in his hands. Jiraiya's words, not his. It took a lot of willpower to hold back the twitching in his eye when he had read that. Nothing, huh? Asked Kyumi suspiciously before shrugging. Whatever. I don't really care what that perverted ape anyways. Do you like cake, Kyumi? Asked Naruto as he stood up and went over to his kitchen so that he could pull out 2 plates and some utensils. I don't know, answered Kyumi as she leaned forward and sniffed at the cake. It smells good though. In all honesty, I'm more interested in the sake, admitted Kyumi with a smirk. I really like mango cake, remarked Naruto as he walked back to the table. It's my favorite color. Mine too. Naruto quirked a brow. Didn't you say your favorite color was blue? That was a lie, admitted Kyumi with a shrug. Back then, I did not like the idea of sharing a favorite color with you. I did not like the idea of sharing a common favorite with someone I saw as my enemy. What about now? Asked Naruto as he began cutting into the cake. Kyumi's cheeks turned a slight pink. Right now. I wouldn't mind sharing everything with you. And you're the one who said you didn't like being mushy, said Naruto with a chuckle. I can't help it, stammered Kyumi with conviction. Being next to you puts me in a mushy mood. Being next to you also makes me mushy, replied Naruto with a warm smile as he placed a healthy slice of cake in front of Kyumi. You're not that mushy, remarked Kyumi as she picked up a fork and took a bite from her cake. Well, not mushy, but being with you sure makes me a lot happier, replied Naruto, prompting Kyumi to smile at him. This cake is really good, stated Kyumi as she ate another piece. Cut yourself a slice. It makes me feel guilty enjoying something this good alone. Naruto chuckled. Of course. Cutting himself a slice, Naruto happily shoved a big piece of it into his mouth. It was such a nostalgic taste, almost on the level of ramen. Cake, just like ramen, was a food that was meant to be eaten with other people. Help me open this bottle of sake. Oh, sure, said Naruto in response as he reached for the bottle. He then looked at Kyumi. Make sure not to drink too much tonight, Kyumi. I really don't want to deal with your hangover tomorrow. I'm in need of some liquid courage tonight, replied Kyumi vaguely with a shrug. Why is that? Asked Naruto, grunting slightly as he pulled out the cork in the sake bottle. Didn't you say we're going to be doing something after the festival? Asked Kyumi as she leaned forward and took the bottle of sake from Naruto's hand. He blinked at her. Oh. Naruto then blushed. Oh. Yeah, replied Kyumi as she blushed also, her cheeks turning a much darker shade than Naruto's. So what? We just finish eating and then we? Kyumi shrugged. If that's what you want? I think we should shower first, suggested Naruto timidly, prompting Kyumi to gingerly nod her head. Why yeah. I'm a little bit sweaty from all that walking around, replied Kyumi as she took a sip from the bottle to calm her nerves. Me too, said Naruto slowly in response as he finished eating his cake. What happens if we end up doing it in the shower though? Asked Kyumi with a stutter after a moment of silence, prompting Naruto's cheeks to once again flush red. I mean, we've seen each other naked a bunch of times before, answered Naruto as he shrugged awkwardly. I think we can hold back until we reach the bed. Plus I think we could warm up a bit, suggested Kyumi, to which Naruto nodded. Naruto swallowed quietly. Yeah, sounds like a good idea. Taking another big sip from her bottle of sake, Kyumi leaned forward onto the table to plant a quick kiss on Naruto's cheek before heading towards the bathroom. Put the dishes into the sink before joining me, alright? Alright. As he gathered up all the dishes and headed towards the sink, he looked back at the card. Glancing around his apartment, he quickly placed the dishes into the sink and rushed towards the card. If there was any advice that Naruto actually trusted Jiraiya in, it was advice in all things sexual. No man can be that perverted without being successful at least a couple of times, right? Right. Glossing over it for a few seconds, he quickly ripped it up and threw it in the trash before heading to his bathroom to join Kyumi. There, he found her humming a tune quietly to herself as she scrubbed at her chest with a soaped-up bath sponge. She looked at him and smiled gingerly, before giving him a small wave. He smiled back before tossing off his clothing and joining her. What took you so long, huh? Asked Kyumi as she parted her wet hair to the side, revealing her forehead. Just stuff, answered Naruto with a shrug, prompting Kyumi to quirk an eyebrow. Stuff, huh? He nodded. Kyumi snorted and then chuckled. Well, whatever then. I won't pry. Thanks, replied Naruto with a smile before he leaned down to plant a quick kiss on Kyumi's forehead. Hee, snickered Kyumi, her face scrunching up adorably in reaction to the chaste kiss. She responded to the quick kiss by going on her tippy toes so that she could land a quick smooch on his lips. I love it when you have to stand on your toes to kiss me, stated Naruto, his lips curving upward into a grin as he said those words. I love it too, admitted Kyumi with a blush. I feel oddly precious whenever I go on my tippy toes. I think it's because you like being tiny, because I call you cute and adorable all the time, replied Naruto as he took the sponge from Kyumi's hand so that he could begin soaping himself up. That too. I love it when you call me cute. Makes me feel so warm and fuzzy on the inside, said Kyumi in response with a nod. What makes you feel better? When we kiss or when I praise you? I don't think that's fair to ask, replied Kyumi, the corner of her lips curving upward into a smirk, especially when there's a third candidate that I have yet to test. What third candidate? Asked Naruto, tilting his head to the side, causing his red hair to flop over. Isn't it obvious? He shook his head. No, not really. Kyumi blushed. What? SX, squeaked Kyumi quietly, her blush spreading to her ears as she let the words out. Naruto looked at her for a second before what she said slowly sank in. Immediately after that, his eyes widened and his cheeks flushed. Warm me up a bit, darling, said Kyumi slowly, immediately biting her lower lip afterwards. Alright then, replied Naruto with a slight stutter as he slowly leaned in. Planting a small kiss on her nose, he then lowered himself before diving in so that he plant another kiss, this time on her lips. Kyumi responded immediately, wrapping her arms around his neck and eagerly pressed herself against him. The hot water made this feel so much more erotic for some reason. It must have been the way it made their skin flush, or how the heat spurred them on even further, or maybe it was because Naruto loved the way Kyumi looked when her hair was wet. "Let me lift you up," murmured Naruto gruffly, the roughness of his voice sending shivers through Kyumi's body. Kyumi blushed. Okie dokie. Lifting her up was easy. She was very light after all. It was finding something to brace her against that was hard. Turning slightly in the shower, Naruto gently pushed her against one of the glass walls. Kyumi responded kindly by tucking her legs in between the crooks of his shoulders. "God. You're so beautiful like this," complimented Naruto, the syllables rolling slightly in the back of his throat as lust found its way into his voice. "And Naruto," moaned Kyumi softly, the way she said his name causing him to shudder, I can feel your hard thing against my butt." "We should get out of the shower," suggested Naruto breathily. "We'll be stuck here until we run out of hot water." "Why yeah," murmured Kyumi, blinking a few times as she tried to clear the haze that had begun to cloud her eyes. Wrapping one arm around her lower back, Naruto grunted as he opened the shower door. Without bothering to do anything else, Naruto began carrying Kyumi outside of his bathroom. Aren't we going to dry off?" asked Kyumi timidly as she held on to Naruto. "No time. My tails are going to get your bed all wet." "We'll worry about that later," replied Naruto as he stood before his bed. "I guess we can," said Kyumi in response as she smiled, her embrace around him tightening just a bit. Plopping her gently onto the bed, Naruto took delight in the way Kyumi spread her body openly towards him. For a few seconds, he took in her beautiful form, her deliciously petite body, the way the droplets of water made her flushed skin glisten, and those vulpine features that made her that much more erotic. Honest to God, she was the most beautiful girl he had ever laid his eyes on. "Since you're so keen on staring at me, I have a confession to make," said Kyumi suddenly as she took a deep breath, prompting Naruto to quirk a brow. "Here. Look," stated Kyumi, her voice sounding a bit thicker than it usually did as she spread her legs. "Look, Naruto. Look at what you've done to me." He watched as Kyumi lowered a hand and used her fingers to delicately spread her tantalizingly pink slit, revealing her glistening wet folds. His eyes widened considerably as Kyumi slowly pressed two fingers into herself and began gently pleasuring herself. "I did this sometimes when you slept on the couch," confessed Kyumi breathlessly as she buried and unburied her fingers into her slit. "Some days, you would end up flipping my switch and I would have to hold back until night time so I could do this." Kyumi bit her lower lip. "But now that you've been sleeping in bed with me, I've been pent up. Won't you help me find release?" asked Kyumi, her eyes glowing ever so slightly as she looked up at him. Naruto swallowed quietly. Between the erotic language that Kyumi was using, the way she presented herself to him and the stiffness he felt, he could barely come up with any words to respond. His heart was beating so fast. Was it out of excitement or anxiety? The corner of Kyumi's lips slowly curved upward into a smirk. "Won't you come and embrace me, darling?" "Oh, okay." Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, Naruto climbed onto the bed. There, he positioned himself carefully in front of Kyumi. The way he kept fumbling as before her brought an amused smile upon Kyumi's face. "How are you so confident?" asked Naruto with a stammer as he looked at her. "Liquid courage," answered Kyumi with a chuckle as she gently lowered a hand and curled her soft, delicate fingers around his cock. Naruto shivered at her touch. Just her fingers were nearly bringing him over the edge. "Here," began Kyumi as she slowly positioned the head of his cock at her glistening entrance. "Let me guide you in." Kyumi could not help but smile as he drew closer and closer to her. "I'm giving myself to you, Naruto." Her words prompted him to look at her and return her smile. "All in at once?" asked Naruto, letting out a quiet hiss as the head of his cock rubbed up against her. "Slowly," answered Kyumi as she licked her lips. "I want to savor this." "All right," replied Naruto as he gently pressed himself into her, immediately gasping and going wide-eyed. "Oh hoop," moaned Kyumi, her bottom lip quivering as Naruto's cock filled her up more and more. Naruto let out a satisfied gasp once he had fully entered Kyumi. Even without him moving, her walls flexed and constricted around him, almost as if they were hungry for his release. He squeezed one of his eyes shut as he tried to hold on. "See, can I start moving?" "Why yes. Please do." "All right then," grunted Naruto, biting on his bottom lip as he slowly began moving his hips. Even at the slow pace he had set, he was being overwhelmed the sweet sensations of Kyumi's body. He needed something to hold on to. Bending over a bit, Naruto reached forward and cupped Kyumi's petite breasts with his hands, to which she moaned quietly, her back arching ever so slightly as she unconsciously pressed herself against him. Her breasts were just his type. Firm and perky, and just the right size for his hands. They were both so soft, making it absolutely addicting to squeeze them. Her nipples were cute and adorable, just like her. Just slightly puffy and delicately pink. "It feels are really good," stated Kumi breathlessly as she looked up at him with glistening bedroom eyes. Does it feel good for you too, darling? Why yeah, answered Naruto as he dipped his head toward her chest. Here. Naruto did not respond. Instead, he arched his back forward so that he could take one of her nipples into his mouth. They smelled sweet, like the soap that she had used to wash herself with earlier. Peering at Kumi through the tops of his eyes, he watched her reactions to whatever he did. He suckled softly, eliciting a mew from her. He then swirled his tongue gently around her nipple, turning her quiet mews into a moan. As long as he could focus on Kumi's pleasure, he would be able to hold on long enough to satisfy her. Never knew I was so sensitive there, gasped Kumi as she placed one arm on his strong shoulder and the other on the top of his head. Hummed Naruto in response, the movements of his hips quickening slightly now that Kumi's walls had stretched to accommodate his length. Suddenly, Kumi pulled her head up from her chest, eliciting a small noise of confusion from him and prompting him to quirk a brow. His confusion quickly faded away once Kumi pulled him in for a kiss, wrapping her legs and tails around his lower back in the progress. Moving his hands away from her chest, to her hips, he used them as leverage so that he could thrust easier into her. Every part of her body felt good, from the sensation of her folds wrapping themselves around his length, to the softness of her calves pressing up against his back. Naruto found himself quickly overwhelmed. I am going to see come, stated Naruto breathlessly, his face scrunching up as he held on by a thread. Just a bit more, exclaimed Kumi as she cupped both of Naruto's cheeks with her hands and pulled him in for one last kiss. Too shocked by Kumi's sudden dominance, Naruto let out a loud, muffled groan as he came inside of her. His hips twitched erratically as Kumi milked him for all he was worth. The only sign that Kumi had even noticed was the quiet moan that escaped her as they parted briefly for a quick breath of air. Instead of stopping herself, Kumi continued grinding herself up against Naruto, using her legs for leverage until she finally arched her back in orgasm. Almost immediately after, Kumi's muscles relaxed, and her legs dropped down limply by Naruto's sides. Naruto did the same and slumped over onto his side of the bed. They laid there for a few seconds, both too out of breath to say anything. Instead, they rolled over lazily to their sides and looked at each other. Naruto's lips curved upward into a smile, to which Kumi smiled back. Suddenly, Kumi began chuckling, prompting Naruto to join in. Their laughter came out hoarse and dry, but it carried warmness and satisfaction in it. Kumi spoke first. Thank you. For what? Asked Naruto, quirking a brow. For making my first time so pleasant, answered Kumi, her tail swishing behind her in agreement. I guess I should thank you for that too, replied Naruto, grinning proudly, prompting Kumi to let out another chuckle. To think that I've been missing something like that for 1,000 years, remarked Kumi as she rolled onto her back, and turned her head so that she was still looking at Naruto. You should walk around with more pride, Naruto. You're the only person that has ever seen this side of me. I'm already pretty proud just to know you, replied Naruto with a nod. Heh, snorted Kumi as she smiled, I must look kind of like a fool, huh? Blowing myself up to this size, putting myself on a pedestal so that everyone else is below me, just for you to walk in and topple all of that. A fool, maybe, said Naruto in response as he reached a hand over to caress her cheek, but in some ways, I'm okay with that. If you weren't so hopeless, I wouldn't be here with you. You mean that, Naruto? Asked Kumi, her lips pursing delicate as she asked her question. Of course. Kumi's smile returned. I really love you, Naruto. Naruto smiled, before scooting over so that he could pull Kumi into a warm embrace. I love you too, Kumi. By Yangster. Chapter number 16, My Demon Tenant Celebrates Christmas. He really hated winter. He hated the cold. He hated snow. He hated having to stay indoors. He liked drinking cold things on a hot day, not hot things on a cold day. He hated having to wear such baggy clothing to protect himself from the cold. Why could it not just be summer? He would take spring as well. But Kumi on the other hand, she absolutely loved winter. She loved the cold. She loved staying indoors. She loved drinking hot things on a cold day. She loved looking adorable in her extra baggy clothing, scarf and hat combo. He guessed it was not that bad. As long as she was happy, he could be happy also, right? Maybe. Achoo. Oh. Poor, darling. You really don't like the cold, huh? Asked Kumi as she looked up at him with concern evident in her eyes. Naruto sniffled, I wish there were a nose version of the earmuff. My nose is freezing. Here, began Kumi as she gestured for him to lower himself, let me warm up your nose. All right, replied Naruto as she crouched down so that he was eye level with Kumi. Smiling gently, Kumi leaned in and placed a soft kiss onto Naruto's nose. Pulling back, Kumi chuckled adorably before she raised a hand to caress Naruto's cheek. Warmed up, asked Kyumi as she tilted her head slightly to the side. Naruto nodded. Yeah, thanks. No problem. Standing back up, Naruto took Kyumi's hand and continued walking. They were both dressed nicely, as it was a very special occasion. It was Christmas, a day to be celebrated with friends and family. Since Naruto and Kyumi had no family, they decided to attend the party that the Rookie 9 were holding. For whatever reason, Naruto had gotten an invitation from Sakura, who had gotten her invitation from Ino. Honestly, no one had any idea who had organized the party in the first place. Surprisingly enough, there was also an invitation for Kyumi. Not a direct one, mind you. The letter just told him to bring his girlfriend. It was then he realized that the idea of being Kyumi had become normal to him. There was no embarrassment when he read that letter. Whether that was a good thing or not, Naruto did not know. He hoped it was a good thing though. I've never been to a party before, remarked Kyumi, her eyes narrowing as she looked at the small box in Naruto's hand. I've never been to one either, replied Naruto as he gave her a smile, which is why I'm bringing some cake. Mango cake, said Kyumi simply in response before yawning. I like mango cake as much as the next demon fox, but ever since we had some on your birthday, you've been buying a lot of it. Well, I like mango cake, replied Naruto with a shrug. It tastes good, plus it's orange. Why not mix it up a little from time to time, huh? Why not have some dango, or mochi, or I don't know, retorted Kyumi as she puffed out her cheeks. I'm craving a choco banana right now. I want to eat one, but they don't have them in the winter. Yeah, we don't get bananas during this season, remarked Naruto, prompting Kyumi to give him an incredulous expression. And you're saying you can get mangoes during this time of year? I think the mangoes are imported from some tropical villages by Sunagakure, answered Naruto with a shrug. You can't get mangoes in the land of fire anyways. Ah, I see, replied Kyumi with a nod. So are mangoes your favorite fruit? Yeah, I think they are, answered Naruto as he nodded. What about you? Apples? Weren't they peaches a few weeks ago? Yes, but apples will always be my number one favorite, answered Kyumi as she licked her lips. Some other favorite fruits come and go, but there is nothing better than a good, crunchy apple. Ah, I'll make sure to buy you some when it gets warmer, replied Naruto with a smile, prompting Kyumi to give his arm a soft squeeze. Thanks, said Kyumi as she looked up at him and gave him a grin. So how long do we have to keep walking? My feet are getting sore. I'll give you a foot massage later, offered Naruto as he gave her hand a soft squeeze. Ooh, that does sound nice. I think your foot massage skills have been increasing lately, stated Kyumi as she smiled and looked up at her companion. They have. Kyumi nodded. I loved them since the beginning, but now. Just. MMPH. Heh, snorted Naruto before he chuckled. You're much more relaxed around me now. Well, why would not I not be relaxed being with the one that I love? Asked Kyumi as she snuggled up against his arm. Naruto felt his cheeks heat up as he looked down at her. Love you too, Kyumi. He, snickered Kyumi quietly as she smiled. They continued walking for a moment. Seriously. How much longer? I don't know. Sakura told me that her house should be around here somewhere. Why are we going to her house anyways? Don't you have a bunch of friends that are wealthy clan members? Yeah, but it's much more cozy having a Christmas party in a house rather than a mansion, don't you think? Kyumi pouted and let out a quick humph. Do you think they'll have a kotatsu? Asked Kyumi as she looked up at him. Pretty much everyone has a kotatsu, answered Naruto reassuringly. I bet theirs is bigger than mine since they're a family. Hummed Kyumi quietly in response. Family? Asked Naruto as he quirked a brow. Kyumi shook her head. Nothing. Oh. Alright. But like seriously, where is Sakura's house? Asked Kyumi as she pouted. The ground is cold and my legs are sore. It should be in this neighborhood, answered Naruto as he glanced around. Ugh. I'm just gonna close my eyes and you can just drag me around till we find it, said Kyumi in response, groaning again right afterward. Alright. True to her word, Kyumi had kept her eyes closed the entire journey and limped the entire way to Sakura's house. Good thing she was exceptionally light because Naruto doubted he would have the stamina to drag someone heavier without having his arms sore the entire night. It was only when he knocked on Sakura's door did Kyumi open her eyes. We here. Yeah, we're here. Oki. The door opened, revealing Sakura dressed up in a festive yukata. Merry Christmas, Sakura. Ah. Merry Christmas, Naruto. You made it, exclaimed Sakura as she waved before she bent over so that she was eye level with Kyumi. I see you brought your girlfriend as well. Sakura then chuckled. Ah, and she looks so cute in her yukata too. Naruto smiled. Yep. Come on in. Everyone's already here, stated Sakura as she stepped to the side, revealing her house's living room. Sorry if it's a bit crammed though. Lots of people. Little house? Oh no, it's fine, reassured Naruto as he walked in, with Kyumi in tow. All of his friends were inside, and they all doing their own little thing with one another. Kiba was having a staring contest with Shino. Rock Lee and Niji were having a boastful argument over who would beat the other in a taijutsu spar. Chuji and Shikamaru were relaxing on the couch, simply content with each other's company. Tenten, Hinata and Ino were all having their own conversation at the snack table. Why was Hinata holding on to Tenten's arm like that? Meh, whatever. Looking down at Kumi, Naruto had to stifle a chuckle as Kumi buried her face into the crook of his arm. Gosh, she was just so adorable when she acted shy. Acted. She was actually shy. She just pretended to be shy so none of the monkeys talked to her. Well, welcome to my home, Naruto, said Sakura with a warm smile as she stepped to the side. Just don't get too loud, alright? I don't think the neighbors would like the noise. What about your parents? Asked Naruto as he tilted his head. They'll be coming around later, answered Sakura, prompting Naruto to quirk a brow. Are they like on some date or something? Sakura nodded. Yeah, so the party sorta has to end at 10. Why is that? Asked Naruto as he walked in. Well, answered Sakura slowly as she blushed. You know? I don't know, said Naruto in response as he quirked a confused brow. You know, replied Sakura as she raised her hands and made a loop with 2 fingers as she pushed another finger in between them. Naruto widened his eyes and glanced away. Ah. I see. Kumi smirked. So your parents are going to have sex? His eyes immediately shot down to his companion. What happened to acting shy? Sakura looked at Kumi, eyes wide in surprise. Then the embarrassment kicked in and Sakura's cheeks turned a brilliant red, much to Naruto's shared embarrassment and Kumi's amusement. KK, began Naruto before clearing his throat and looking down at his companion. Isn't that being a bit too blunt? Asked Kumi as she quirked an innocent brow. I mean. Yeah, answered Naruto as he swallowed quietly. Let out Sakura slowly as she fanned at herself in an attempt to get rid of her blush. I'll just head to the snack table. You guys go make yourself comfortable. Wait, exclaimed Kumi, prompting Sakura to look at her. Where is your kotatsu? It's right over there, answered Sakura as she pointed to the spot in front of the couch. Yay, cheered Kumi, giving Naruto's arm a squeeze before looking up at him. Escort me. Replied Naruto awkwardly before looking over at Sakura and giving her an apologetic smile. No time to chat. Oh, that's okay, said Sakura reassuringly in response before she reached out an arm. Just hand me the bag and enjoy yourselves. Alright. With that said, Naruto handed the cake he had bought to Sakura, before being dragged over toward the kotatsu. Kumi had asked him to escort her, but to everyone else in the house, it looked as if she was escorting him instead. It earned the two more than a fair share of snickers from Naruto's friends. Sighed Kumi happily as she snuggled up underneath the warmth of the kotatsu. Naruto nudged her on the arm. Hey, Kumi. What do you like more? The kotatsu or me? Kumi looked at him. Obviously you, stated Kumi as she gave him an incredulous expression. I like you much more than anything. That's reassuring, replied Naruto as he gave her a smile. Hey, you brought mango cake, exclaimed Tenten, prompting both Naruto and Kumi to look at her. Yeah, I did, replied Naruto as he quirked a brow. I brought mango cake too, said Tenten in response as she pointed over at an almost identical cake on the other side of the table. Naruto widened his eyes. Hey, you like mango cake too, huh? Tenten nodded her head. Yep. Oi, chimed in Kumi as she poked Naruto on the shoulder. Less mango cake talk. More snuggling. The kotatsu experience is not complete without snuggles. Gee, Naruto. If only I could get a girlfriend like that, said Kiba, groaning as he stretched. What I would give to have someone snuggle with me. Don't worry Kiba. I'm sure you'll find one someday, replied Naruto awkwardly as he gave his friend a small smile. Yeah, well, duh, stated Kiba as he shrugged his shoulders. Heh, snorted Ino as she looked at him from across the room, as if. You're way too messy to get a girlfriend. Hey, if I'm too messy to get a girlfriend, how come you don't have a boyfriend yet, huh? Retorted Kiba as he pointed a finger at Ino. Honestly, Ino, if you're going to make fun of someone for not having a girlfriend, you should get a boyfriend first, chimed in Shikamaru lazily with a shrug. Hey, Ino's just looking for her perfect match, exclaimed Sakura as she held on to Ino's shoulders defensively. Let out Naruto quietly as things got even more heated. Gee guys, can we just calm down? Said Hinata with a slight stutter, prompting everyone to look at her. It was a surprise to everyone that Hinata would be the one to stop the argument. Sorry, Hinata, apologized Ino, I got a bit carried away. Yeah. Sorry, chimed in Kiba as he bowed his head. Now apologize to each other, instructed Hinata as she looked at the two. The timid girl's words prompted both Ino and Kiba to blush. They looked over at each other. Ino swallowed quietly and Kiba sucked on the inside of his cheek. Both of them were strong personalities and neither of them wanted to apologize. Well, come on then. Apologize. I haven't got all day, stated Kumi boredly as she looked over and the two of them expectantly. Drawed out Ino as she glanced over at Kumi before looking back at Kiba. Alright, I'm sorry, apologized Ino as she folded her arms. You're not that messy? I'm also sorry, replied Kiba awkwardly. An awkward silence followed, only to be ended as the sound of clapping filled the room. Bravo, stated Kumi with a deadpan expression, as she clapped a few more times. I would ask for an encore, but I don't think I would want to see it. Naruto looked over at Kumi for a second, before glancing over at his friends apologetically before snickering. His snicker then turned into a chuckle and eventually he was laughing. Honestly, he could just not believe how funny his friends could be sometimes. I am glad I have amused you, darling, remarked Kumi as she gave Naruto a fang-revealing smile. Oh come on. She even calls you darling, exclaimed Kiba with a groan as he slumped over onto the couch, before awkwardly squirming into a sitting position next to Shikamaru. I mean, we've known each other for like a year already, replied Naruto with a shrug as he raised a hand to pat Kumi on the head. I guess darling is just a nice little nickname she has for me. You've known each other for a year already? Asked Sakura as she tilted her head to the side. I've only seen you with her for like 6 months. I'm inconspicuous. You probably did not notice me since I am so small, said Kumi in response with a shrug. I mean, you've known Naruto for a year already, but we don't even know your name, remarked Ino as she looked over at Kumi. Like, why so mysterious? Maybe I just don't want to tell you my name, retorted Kumi as she pressed herself up against Naruto defensively. I don't even know your names. So why should I tell you all mine? Don't you already know our names? Asked Tenten as she gestured over at all the girls at the snack table. Didn't we meet like a few months ago at that dango shop? You expected me to remember them? Tenten gave Kumi an incredulous expression. What? Asked Kumi as she tilted her head to the side. Tenten felt her eye twitch. Okay. Let's just reintroduce ourselves, alright, asked Tenten, to which Kumi nodded with a shrug. Taking a deep breath, Tenten began listing off everyone in the room. I'm Tenten. The blonde girl is Ino. The pink-haired girl is Sakura. My girlfriend next to me is Hinata. Over there on the couch is Chuji, Shikamaru, and Kiba. Sitting in the corner over there is Shino, and those two boys over there are Niji and Rock Lee, stated Tenten all in one breath, prompting everyone to make a gesture once their name was called. You got all that? Asked Tenten as she looked back over at Kumi, or do I need to repeat myself? No need. I can remember your names, answered Kumi as she brushed a dismissive hand at Tenten. Here, I'll even give you all nicknames. Oh, okay, replied Tenten as she looked over at her friends. Go ahead. Kumi cleared her throat before looking at Tenten. Alright, first with you. I'm gonna call you steamed buns because your hair reminds me of them. She then looked over at Sakura. You get to be called cotton candy because your hair is so pink. Kumi then moved on to Hinata and Ino. You can be wallflower and you can be called bimbo in training. You three on the couch. You can be called meat pockets, you can be called pineapple head, and your dog breath, continued Kumi, prompting Chuji's eye to twitch, Shikamaru to shrug and Kiba to immediately check his breath and scowl. Looking over at Niji and Rock Lee, Kumi smirked as she remembered how Naruto had defeated the Hyuga. You can be called princess, and you over there with the green suit. You can be bowl cut. In response to her nicknames, Niji immediately covered his long hair with his hands, and Rock Lee was quiet for once. Instead of screaming out youth, he instead looked over at Niji and blushed. Luckily no one saw that except for Kumi. She then looked over at Shino. You're not cool enough for a nickname. So yeah, what about a nickname for me? Asked Naruto as he gave her a smile that almost dared her to find a rude one for him. I'm gonna call you Sake. Why is that? Asked Naruto as he gave Kumi a confused expression. Because you're intoxicating and addictive, answered Kumi bluntly, prompting Naruto to blush furiously. Any comments that would have come out of that were cut off as Tenten coughed to get back everyone's attention. Alright then, replied Tenten with a shrug, but what about your name? Kumi gave Tenten a look. Began Kumi awkwardly as she narrowed her eyes at Tenten. Does it really matter? I mean, it kinda does since we don't know what to call you, answered Tenten as she gestured at Kumi with her hand. Like, are we just supposed to call you Naruto's girlfriend? If it means that I don't have to share my name, then so be it, replied Kumi firmly as she pouted her lips. Oh. Alright then, said Tenten in response as she turned around and gave Hinata a confused look. Hinata just shrugged her shoulders. Well, I mean, if she doesn't want to share her name, then I guess it's okay, said Hinata slowly, prompting some of the others to mumble their agreements. The party continued and after a few moments, Naruto nudged Kyumi on the arm and whispered into her ear. You didn't remember a single name, did you? She shook her head, nope. Not at all. Heh, snorted Naruto quietly as he smiled. You never change, do you? Not for others, replied Kyumi with a shrug. Only me, huh? She nodded, only you. Eesh. What did I do to deserve you, asked Naruto as he gave her a grin. You just somehow slipped past the walls around my heart and captured it, answered Kyumi as she leaned in closer towards him, her eyes half-lidding as she drew nearer. Kyumi. Don't you think it'd be awkward kissing in front of so many people? She pulled back and pouted. Not one for public affection, huh? I just feel a little embarrassed, replied Naruto as he gave her an apologetic smile. Why don't we go somewhere else then? Asked Kyumi as she tilted her head slightly to the side, like maybe back to your apartment. How can you say that so calmly? Replied Naruto, his voice a loud whisper. Luckily, it was drowned out by the conversations around him. Because I'm flipped on and I don't want to make a scene, answered Kyumi as she raised a hand and grabbed onto Naruto's collar. Naruto swallowed quietly. You're serious about this, huh? It's Christmas. Aren't you supposed to give during Christmas? Yeah, but it'd be rude if we left the party right now, replied Naruto with a shrug. Kyumi's pout only grew stronger and more endearing. Are you saying that you value these monkeys more than me? No, not at all, said Naruto reassuringly as he reached a hand and gave Kyumi a pat on the head, but these are still my friends, you know? I mean, all you've been doing this whole time is snuggle with me in the kotatsu. Naruto opened his mouth to retort, but quickly closed it as he realized that she was right. See? Asked Kyumi as she giggled softly, even when you're around others, you still can't resist me. Can't you just hold back for a little while, just until Sakura's parents get back? Asked Naruto, his eyes glimmering slightly as he gave Kyumi a pleading look. Kyumi looked at him for a second before sighing. Fine, but I want to try new stuff tonight. No problem, replied Naruto as he gave her a thumbs up. He then looked over at the other guests before widening his eyes and looking back at Kyumi. Wait, what new stuff? Well, began Kyumi as she shrugged, her cheeks turning just the slightest of pinks as she continued. Your perverted white-haired ape mentor stopped by the other day with early Christmas presents since he had to go do some stuff. Included in the presents was this book. So I guess I sort of just read it. Wait, when did you have the time to do this? Asked Naruto as he gave Kyumi an incredulous look. Kyumi smirked and readjusted her glasses. I wake up first, don't you remember? He stopped by early morning and gave me the presents. So did you include anything else besides that book? Oh. Just some bottle of slimy stuff that he called. I think he called it lube, replied Kyumi as she gave Naruto a confused look. I mean, it tasted bitter. So. I don't know what it's used for. It sure is slippery though. Naruto swallowed quietly. Is there anything else? Oh. Some other stuff, answered Kyumi as her lips curved into a smirk. Who knew you humans had such playful inventions? Naruto narrowed his eyes. I think Jiraiya may have corrupted you, Kyumi. Kyumi smirked, perhaps, but you would be on the receiving end of said sweet corruption. I guess you're right, replied Naruto with a blush as he thought of all the things Kyumi might have been talking about. I'm always right, said Kyumi in response as her smirk grew wider. Heh, snorted Naruto as she ruffled up her hair. You're hopeless, you know that right? Her smirk turned into a smile. Yep. That's why I have you to take care of me. Hummed Naruto in response as he glanced over at his friends. Honestly, Naruto. You need to relax a bit, suggested Kyumi as she batted her eyelashes at him. Your friends will still be here tomorrow when you need them, but tonight. She then licked her lips. I need you. Naruto looked over at her. For a second, he had a straight expression on his face until it cracked and he began chuckling. Hey, exclaimed Kyumi as her cheeks went red with embarrassment. What's so funny? It's just really funny how you're trying to act all smooth and seductive, answered Naruto with a smile as he gave her a pat on the head. Like, it's still kinda weird seeing you like this since I still remember how rude you were to me when we first met. But I was different back then, stammered Kyumi as she got up in his face. Yeah, but I still remember those times you called me monkey, replied Naruto, sighing softly as he took a moment to reminisce. You've long since evolved past monkeys, said Kyumi in response as she pulled back and gave Naruto a smile. You're the only one I see as an equal. Naruto chuckled. You say that, but unlike you, I can't immediately turn into a giant fox and crush stuff. Well, symbolically equal. Heh, good enough. Kyumi suddenly sighed. I'm frustrated. Naruto quirked a brow. Oh? Why is that? I'm frustrated because I have to wait for your friend's parents to come home, answered Kyumi as she furrowed her brow pouted. Honestly, if I knew how addictive doing it with you was. I would have never done it in the first place. So you're saying I'm pretty good, huh? Asked Naruto as his posture straightened and he puffed his chest out. Kyumi gave him a playful punch on the shoulder. Your companion is over here giving you hints and all you can do is boast, huh? Just wait till Sakura's parents get B-. Guys, it's almost 10. We gotta start heading out, exclaimed Ino as she pointed over at the wall clock. It's really been that long? Shouted Kiba as she jumped off of the couch. Yeah, now move your ass, replied Sakura as she walked over to him and began pushing him to the door. My parents said 10. I guess I'll start moving too then, chimed in Shikamaru with a yawn. Well then, said Kyumi simply as she smirked at Naruto. Well, I guess we're heading home then, replied Naruto as he slid his legs out from underneath the kotatsu. Wait. My legs are asleep, stated Kyumi as she reached a hand at him. You gotta carry me back to your apartment. Naruto chuckled as he stood up. Alright then. Saying their goodbyes, Naruto allowed Kyumi to climb onto his back before heading for the door. Then, they headed home. Along the way, Kyumi had moved her hands up from his shoulders to wrap around his nose since he kept complaining about how cold it was. Honestly, she had the cutest ways of solving the most mundane problems. It only took around 10 minutes to get back to his apartment, which was good for the both of them. Good for Naruto because it was freezing and good for Kyumi because she was impatient. So, do you want to take a shower first? Asked Naruto as he placed Kyumi down onto his couch. What's the point? We're just going to get dirty again anyways, replied Kyumi with a shrug as she threw off her jacket and began taking off her yukata. Yeah, but I'm a bit sweaty. All the better, said Kyumi in response as she gave Naruto a smirk. Naruto swallowed quietly. Well then. Why so shy now, Naruto? Asked Kyumi as she allowed her yukata to drop to the ground, where it proceeded to fade away, revealing to Naruto that she was wearing nothing but a pair of dark blue panties underneath. I think I'd like to ask you why you're so confident, retorted Naruto as he began untying the knot around his yukata. I've adapted to be less embarrassed around you, answered Kyumi as she untucked her ears and tail with a smile. Naruto chuckled as he tossed his yukata onto a chair. That's no fun. You were so cute when you're embarrassed? Ah, am I not cute always? Well you are, replied Naruto with a snort as he placed his hands on Kyumi's hips. But you sure you want to do this on the couch? Kyumi gave him a smile as she leaned in closer. Let's just see where it leads us. Sounds like a plan, whispered Naruto as he tilted his head down. She tilted her head up to meet his and pressed her lips against his softly. As they kissed, Kyumi's raised her hand so that she could cup Naruto's cheeks and Naruto responded by pressing up against her. Kyumi would never admit it, but she had squeaked when Naruto had pushed her onto the couch. She just felt so utterly vulnerable when Naruto was on top of her. For some reason, the whole idea just turned her on. Ah! And Naruto, moaned Kyumi quietly as Naruto kissed at her neck. She heard him chuckle in response. It was a deep rumbling noise that came out of the back of the throat. The sound would have made her heart beat if she had one. What do you want me to do to you? Asked Naruto huskily, his words spaced out by small little kisses that he would plant on her jaw and cheek. Kyumi swallowed quietly. Bend me over the couch. Shove your face between my legs? As you wish, replied Naruto as he pulled back and used his hands to flip Kyumi around so that her rear was sticking into the air. Sliding his hands down Kyumi's hips, Naruto smirked when he elicited a soft gasp from Kyumi as he gave her plump rear a soft squeeze. He loved the way Kyumi's tails instinctively curled up whenever he touched her there. It was as if they were giving him permission to continue. Purred Kyumi as she felt Naruto's tongue slide up against her glistening slit. God. You must have been holding back. She did not say anything and instead cooed softly as he went back to pleasuring her with his tongue. He was being so rough with it, making lewd wet noises as he ate her out. With every stroke of his tongue, Kyumi felt her legs getting weaker and weaker. Honestly, she was afraid they would buckle and she would fall over. I'll lick the other hole too. Please, pleaded Kyumi breathlessly in between moans, her earlier attitude having completely melted away. It was an impulsive request, one that she had never made before. Hopefully Naruto would fulfill it. For a second, the pleasure faded away as Naruto shuffled slightly, but then suddenly it returned twofold as she felt Naruto begin licking and sucking at her asshole whilst he moved his hand down so that he could rub and caress at her dripping folds with his fingers. Wow. So intense? If it felt this good just with his tongue, what would happen if he used his cock instead? Oh God, just the thought was sending her over the edge. It was too soon, she still wanted to savor this feeling. Blinking as she tried to hold on, Kyumi looked down at the couch. Was she drooling? Had she been drooling this whole time? She would have felt embarrassed if it was not for the impending orgasm that Naruto was forcing her into. For a second, it was as if the world around her had slowed to a crawl. Then it erupted around her as her legs buckled and her back arched even more upward as every muscle in her body tensed up in response to her climax. Oof, grunted Kyumi as she pressed her face into the couch, much to Naruto's amusement. Want to move to the bed? Asked Naruto as he stood up, the action causing the tip of his cock to brush up against Kyumi's leg. See, carry me. Legs. Legs useless right now, answered Kyumi, her voice slightly muffled by the couch. As you wish, replied Naruto with a smile as he rolled her over and scooped her up before carrying her over to their bed. Placing her gently onto the bed, Naruto took a moment to take in his handiwork. Kyumi was disheveled, her normally neat, short hair messy and splayed outward. Her petite chest rose and fell with every heavy breath she took and her smooth skin was covered in this arousing sheen of sweat. If he had not noticed how hard he was before, he sure did now. What are you waiting for? Asked Kyumi as she extended a leg so that she could playfully caress Naruto's cock with her foot. Just savoring your appearance, answered Naruto as he got on top of her, prompting Kyumi's cheeks to flush in embarrassment. Naruto chuckled, there's that embarrassed look I love so much. Shut up, snapped Kyumi half-heartedly as she turned her head to the side, I can't help but get embarrassed when you say those things, which is why I will continue to say them, replied Naruto as he gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. Big dummy. That's me, said Naruto with a smile as he adjusted his position so that he was between her legs. Wait, stated Kyumi as she squirmed up toward the pillows before reaching a hand underneath and pulling out a small bottle. What's that? Asked Naruto as he quirked a brow. It's lube, answered Kyumi as she unscrewed the cap. Oh. Here, began Kyumi as she got onto her knees and crawled towards Naruto. Naruto quirked a brow as Kyumi squeezed some onto her hand but immediately understood what she was doing when she wrapped her lubed-up fingers around his cock. He bit his bottom lip as Kyumi coated him with it and widened his eyes as he watched her retract her hand and rub the excess lube off in between her butt. This was what I meant when I wanted to try new things, explained Kyumi as she turned around and gently wagged her rear. You know what I want. I'll go slowly, replied Naruto as he scooted over so that he was behind her. Kyumi nodded her head before dipping her head and arching her back so that her rear was level with Naruto's groin. Guiding his cock towards her pink, rear entrance, Naruto let out a quiet groan as he slowly pressed himself inside of her. He slid in so easily and yet it was so incredibly tight. Bending a bit over, Naruto watched Kyumi's expression as more of him slid into her. MHHMM, groaned Kyumi as she bit her lower lip. Does it hurt? She shook her head, and no. It's just so full. Is that a good thing? Asked Naruto as he thrusted his hips gently. Why yes. It's a good thing, answered Kyumi, nodding once before she turned her head to look at him. Now start moving. All right. Setting a slow pace, Naruto moved his hands so that they rested on Kyumi's hips. Kyumi reacted accordingly, mewing softly and thrusting back against him as she got more into it. The inside of her ass felt absolutely amazing, slick, smooth and tight. With every thrust, Naruto felt her grip and coil around him, getting tighter and tighter before relaxing. God. It's like you're massaging my cock, Kyumi whispered Naruto sultrily as his hands moved up to cup her breasts. And Naruto, replied Kyumi breathlessly, pausing to moan as Naruto hit a particularly sensitive spot inside of her. Why, you can go faster? All right then, said Naruto in response as he began thrusting his hips at a quicker pace. He not longer went faster, but he also thrusted with greater force, much to the joy and pleasure of Kyumi, who responded to the much more intense lovemaking by moaning loudly and scrunching up the bedsheets with her fingers. The incredibly lewd expression Kyumi had on her face and the way she squirmed underneath him only made everything all the more intense. Moaned Kyumi, her eyes rolling back into her head every time Naruto thrusted into her. You're gonna wake up the neighbors. I don't care, exclaimed Kyumi as her tail spread outward and held onto the frame of the bed. Make me scream. Naruto glanced over to where the neighbors would have been before shrugging. You asked for it. Sliding his hands down Kyumi's supple sides, Naruto gripped onto the tender parts just above Kyumi's rear and began pounding into her. The wet sound of flesh slapping up against flesh, accented with the sounds of Kyumi's lewd moans and Naruto's grunts echoed around the room. Oh, shit, growled Kyumi through grit teeth before burying her face into the bed to muffle the chorus of moans that came right after. And never heard you curse before, remarked Naruto, biting his bottom lip as he tried to hang on. It's just so good, rasped Kyumi weakly as she turned her head and gave Naruto a pleading look. Please. Come inside me. I'm so close. Me too, admitted Naruto, shuddering as he continued thrusting into her. Gee God. You've ruined me, exclaimed Kyumi, before widening her eyes and crying out as Naruto abruptly buried himself to the hilt. See coming, stammered Naruto, immediately shuddering right after as he emptied himself inside Kyumi. She did not respond and instead wailed loudly as his hot seed filled her. The lower half of her body visibly shook as her orgasm took hold of her, as if she had been shot by a bolt of lightning. Just like earlier, time had slowed down drastically for her, allowing her to enjoy every delicious sensation at their peak before they eventually faded away, leaving her in with that familiar afterglow. Let out Kumi with a shudder as she felt Naruto slide out of her. Kumi heard Naruto let out a grunt as he shuffled slightly behind her, prompting her to lazily turn her head to look at him. Began Naruto before taking a deep breath. I think we should do that again sometime. She tried to chuckle, but it came out as a wheeze. Why yeah. Still slightly shaky, Kumi rolled over and turned around to face him. Crawling over towards him, she prompted Naruto to quirk an eyebrow as she wrapped a hand around the base of his cock. Let me just clean this up for you, said Kumi before she took the head of Naruto's cock into her mouth. Naruto looked down at her for a second before chuckling, prompting her to hum a questioning note and look up at him. Isn't that like the opposite of cleaning? Asked Naruto as he gave her a smile. She released the head of his cock and gave him a quick humph. Are you saying you prefer a shower over my service? Asked Kumi as she narrowed her eyes at him. Naruto shook his head. No, not at all. Don't you feel embarrassed doing this though? I've already condescended myself because I love you, replied Kumi as she dipped her head so that she could lick the bottom of Naruto's cock, so something like this is no biggie. Ah, I see, said Naruto in response, biting back a moan as Kumi's tongue ran over an extra sensitive spot. So after this is a shower, right? Kumi looked up at him. What? No round 2. Naruto gave her an incredulous expression. Round 2? She gave him a wink. Round 2. Chapter number 17, My Demon Tenant is Talking Marriage. Honestly, for the first time in his life, he considered himself lucky. How could he not though? Life was being far too good to him. Ever since that Christmas night, Kumi had been far more nurturing than she had ever been before. The first time he had seen her cooking breakfast for him, he had nearly stabbed himself in the thigh with a kunai since he thought it was a genjutsu. Now, Kumi would cook him breakfast every other day before he woke up. Other days, she would stay in bed with him and they would have a nice morning romp. These were one of those other days. Tilting his head forward, Naruto watched as Kumi took a bottle of sake from the fridge. It was a fantastic view, with Kumi having to reach up with her tippy toes, emphasizing the slight muscle in her thighs and in her back. There was something oddly tantalizing about her just being in that pose in front of the fridge. He would have shrugged at that thought, but he was honestly too exhausted to. Kumi, don't you think we should start the day already? Asked Naruto, his chest heaving slightly from fatigue as he spoke. Kumi raised a finger, asking him to wait as she uncorked the bottle of sake and drank from it. After what must have been a 5-second pull, Kumi let out a relieved gasp as she put the bottle back into the fridge and closed it. Turning her head, she gave Naruto a smirk. Tired out already? Asked Kumi as she placed a finger on her lip. I mean, if you want to go for another round, I'm fine with that, answered Naruto as he tilted his head side to side, but it's almost afternoon and I haven't eaten anything yet. Kumi pouted. Fine. I can make some food, if you want. Well, do you want to make me food? Asked Naruto as he tilted his head to the side. I'm feeling kind of lazy. I would not mind just spooning on the bed, answered Kumi as she stretched her arms with a grunt, but if you're hungry, I'll make you some food. Hummed Naruto as he placed his head back down onto the pillow. I think I can wait a bit longer till I gotta eat. Tilting his head back up, he was just able to catch Kumi's smile as she pounced back onto the bed and onto his chest. Oof. Yay, cheered Kumi as she snuggled her face up against the crook of his neck. I call Big Spoon. Naruto chuckled, and how is that supposed to work? I've changed my mind. I just want to cuddle, replied Kumi, purring as she ran her hands over his chest. You really love cuddling, huh? Only with you, said Kumi quietly in response. The idea with cuddling with anyone else disgusts me. Heh, snorted Naruto as he reached down to hold Kumi's hand. Well, at least I don't have to worry about you cheating on me. Humph, grunted Kumi in response. I would never do such a thing. What would you do if I couldn't stay with you forever? Asked Naruto as he craned his head back to peer at Kumi from the corner of his eye. Kumi hummed quietly as she thought up a response. Well, I would just spend the rest of existence in this world destroying everything in a blind, furious rage, and when the entire world is destroyed, I'll rebuild it, just to destroy it again, answered Kumi with a nod. Sounds very much like you, replied Naruto with a chuckle. Well, what else would you expect from me? Asked Kumi as she smirked at him. Naruto snorted before breaking out into a fit of laughter. Honestly, that's exactly what I expect from you, stammered Naruto in between giggles. That's so you, Kumi. It's funny, stated Kumi with a shrug. A few months ago, if I said anything like that, you'd get angry at me. Well, I guess I changed, replied Naruto as he turned around to look at her, turning their spooning into face-to-face embrace. You've changed also. You haven't hidden me in like 2 months. I haven't yelled at you either, remarked Kyumi as she gazed to the side thoughtfully. I guess I've just really warmed up to you. Naruto smiled. I guess I've warmed up to you too. Kyumi smiled back. Well then. She then leaned forward and began kissing his neck. I've changed my mind. Let's go another round. Couldn't hold yourself back, huh? Asked Naruto with a chuckle as he ran his hands down Kyumi's hips. Nope, answered Kyumi simply as she kissed her way up his jaw. Heh, snorted Naruto as gave Kyumi's rear a soft squeeze, eliciting a quiet mew from her. Honestly, you're hopeless sometimes. Whatever. Just ravish me already. Alright. MMPH. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The both of them immediately shot looks over towards the door. Naruto was simply gave it a confused look whilst Kyumi glared absolute daggers at it. Whoever is behind that door. I'm going to kill them, stated Kyumi, one of her eyes twitching as she slid off of Naruto and conjured herself some clothing. Naruto swallowed quietly. Well, if you do end up killing them, just make sure no one finds out, alright? Oh, I am going to make an example of them, replied Kyumi as she balled her fists and stomped towards the door. I'll string them in the middle of the village by their intestines. Well then. Don't say I didn't warn you when they kick us out of the village, said Naruto in response as he shrugged. Almost ripping the door off the hinges, Kyumi slammed it open, only to have to immediately look up to avoid having to stare at the intruding person's chest. She immediately scowled as she saw that Jiraiya had been the one to interrupt them. The only thing that kept her from immediately killing the perverted ape was that it would have made Naruto sad if she did. What do you want? Asked Kyumi coldly, folding her arms as she puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Well, that's one polite way to address someone, replied Jiraiya sarcastically as he shrugged his shoulders. I kinda need to talk to Naruto. Kyumi narrowed her eyes. What are you going to talk about? Well, since this is also related to you, you can join in with the conversation, said Jiraiya in response as he gave Kyumi a smile. With his smile still on his face, Jiraiya continued speaking. But in all seriousness, this is something very important. Well, since it's important, I guess I can make time for you. There was a moment of silence. Why are you still standing in the doorway? Asked Jiraiya as he quirked a brow. I'm waiting for Naruto to get dressed, answered Kyumi simply as she dropped her arms back down to her sides. Why would Naruto not be dressed? It's almost afternoon dash. Oh ho ho, exclaimed Jiraiya as he clapped his hands. His perverse excitement was quickly met with a slap across the face. It was not the trademark Kyumi slap of death though, rather it was just a normal slap that left a red mark on his cheek. Again, it would upset Naruto if she killed him. Can it, you disgusting cockape? Insulted Kyumi as she glared at him. Jiraiya flinched as he rubbed his sore cheek. Alright. Can I come in now? Kyumi continued glaring, but turned her head slightly to the side so that she could peek behind her. Naruto. You done dressing? Called Kyumi as she held her hands out in front of her mouth. Almost. Just need to get my shirt on, shouted Naruto in response. Just give me a second. Kyumi shrugged before turning her head back towards Jiraiya. He says to give him a second? Aha, let out Jiraiya weakly. The two stood there awkwardly as they waited for Naruto to change. Jiraiya tried lightening the tension by whistling, but that only made it more awkward as Kyumi shushed him. This only resulted in another moment of silence until Jiraiya tried to break it. So, how is Naruto in the sack? Asked Jiraiya out of nowhere, prompting Kyumi to widen her eyes and to immediately blush. Be better than you, of course, answered Kyumi as she coiled her arms and tails around herself defensively. What? Exclaimed Jiraiya as he widened his eyes. Someone better than me in bed? Impossible. No one beats Master Jiraiya in bed. I bet he lasts longer than you too, insulted Kyumi as she took a step away from him. No possible way someone lasts longer than me, retorted Jiraiya as he shook his head. I've mastered the ways of the bedroom before Naruto was even born. I doubt that. You haven't even mastered the art of seduction yet. I've seen you trying to get into that blonde bimbo's pants, argued Kyumi, her eyes narrowing even further as she continued to glare at the man. Tsunade isn't a blonde bimbo. She's too smart to be a bimbo. Smart enough not to let you into her pants? Jiraiya gasped. Take that back. No, exclaimed Kyumi as she made a rude face at him. I don't take back things I say, especially when I say it to monkeys. Kyumi then huffed angrily. Also, how the hell do you know I've been sleeping with Naruto? As soon as she said that, all the boisterous color seemed to all of a sudden leave Jiraiya's face. Then he became incredibly pale, almost as if he had just came down with a random sickness. Well, I just had a hunch, replied Jiraiya with a slight stammer as he tried to awkwardly explain himself. Sounds like a bunch of bull, stated Kumi as her brows furrowed. Hey, I'm here. I got dressed, called out Naruto as he walked into view, prompting Kumi to turn her head to look at him and for Jiraiya to let out a sigh of relief. Darling, cooed Kumi enthusiastically as she rushed up to him and hugged him, thank God you're finally here. I almost threw up having to entertain that disgusting guest over there. Jiraiya felt one of his eyes twitch. Jiraiya isn't disgusting, replied Naruto as he looked up from Kumi at Jiraiya. I mean, he's perverted, but he's not disgusting. Gee, thanks for the staunch defense, Naruto, said Jiraiya in response with a deadpan expression on his face. Naruto chuckled. What? I gotta be honest. Then drop the transformation, Naruto. What? Stammered Naruto as he widened his eyes. Aha! I knew you were spying on us, exclaimed Kumi as she pulled away from Naruto and pointed an accusing finger at Jiraiya. I bet you have some weird device you use to spy on us from afar. Okay, whatever, replied Jiraiya as he threw his hands up into the air. Can't I just come in and tell you the stuff I need to tell you too? Why are you making it so difficult? I think it's because she hates you, answered Naruto with a shrug. Yeah, that's pretty much it, chimed in Kumi with a nod. Jiraiya sighed. Can I just say what I came to say? Speak your piece then, stated Kumi as she crossed her arms. All right then, replied Jiraiya as he took a breath, but can I come in first? NMMPH, began Kumi, only to get interrupted as Naruto covered her mouth with his hand. Yeah, come in. Make yourself comfortable, said Naruto in response as he gave Jiraiya a nervous smile. Kumi continued to protest as Jiraiya sat down on the couch. It took a lot of head patting until Naruto had finally placated her. Honestly, Kumi could really act hopeless sometimes. Luckily, he knew a few techniques to keep her calm and happy. So what did you want to talk about? Asked Naruto as he stood before Jiraiya, with Kumi snuggled up in front of him. It's related to Itachi and Kisame, answered Jiraiya, prompting Naruto to quirk an eyebrow. You know, those two men who attacked you in the hotel some months ago? Naruto nodded. Yeah, what about them? Well, it turns out that they are in this group called the Akatsuki. Sounds pretty cheesy, replied Naruto with a shrug, flinching slightly as he felt Kumi nibble on his hand. Despite the cheesy name, it's actually a terrorist organization consisting of a few S-rank ninja, said Jiraiya in response, gesturing with his hands as he spoke, so I'd be a bit more worried if I were you. Does this have to do something with me? Asked Naruto as he tilted his head to the side. Jiraiya nodded his head and pointed at Kumi. Both of you. What does this Akatsuki plan to do with us? Asked Kumi as she pulled Naruto's hand down so that it was on her stomach. The Akatsuki are planning on kidnapping all the tailed beasts. What they plan to do with them, I have no idea, answered Jiraiya before sighing. They will be hatching this plan within 2 years. Why should I be worried about this Akatsuki? It'll be easy simply grinding them up into bone dust, replied Kumi with a quick humph. These are not the kind of ninja you can play around with, even if you are one of the most powerful things in this world, retorted Jiraiya, furrowing his brow as he continued speaking. You were sealed inside Naruto by a ninja, which means you can be beaten. The Akatsuki know this, which is why they have gathered the strongest ninja in the world to defeat you. Kumi glared. Well then. What do you have in mind then, whelp? Our plan is that we get you two out of the village, answered Jiraiya, prompting Naruto's eyes to widen. This way, we get a head start. What's the plan for after we leave the village? Asked Naruto, his lips curving downward into a frown. Jiraiya sighed. Well, that's the problem. With the nine-tailed fox no longer inside of you, there isn't much I can do outside if you two ever decide to elope. I think I'm a bit too young to get married, Jiraiya replied Naruto, a deadpan expression on his face. That earned him a light punch on the shoulder from Kumi. Well, the thing is, Naruto, I think you two just have to keep moving around, explained Jiraiya with a shrug. The best option for the village is if you two were to leave. I'm not saying you're no longer welcome here, but thing is, Konoha can't afford another huge battle. So until the Akatsuki are dealt with. You get the idea, right? Naruto nodded. Yeah. I got the idea. Kumi frowned as she saw some of the light leave Naruto's eyes. Taking his hand into hers, she gave it a soft squeeze. Her little move seemed to produce the desired effect because Naruto squeezed back. When do we gotta go? Asked Naruto, sighing quietly. Tonight would be the most optimum time, answered Jiraiya with a frown, though it doesn't leave much time for goodbyes, does it? Naruto shrugged. If it's for the best. But what about Naruto's dream? Asked Kumi as she glared at Jiraiya. He wants to be the Hokage someday. He can always come back once the Akatsuki are dealt with, answered Jiraiya as he held his hands up defensively. Plus he's already pretty much a shoo-in for Hokage since Tsunade favors him so much. I'm just a bit bummed out that I'll be gone from my friends for such a long time, remarked Naruto, frowning a bit as he shrugged. I know it sucks, Naruto, but it's the only option, replied Jiraiya as he stood up. I'd get packed up if I were you. Meet me at the gates at midnight. I'll get you to a nearby town by early morning and you two will be off on your own. All right then. With that said, Jiraiya nodded his head and left. For a moment there was silence, until Naruto shuffled over to the couch and sat himself down. Looking over at Kyumi, he let out a quiet sigh and patted a spot on his lap. Kyumi, without saying a word, immediately followed up the gesture by walking up to him and sitting on his lap. Sorry if I seem so sad, but I'm just a bit surprised, stated Naruto as he raised a hand to pat Kyumi on the head. No, it's okay. I know how important Konoha is to you, replied Kyumi as she snuggled up against him. Even I can empathize with having to move away from one's home. I mean, it's not all that bad, said Naruto in response as he shrugged. I've always wanted to see the world. Kyumi smirked. I know the world like the back of my hand. I know all the cool landmarks. That sounds nice, remarked Naruto as his frown slowly curved back upward into a small smile. When have I ever said anything that doesn't sound nice? Replied Kyumi, turning her head to give Naruto a fang-revealing grin. Naruto snorted. You said some pretty harsh things about me when we first met. Well, that's different. The I back then is completely different from the I am right now, stated Kyumi, her ears bending downward slightly as she gave Naruto an apologetic look. I think the only difference from you back then to you now is that you tolerate me, replied Naruto with a chuckle as he ran his fingers through Kyumi's silky red hair. I wouldn't say that I tolerate you because even though I love you, there are times where you annoy me, retorted Kyumi, letting out a pleasant hum as she gently pressed her head against Naruto's fingers. Naruto smiled. I could say the same for you, Kyumi. He then dropped his hand from Kyumi's head and placed it on her shoulder. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I like the idea of being able to travel around with you. It's like a vacation, maybe even like a honeymoon if we ever get married, remarked Kyumi as she looked at Naruto with a small smile on her face. Naruto blinked. You've been talking about marriage a lot more often now. Kyumi flicked him on the head. If I keep bringing it up with you, it must mean I wish to marry you, no? She almost chuckled as she watched her words slowly sink in. So wait. You want to marry me? Asked Naruto, his eyes wide as he asked his question. Kyumi smiled. That's the plan? Naruto gasped as he leaned back against the couch. I honestly never thought that I would ever get married. I guess I should feel really lucky since I found love at a young age, huh? You should feel especially lucky since it was me that you found love in, replied Kyumi as her smile turned into a smirk. Believe me when I say that I feel like the luckiest person in the world. Well, of course I believe you. As she continued speaking, a bit of blush found its way onto her cheeks. I love you after all, Naruto. Just after she said that, Naruto immediately embraced her. It was a much tighter hug than she was used to, but she welcomed it nonetheless. I love you too, Kyumi. Chapter number 18, My Demon Tenant Forever. How many years had passed since they had left Konoha? Much more than just a couple of decades. A lot more than just a few centuries. Perhaps even a millennium. Honestly, she had lost count. It was hard to really keep track of time when it passed by so quickly. She would have to thank Naruto for that. He made every single day exciting after all. Even as the world evolved, broke down and evolved again, he was there with her. Obviously the first few years were pretty rough, but that was to be expected. It only got easier once Naruto's body had fully transitioned itself to being made up completely of her chakra. It had been a bit awkward at first, but not having to eat, sleep, or anything else that limited the human body turned out to be pretty cool. Not that they did not continue eating and sleeping afterward. Just because they did not need to do it, it did not mean that they did not enjoy eating or sleeping. They had eventually become a pair of traveling merchants, spending their days sitting on a cart and selling their goods in the towns they passed. Since they were always constantly on the move, the Akatsuki could never pinpoint them. The constant worry of being found out slowly died after a couple decades had passed. They always kept hoods on their heads whenever they traveled through different villages. It would not do for people to get suspicious of their lack of age after years had passed. As they traveled around, Naruto had always done his best to get news on Konoha. It was always a fond memory to look back on, the expression of surprise on Naruto's face when he had heard that Sakura had become the Hokage after being under the tutelage of Tsunade. It was also even more surprising that Sakura had ended up marrying Shikamaru. Naruto never asked around about Sasuke though. In his mind, Sasuke was a person he just wanted to forget. Which he eventually did. She was fine with that. She never talked about Sasuke, but she had made a promise to herself that if she ever encountered the Uchiha, she would slap him dead on the spot. Any person that dared hurt her beloved companion deserved to die after all. Kyumi would also never forget those days when Naruto would receive bad news on those he cared about. Whenever a friend died, he would always hear about it. He would always make sure to be at their funeral, usually transformed into something discreet, like a bird or a squirrel. Sometimes a fox. She would be there for him during those times. She would comfort him. It was never easy, but she was glad that in their relationship, it was just her relying on him. She liked the balance. It was hard for Naruto sometimes, she would have to admit. It took a long time for him to get used to immortality and the consequences of being able to live forever. People would die, but he would remain. He never gave up on making friends whenever he could though. It was almost an unconscious decision for him, that if he would be able to live forever, he would spend forever being kind to others. He was noble like that. It was one of the reasons she loved him. More and more years had passed by. New Hokages came around, wars were waged, people rebuilt. Not that they minded. As long as they had each other, they could just shut out the world around them. Sometime around what must have been the Nineth, perhaps the 10th war, most of the ninja in the world had effectively wiped themselves out. It was funny really, that 100 years worth of tradition was ended by itself. Eventually those who were knowledgeable in using chakra to perform techniques died out. The people left behind, now with no real effective way of waging the large-scale wars they once were able to, focused on peace and innovation. Which was good for them. It was more than once that they would find themselves in the center of a conflict. Eventually, as technology progressed, they had to eventually ditch the merchant cart behind. More and more villages sprung up around the world, eventually turning into towns, and then into cities. As more and more space was taken up, their ability to just spend their days wandering around became limited. Which was a shame, she would have to admit. She much preferred forests to skyscrapers, rivers to factories and peaceful silence to the sounds of the city, but there was a bit of charm to city life. Plus Naruto liked it. As mushy as it sounded, she liked what Naruto liked. Most of the time anyways. The elemental nations had become somewhat of a very diverse single-country continent. No longer did there exist the different superpower villages that controlled their specific parts of the land, but each unique environment did provide the people with something. The land of fire became the leader of the lumber and agricultural industry, the land of water became main exporter of seafood, the land of earth, having been cleared of all its large rocks, had become the main exporter for precious metals, and the land of lighting had eventually become the center for technology. The land of sand on the other hand. Now that the people had different alternatives to live in, and since travel became much easier with the invention of the airplane, most of the people that once inhabited that barren part of the world had left. Adapting to modern times was easy enough. Kyumi and Naruto had gotten themselves identities as two orphans who were related. Naruto got to keep his name, but since Kyumi absolutely hated the idea of anyone else but Naruto uttering hers, she had opted to call herself Kurumi. No one ever questioned them since they both had the same shade of red hair and the same colored eyes. There were some rough spots though. The day that the government had made a law stating the age requirements for alcohol, Kyumi had spent the entire day weeping. Even with proper ID, no one ever believed she was over the legal drinking age. She was 1,000,000 years old. Sometimes she cursed herself for having such a youthful body. Luckily, she had Naruto to secure alcohol for her. Another thing that pissed her off about living in the city was that she had to always tuck her fox ears and tails. The world was more connected than it had ever been before. If there were news of a girl with fox ears and nine tails wandering around, it was pretty much all over. And another thing that really pissed her off about living in the city was working. She hated working. But there was no other way to afford the rent on the apartment that she and Naruto lived in. Speaking of working, she would really need to start job hunting again. At least that was what the conversation she was having indicated. "Look, I'm sorry, Kurumi, but we're gonna have to let you go," stated her boss from behind her desk apologetically. Kyumi sputtered. What? Why? You sort of yelled at one of our clients today. I'm sorry, but you've been pushing too many clients away, which is why we have decided that perhaps this position is no longer right for you, answered her boss. It's not my fault that they're all idiots. I mean, come on. That one guy made me explain the charts to him over and over again, protested Kyumi as she threw her hands into the air. Her boss frowned. Perhaps marketing is not for you, Kurumi. I guess it's not, replied Kyumi as she furrowed her brow. If marketing forces me to listen to idiotic monkeys talk about stupid things all the time, then it's not for me. With that said, she pulled off her pin, threw it onto her boss's desk and left. Ugh, how was she going to explain getting fired again to Naruto once she got home? As she rode the bullet train home, all Kyumi could do was glare at her reflection in the window. There were more monkeys than ever now, and probably more idiots too. How she would just absolutely adore running through them all with her claws, burning down their cities and eating them. But then Naruto would get upset. She hated when he got upset. Kyumi looked down at her hand and immediately felt some of the anger she felt fade away as she saw the simple wedding band on her ring finger. She much preferred it when Naruto was smiling. Walking up the stairs to their shared apartment, Kyumi felt just a bit nervous as she pulled her keys out of her purse. This was what, the fifth job she had lost? Honestly, she was not cut out for working. "I'm home," exclaimed Kyumi, huffing slightly as she opened the door in front of her. "Welcome home, Kyumi," replied Naruto, turning his head to give her a smile. Kyumi snorted as she closed the door behind her. "I feel so very welcomed." "Oh? Bad day?" asked Naruto as he stood up from his computer and walked towards her. Kyumi nodded as she placed her purse on a hanger and rushed toward Naruto. "Give him a hug." "Aha. Bad day. What happened?" asked Naruto as he rubbed the top of her head with his hand. "I," began Kyumi as she looked up at him, puffing out her cheeks indignantly as she forced the words out. "I got fired again." Naruto looked down at her and chuckled quietly. What? Honestly, Kyumi. Why do you want to work so much?" "I already make more than enough money writing books," answered Naruto as he gave her a warm smile. Kyumi pouted. "It's because I feel bad for always making you work so hard for me, dummy." "Eh? But I don't really work that hard," remarked Naruto with a shrug. "I just spend like 5 hours total in a day just writing." "Yeah, but..." "No buts, Kyumi. Honestly, you should just stay home with me. I'm so much more happy and productive with you around," stated Naruto as he embraced her, eliciting an embarrassed squeak from her as he did so. "Why, you're not gonna feel ticked off that you're gonna be the only one working then?" asked Kyumi hesitantly as she looked back up at him. Naruto shook his head. "Not at all. Plus, it kinda gets lonely here without you. Don't you have little Miko to keep you company?" "I mean, yeah," replied Naruto as he pulled back to look at her, "but little Miko still can't talk, so it's kinda just like me talking to myself." "Speaking of little Miko, is she asleep right now?" "I want to see her," stated Kyumi as her gaze turned to her daughter's bedroom. Naruto shook his head once more. "Actually, she just woke up. I just fed her. Honestly, she's got your appetite." "Our appetite. We both eat a lot," corrected Kyumi with a smile. "Usually when we eat out though, it's you that ends up eating the most," replied Naruto as he returned the smile. Kyumi blushed. "I can't help it. Modern food is so tasty." "Yeah. Could you go get me some of those honey candies from the top shelf?" "I can't reach them," asked Kyumi as she pointed up over at the kitchen cupboards. Naruto nodded. "No problem." As Naruto walked into their kitchen to fetch her the candy she had asked for, Kyumi snapped her fingers, changing the business attire she had on into something more casual before she headed into her daughter's bedroom. Little Miko was just so absolutely adorable, red hair, just like her father's, or her mother's, the same shade of blue-gray eyes and a pair of cute fox ears. If someone from back before she had met Naruto had ever told her that she would have a child someday, she would have laughed at their words and killed them. Now though, she loved her child. Just like she loved Naruto. The thought made her chuckle quietly, prompting little Miko to coo and turn her head to look at her mother. Honestly, she had never thought she had room for someone in her heart, let alone two. Walking up to her child, Kyumi gently wrapped her arms around little Miko before carefully bringing her up so that she could carry her in her arms. Kyumi remembered when she had first realized that she was going to have a child. She had wanted to name the child Kumiko II, second great destroyer of monkeys, princess of the tailed beasts, descendant of the nine-tailed fox. Naruto had convinced her to just name the child Miko. He had argued that the name she had chosen was way too long for the birth certificate. Miko Uzumaki. It had a nice ring to it. "How's little Miko doing?" asked Naruto as he walked up from behind her and wrapped his arms around her stomach. Kyumi smiled. "She's doing well. Honestly, I can't wait for her to say her first words," admitted Naruto as he looked down affectionately at little Miko. "She's around that age." "I can't wait either," agreed Kyumi as she nodded her head, prompting Naruto to brush a few of her stray hairs to the side. "I brought the honey candy you wanted," stated Naruto as he handed her a few wrapped candies. "Thanks," replied Kyumi as she unwrapped one of them and popped it into her mouth. "You really do like your candy," remarked Naruto with a chuckle. Kyumi shrugged as she gently rocked little Miko in her arms. "What can I say? Monkeys always seem to come up with new delicious things to eat. Hard candy like this is just one of the examples. I wonder if little Miko will inherit your sweet tooth," pondered Naruto out loud as he raised a hand to tickle little Miko's cheek with his finger. Little Miko giggled in response to his light touch. "Or maybe your love for ramen?" asked Kyumi as she turned her head and smirked at Naruto. "Maybe. Who knows? I hope she likes ramen and candies," stated Kyumi as she smiled warmly. "Alcohol too. It'd be fun sharing a drink with my daughter someday." Naruto chuckled. Don't you think it's a bit early to be talking about your daughter drinking? I guess, replied Kumi as she gently placed little Miko back into her cradle. I guess I can wait. I got forever after all. Well, why don't we have some dinner to pass the time then? Asked Naruto, prompting Kumi to turn around to look at him. What do you want today? Didn't you buy those 2 steaks yesterday? They're still in the fridge, right? Naruto nodded. Ah, you want steak tonight? Aha, hummed Kumi as she nodded her head. Steak please. With buttered corn. Mashed potatoes as well? All right, replied Naruto as he leaned down and gave Kumi a quick kiss on the cheek. Love you. Kumi smiled as watched Naruto walk out the door. Once again, she looked down at her hand and admired the wedding band on her ring finger. Then she turned to look back down at little Miko. Eventually, she found her gaze turning toward where Naruto would have been in the kitchen. Kumi could not help it as her lips curved upward into a smile. She really did love him. She needed to tell him that more often. Untucking her ears and tails, she gently picked up little Miku once more using her tails as a pouch. Walking out of little Miku's bedroom, she quickly found Naruto cutting up potatoes. Without saying anything, she walked up behind him and embraced him. Kumi, I love you. I love you. I love you. Naruto blinked. I love you too? What's with all I love yous? I don't get to say it enough. Kumi then nuzzled her cheek against his back. Sometimes I get so overwhelmed with love for you and little Miku that I just have to release it. Naruto chuckled. That happens to me sometimes too. Honestly, I can imagine myself loving you forever. I don't have to imagine, replied Naruto as he smiled. I know I'm gonna love you forever. Kumi blushed. Dummy. That's me. Love you. Naruto. I love you too, Kumi. There was a moment of silence. Now go back to making my steak dinner. Naruto rolled his eyes but continued smiling nonetheless. All right, Kumi,